Bleach, the strongest Kenpachi from Sign In. Chapter 1 First Meeting, I am Aizen. Kisaragi, we can only take you here. In front of the Shino Spiritual Arts Academy, a girl in white and scarlet said goodbye to a reluctant boy. You will have to walk the rest of the way by yourself. The girl smiled like a flower, and seemed to be looking forward to the future. Oh, Ise Shizuan, what you said is really cruel. The boy curled his lips in disdain. After all, I am your chief priest. Yes, yes, chief priest. Ise Shizuan coaxed, you must not cause any trouble again. After all, there are many upper nobles and even clansmen of the 5 great nobles studying here. If we provoke them, with our status, we will probably be thrown to the execution ground and executed soon. For the first time in a long time, the boy did not sing against the girl, but nodded gently and replied with a smile. I know, Shizuan. Such a reaction made Ise Shizuan stunned for a moment, and then she smiled, waved goodbye, and left the vicinity of the Spiritual Arts Academy. Today is the enrollment day of the Shinu Spiritual Arts Academy. There are many young men like him, including some nobles dressed in gorgeous clothes. This is Soul Society, the world of the gods of death. His name is Akira Kisaragi, the chief priest of the Nishin District Shrine in Rukanga, also known as the Lord of the Gods. Akira Kisaragi can no longer remember how long he has been in this world. The difficult life of hunger in the early days ended when he joined the shrine, and then he relied on his understanding and familiarity with the profession of the shaman. Akira Kisaragi gradually reached the highest level in the shrine and became the chief priest. Although there are only him and Ise Shizuan in the Nishin shrine. But this does not hinder Akira Kisaragi's current status in Rukanga. As the only one in several nearby districts as the chief priest of the first shrine, Akira Rutsuki still has a lot of power. He is personally responsible for duties such as sacrifice, exorcism, and prayer, while Shizuan Ise is responsible for helping him. Of course, when encountering certain special situations, Shizuan Ise still has to step in. For example, encountering gangsters, rebels, riots, or even hollows that sneak into Rukanga. After all, Akira Rutsuki has not undergone any systematic learning and does not know how to fight at all. Even if he has a certain talent, he cannot convert it into sufficient combat power. In order to avoid such situations from happening again and again, Shizuan Ise, after careful consideration, decided to send Akira Rutsuki to the Spiritual Arts Academy for study. Although this will cause the Nigigo Shrine to lose a certain reputation, considering the future of the shrine and the priest, Shizuan Ise still made this decision. However, Akira Rutsuki does not have any big ideals, and is even more unwilling to enter the troubled vortex of the OS Spirit Court. He just wants to protect his own little piece of land. Of course, this idea seems very extravagant in this dangerous world. But Ruuming thinks he still has some hope. Because a year ago, his golden finger had been credited. Sign-in system. As the name suggests, you only need to sign in to become stronger. Compared with the self-discipline next door, it takes less effort. However, when Ruuming got to know the golden finger in depth, he found that this thing was an absolute pitfall. Daily sign-in, monthly sign-in, and annual sign-in. The 3 current sign-in methods can only be said to be more pitfalls than each other. On the first day of signing in, he got a refined broom, which was so smooth and clean when sweeping the floor. The reward for signing in on the second day was 2 stone lanterns, which were placed right in front of the shrine, featuring a standing light. The reward for signing in on the third day was a set of high-quality shrine maiden clothes, which was given to Ise Shizuan, greatly improving the girl's favorability. This was barely useful. The subsequent sign-in rewards were also scattered garbage. Only occasionally can you come across items that can improve your life. Useful things are few and far between. These include but are not limited to Yuan Liuzai's secret roasted sweet potatoes, premium Kenpachi, sweet persimmons, and the bound volume of Spiritual Court newsletter. This situation continued until the first monthly sign-in. First monthly sign-in successful. Obtained exclusive entry, Spirit Affinity. Spirit Affinity, Spirit regards you as a friend and is very friendly to you, and the speed of spiritual practice doubles. Thanks to the acquisition of this entry, Ruuming began to try to practice. Although there is still a big gap compared to those geniuses, he is also a leader among ordinary civilians. After his hard practice and continuous sign-in rewards. On the eve of going to the Spiritual Art Academy, Ruuming's panel has reached a relatively luxurious level. Name, Kisaragi Akira. Identity, Priest of Nikuko Kyujinjia Shrine, Commoner of Rukonga, First Resurrection of Shino Spiritual Arts Academy. Spiritual Pressure, LV10. Kendo, LV10. Hakuto, LV10. Instant Step, LV10. Kido, LV10. Exclusive Term, Spirit Affinity. The extremely simple all-around panel clearly marks Kisaragi Akira's current strength. According to his calculations and inferences, his current strength level is equivalent to that of a standard Shinigami soldier. Even though Kisaragi Akira can no longer remember the details of what happened in the Shinigami world because of the long time. But he also knows that a soldier-level existence is not even cannon fodder. Not to mention, his current strength may not be as good as Ise Shizuan. Fortunately, this level is more than enough to enter the Spiritual Arts Academy, and he was even assigned to the elite class. It can only be said that Spirit Affinity has made great contributions. As Ise Shizuan's back completely disappeared, Ruuming put away his messy thoughts and officially turned his eyes to the magnificent huge gate of the Spiritual Arts Academy. Location check-in, Mao Spiritual Arts Academy. Obtain exclusive entry, Dangerous Instinct. Dangerous Instinct, you are born with an extraordinary sensitivity to danger, especially when facing a death crisis. The sudden acquisition of the entry caused Ruuming's sixth senses to change greatly immediately. And everything in the world became clear in his perception. The crisis on all sides made his hair stand on end suddenly, and his mental state became tense. With his weak strength, Ruuming felt that the whole world was full of malice towards him. Until a gentle voice came from behind, "Excuse me, are you also a freshman in the Spiritual Arts Academy?" Ruuming turned around and saw a boy wearing the same blue and white school uniform. The kind smile like sunshine, the short brown hair and brown eyes, and the slightly thin body gave people a feeling of being fragile. "Yes, my name is Kisaragi Akira." Hearing the other party's self-introduction, the gentle boy raised his lips slightly and said slowly, "Nice to meet you, I am Kajai no Kuru Aizen Kajai no Kuru." A new book is launched. The pace of this book will be slightly slower, but it will not be too slow overall, with some daily life content. Chapter 2. People will not always be unlucky, right? My scalp is numb. A vague illusion of explosion exploded in my temples. The words Aizen and Yuki undoubtedly gave Ruuming a great shock. For a moment, his expression fell into a trance. He never expected that he would come to a completely unknown time in the world of death. Now, most of his so-called foresight was scrapped. I originally planned to avoid Aizen and hide for a while, but I didn't expect to run into the big boss right after leaving the novice village. You seem to be a little... No, I'm fine. Ruuming came back to his senses, shook his head violently, and returned to normal. He looked at Aizen in front of him and met his slightly concerned eyes. Strangely, the danger instinct did not let Ruuming perceive the slightest danger from Aizen. Even the gentle and modest smile gave people a kind of intimacy, and people couldn't help but have a little good impression of the boy in front of them. Maybe, this is the so-called personality charm? It's good that you're okay. Aizen smiled, the reporting time is almost over, let's hurry up. Kiyame nodded, suppressed the information about Aizen in his heart, and entered the interior of the Spiritual Arts Academy together. First year, Class 1. After completing the relevant procedures, the two sat in the neat classroom, looking around with curious eyes at the equally curious students around them. The students who can sit in this classroom are all geniuses in the admission test. Kiyame boasted that he just entered the first class by luck, so naturally he didn't have any arrogance. What's more, there was a truly top genius sitting next to him. Aizen said, "Ming, you have stared at me 37 times." Aizen said without turning his head. After a short exchange, the two have gradually become familiar with each other, and there have been some changes in the way they address each other. Of course, this is largely due to Aizen's infectious personality charm. It is precisely because of this that Ruuming was very curious about one thing. Is Aizen's personality now a disguise, or is it like this? I am struggling with a question. Who is more handsome between you and me? Aizen's eyes froze. Without waiting for an answer, Ruuming's eyes moved and fell on the figure who walked steadily to the podium. Well, is this our future teacher? His easygoing personality made him quickly accept the fact that he and Aizen were in the same class. There is no escape, so he can only accept the reality calmly. I am your sister, Kyunmo Dai my way. Feng Runyi. The middle-aged man, who didn't smile, started his speech before the start of the school as usual. It seemed that every teacher was born with the instinct to speak endlessly. I hope that you will not only be able to join the team in the future, but also continue to move towards the center of power through training. The stage was chattering, and the audience was whispering. Is your goal to become a member of the Godai 13? Kiyame asked curiously, or do you have a bigger ideal? The boy now is very different from the Aizen in his impression. Aizen looked sideways and thought about it. After a moment of silence, he whispered. I think the students who join the Spiritual Arts Academy should have similar ideals, right? After all, the meaning of the existence of the Spiritual Arts Academy is to cultivate fresh blood for the Kidashu. The secret maneuver in the Godai 13. Hearing this, Kiyame relaxed his posture, put his hands behind his head, and smiled. I am different. It's better to be content. My biggest dream is to graduate successfully. Aizen nodded slightly, his expression indifferent. Everyone has his own aspirations. Ideals are nothing more than the things you want to accomplish most at this stage. People will always change to varying degrees as time goes by. Perhaps, in the near future. Just as he was thinking, he found that Ruuming's expression suddenly became serious. There is murderous intent. As soon as the voice fell, a sound of breaking through the air came from the podium. Pa! A crisp collision sounded. I saw Ruuming tilt his head slightly, and a piece of chalk flew across his cheek and hit the forehead of the student behind him. The exaggerated force left a white mark directly on the other party's brow. Hee, there are always villains who want to harm me. Akira Yuki snorted disdainfully, and was extremely satisfied with the term dangerous instinct. While talking to Aizen, he clearly sensed that danger was about to come. He instinctively turned his head and directly avoided the crisis. Aizen laughed and shook his head, and had a deeper understanding of this new friend. Although he seemed weak, there were always some strange characteristics on him. He also noticed Feng Runyi's actions just now, but he didn't expect that Rukura Yuki could dodge easily. This inevitably made him more curious about this new friend. Rukura Yuki, Aizen, come and get the doctor. Feng Run was also a little surprised that the freshman who had just entered school could avoid his sneak attack, but he didn't care too much, and maintained the discipline of the class as usual. Please keep quiet. Let's continue the previous topic. Feng Runyi didn't care about Ruuming's violation. In his opinion, as a teacher, he should have a certain tolerance, otherwise, sooner or later, he would be angry with some rebellious students and his blood pressure would soar. However, he still underestimated someone's bottom line. It won't be long before Feng Run will realize how wrong he is. There was no substantial learning content on the first day of school. It was mainly about the school rules and the general direction of teaching, as well as motivational speeches such as hard practice. As a new era of bad boys, these words are no different from poisonous chicken soup in Ruuming's eyes. Of course, he won't refute it directly. In Ruuming's opinion, the most important thing at the moment is to continue to discover the golden finger, strive to master more powerful power as soon as possible, and realize the great ideal that has just been established. Before, he met the sign-in conditions at the Zhenyang Spiritual Academy and received rewards, which gave Ruuming many ideas. In addition to signing in at time day after day, signing in at the location may make you stronger in a short time. But it seems that ordinary locations are not enough to meet the sign-in conditions. This also made Kisaragi Akira start to think about what special places exist in Soul Society. Are you familiar with Soul Society, Kajaya Kari? Generally. This extremely modest answer is in line with Aizen's current personality. Are there any important buildings in Soul Society similar to the Academy of Spiritual Arts? Kisaragi Akira pondered but to no avail, and decisively threw the question to Aizen. As a future great conspirator and a truly all-round genius, this little question should not be difficult for him. There are many, such as the headquarters of the Godai 13, the headquarters of the Kido clan, the Mao Underground Council Hall, the Mao Prison, the Confession Palace, the Mao Execution Ground, the Noble Mansion, etc. Aizen replied, their importance is even greater than that of the Academy of Spiritual Arts. Is that so? Kisaragi Akira was greatly disappointed. At present, he was just a student in the academy and could not get in touch with these places at all. There was no hope for him to sign in, so he had to slowly grind for the daily sign. I hope it will be a little bit better later. People won't always be unlucky, right? Chapter 3 Aizen's Trust, the Heart of God. Seeing the disappointment on Kisaragi's face, Aizen was a little puzzled. He didn't understand why a student would be curious about these places. But seeing that the other party had no intention of continuing the conversation, he didn't go into the topic any further. After becoming a student of the Spiritual Arts Academy, he saw secrets that he couldn't see in many cases in the past. About the structure of the hierarchy system of Soul Society and even the entire world. He didn't understand. Why did Yamamoto Shigakuni, the captain of the Godai 13, obviously have the strongest strength in Soul Society, but he had to be inferior to the so-called nobles? And the behavior of those nobles was so disgusting. As for the highest judicial body of Soul Society, the Mao 46th Chamber, what role did it play in this? He will slowly find the answers to these questions. Until there are no more secrets in this world. The following academy life made Kisaragi regain some of the past feelings. In his spare time, he used his expertise as a priest to exorcise demons for beautiful young girls and spread the name of the Nigu Shen Shrine. The pure friendship during the days of the students is often the most touching. Ah, what a wonderful era! Of course, there are also disadvantages. After being used to sleeping until waking up naturally in the Nigu Shen Shrine, he was unable to adjust his biological clock for a while. Every morning at 7 o'clock, the morning bell rang, and Ruuming was immersed in a trance. Returning to the cage, losing freedom. Countless similar adjectives surged in Ruuming's mind, and Aizen next door had finished washing and came to knock on the door, calling Ruuming to go out to the classroom together. Is this life? Ruuming wailed weakly, like a wounded beast, struggling to get up from the bed, and barely put on the blue and white student uniform. When he opened the door, what came into his eyes was Aizen's familiar gentle smile. Although I don't know why, this guy obviously depends on me. He has been following me since I entered school. The plan to stay and grow up failed. Fortunately, Aizen's words and deeds are not disgusting. Or, Aizen, who is a bit shy, is the most suitable to play the role of a friend. You'd better tidy up your appearance. On the way to the classroom, Aizen kindly reminded him. Since he met Kisaragi Akira, he has a deeper understanding of human nature. It turns out that the bottom line of a person can really be flexible and not disgusting. Is this an innate talent? This morning is Mr. Kisaragi's class. He doesn't like students who are not dressed properly. After a period of classes, Aizen has mastered the personality preferences of the teachers and reminds his careless companions at any time. Kisaragi Akira nodded listlessly, looking like he was drained. Nozomi, I have to listen to this guy bragging about his wealth again. How abominable! He is a noble who sucked the blood of the common people in Rukanga. Why does he enjoy all this so comfortably? Aizen looked sideways and pondered. Ming, do you hate nobles? No, I hate that I'm not a noble. Ming Kisaragi skillfully held Aizen's arm and grinned. After all, a dragon slayer will eventually become a dragon. Aizen seemed to be thinking about something. In the classroom, the sturdy and strong Omadake Nashin, with a dignified and meticulous expression, has already stood on the podium, looking at every student who walked into the classroom with an extremely fierce look. Unlike his fat appearance after retirement, the current Omadake Nashin, in addition to his love of showing off his family background, can be regarded as an elite among elites. He is proficient in everything from slashing and punching to ghosts. Among them, Hakuto is the best among the best. It is precisely because of this that he also served as the Hakuto teacher of the Spiritual Arts Academy in his spare time. When all the students arrived, Omadake Nashin dropped his hands, and his serious expression became more cautious. Before the formal class, let me explain to you. As elites in the entrance exam, you have made great progress during this period. After this class, a special person will come to assess your level of white fighting. Okay, the class begins. Without giving everyone a chance to ask questions, Omadake Nashin began to explain the white fighting. Kirage was still very serious in class. After all, it was related to his future destiny. Especially in this period of time when the sign-in rewards were so low, he had to learn to be self-reliant. On the other hand, Aizen, who used to listen to the lectures most seriously, was a little distracted at this time. Until Kisaragi stretched out his hand and waved it in front of his eyes, he came back to his senses, with a subtle expression. Thank you, Ming. A question mark appeared on Kisaragi's forehead. Aizen smiled and explained, I just figured out some things. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Aizen's sign-in conditions are met. Character sign-in, Aizen's sign-in. Obtain 1000 spiritual pressure points, spiritual pressure level increased, current level is LV20. Obtain exclusive entry, Heart of God. Heart of God, extremely arrogant, regard oneself as a true god, and improve the talent of learning anything to the max of the current realm. Ryugetsuki took a breath, and his expression changed from shock to distortion, and then to ecstasy. A series of changes, not even more than 0.1 seconds. This scene, which can be called a unique skill, even surprised Aizen. I originally thought that the location sign-in was invincible, but I didn't expect that there was a more courageous existence than it. This sudden arrival was really a surprise. Since meeting Aizen, Ryuki often felt inferior because he was not talented enough. The acquisition of the Heart of God allowed Ryuming's six senses to be developed to the extreme in an instant, and the world became colorful. It turned out that the world in the eyes of a genius and the world in the eyes of an ordinary person are two completely different existences. Just as he was laughing foolishly, Omadake Yoshi's lecture came to an end. Today's lecture ends here. Next is the class of Sister Kyunmu Jialuo. The sharp eyes like a hawk patrolled the crowd, and the boys and girls who were overwhelmed by his momentum dared not breathe, and some even lowered their heads and dared not look at him. Until Omadake Yoshi saw Ryuming immersed in his own world, and his brows were furrowed. He still had some impression of this priest of the Nigu shrine. The talent was decent, the upper middle level of the first grade class, the personality was not very stable, and he was a thorn in the class. often doing some things that violated the rules and regulations. For example, talking back to the teacher, performing exorcisms on female classmates, and openly advertising the business of the Nigijin shrine. Thinking of this, Omadake Nashin's eyes became a little more fierce. I hope this kid doesn't do anything weird in the next assessment, otherwise, he will let Ruuming know what enlightenment is. Just when he had such thoughts, a dark shadow approached outside the window, accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, and countless glass fragments scattered on the podium. Followed by this, there was also a hearty and arrogant laugh. Haha, are you ready to accept the tragic fate, freshman? On the podium, the dark-skinned girl with a purple ponytail clasped her hands and grinned, her neat white teeth reflecting the light under the sunlight. Next. I, Shifunji Yuan Yoruichi, will be your white fighting examiner. Chapter 4, Your acting is so good, do your family know it? The girl on the stage is youthful and beautiful, and the boy in the audience is in a trance. In Ruuming's impression, Shifunji Yuan Yoruichi should be a sexy queen. But after hearing the other party's self-introduction, he suddenly felt as if he was in another world. However, judging from the other party's performance, his personality is still cheerful, but in terms of pranks or teasing others, he is second to none. Shifunji Yuan Yoruichi, is he an adult of the Shifunji Yuan family? Some of the students in the courtyard exclaimed. There are many noble members among them, so they naturally understand the value of the three words Shifunji Yuan. The true top of Seoul society, one of the supreme beings above countless nobles and even forces. One of the 5 great nobles, the Shihaoran family. Aizen's eyes were inexplicable, and the gentle smile on his face was slightly restrained. However, when his attention fell on Kisaragi Akira next to him, his eyes could not help but stagnate. At this time, the young man sat upright, looking straight ahead, and his attitude was extremely correct. He should have looked like a good student, but if you pay attention to where his eyes are, this image will be completely destroyed. What are you looking at? Aizen asked curiously in a low voice. Kisaragi Akira glanced at him and grinned, Hey, that's what you asked. Of course I am appreciating the most beautiful scenery in the world. Aizen's expression froze, and he didn't pick up the topic. He suddenly realized that he could not be on the same channel with Kisaragi Akira most of the time. While others were still shocked by Shihaoran Yoruichi's identity, this guy had already begun to look at the other person's body with appreciation. It is difficult to evaluate this behavior. On the stage, Shihaoran Yoruichi looked around. As the designated heir of the Shifunji Yuan family, she must be outstanding. She naturally noticed the aggressive look of Kisaragi Akira at the first time. In response, the dark-skinned girl grinned, and her delicate little tiger teeth reflected a dangerous light under the sunlight. Just start from my left-hand side. Kisaragi Akira glanced and suddenly found that if they were ranked in order, he and Aizen seemed to be the last two. The assessment officially began. Shifunji Yuan Yoruichi wore a black tights, revealing her beautiful slightly convex curves. She was still a girl and had not yet shown the charming charm of 100 years later. But even so, it was still enough to make people stare. However, due to her status, the students who were fighting with her in a white fight did not dare to raise their heads to look at her for fear that Kisaragi next to her would catch her handle and send her a guillotine. Are you ready? Okay, okay. Yui chuckled, and his figure suddenly rushed forward like a ghost, and his slender 5 fingers were like stroking the strings of a guitar, imprinting on the opponent's unprotected chest. The seemingly harmless move, but it burst out with amazing impact in the next moment. The flesh and blood intersected, and the simple release of power resounded with a thunderous roar. The next moment, the fair face of the student suddenly turned red, as if all the blood in his body was stagnant on his face. After only a short stalemate, the whole person turned into a cannonball, flew backwards, and hit the wall of the classroom hard, like a painting hanging on it. Hit people like hanging a painting. An instant kill without suspense. Ruuming widened his eyes. Good guy. Is Shifunjai Yuan Yai already so violent at this time? The steps are weak and the limbs are limp. Yoichi commented, you don't even have the most basic vigilance, Nozomi, the students you teach are getting worse and worse. Omida Nozomi was sweating profusely and could only smile awkwardly, not daring to refute at all. No one knew Shifunjai Yuan Yoruichi's strength better than him at this time. Even if the decisive factor of spiritual pressure is excluded, in terms of skills alone, even he can't beat the other party. Talent gap. Next. Shifunjai Yuan Yoruichi was in high spirits, and seemed to regard bullying as some kind of fun. Considering this guy's personality, it seems that the other party is really just having fun. After the demonstration of the first bird, the students went up to get beaten one after another. Most of them fell down with one move, and very few geniuses could withstand the second move. Of course, it was just pure skills, without any spiritual pressure. After a large number of people were lying in the classroom, Yoruichi's eyes finally fell on Aizen and Kisaragi. Next one. Yoichi grinned. Aizen hesitated for a moment, then walked forward calmly. Like before, Yoichi only asked if he was ready, and when Aizen nodded, he launched the attack directly. An unexpected incident happened. Kairaki Akira widened his eyes, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. The invincible Aizen fell down. Like before, a one-shot kill without suspense. This undoubtedly refreshed Kairaki Akira's understanding of the world. Others may not know, but he cannot be unaware. In terms of genius alone, there are few who are stronger than Aizen in the entire Soul Society. Even the 5 great nobles cannot do it. This is absolutely beyond doubt. But looking at Aizen lying on the ground, with a weak breath and unknown life and death, Kairaki Akira was a little dazed again. Your acting is so good, do your family know? Another rookie. Yoichi didn't look at Aizen anymore, but set his eyes on Ruuming, and a dangerous aura immediately lingered. Only, Maishu is left. Like a cat playing with its prey, the slightly exposed fangs reflected an extremely dangerous light. Yoichi waved at Ruuming. Come on, young man, let me see your white fighting strength. Ruuming squeezed out a very reluctant smile. Although he boasted that his current talent was not inferior to others, there was always a transition time to transform talent into strength. Just as he was struggling, X's Hyjin urged loudly. Hurry up, Ruuming. Don't dream of passing those who are not into you are not going to use the tricks of the current school to escape the assessment. Ruuming calmed down and walked forward with a determined look. Isn't it just a beating? It's not like he hasn't been beaten before. As long as he learns from Aizen, everything will be fine. He has already planned to withstand the attack and then lie down directly. But, looking at the teasing eyes of the black-skinned girl in front of him, Ruuming suddenly became alert, and the danger instinct burst out with a sharp explosion at this moment. Damn it! This guy is going to get serious. Ruuming's pupils shrank suddenly. And the sharpness of his 5 senses was pulled to the limit, and he instinctively entered the fighting state. No questions, no preparation. Yui's slender 5 fingers gently stroked like plucking the strings of a guitar, and finally clenched into a fist, and the moment he stepped forward lightly. The thin fist brought a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and the air wave burst out, heading straight for Ruuming's face. Chapter 5 Heijinyan locked the eldest brother. The air waves burst out violently, turning into a fierce hurricane, like a bomb exploding in an instant. Immediately, Ruuming's eyes went black and a buzzing sound came from his ear canal. Even if he didn't use spiritual pressure, the combination of pure power and force-generating skills alone was enough for Shifunjai Yuan Yoruichi to absolutely crush him at this stage. Ruuming felt a chill in his heart and instinctively dodged to the side, trying to avoid this fatal attack. No one knew Shifunjai Yuan Yoruichi's heavy punch better than him. Once hit, he would be seriously injured at best, or die at worst. This woman is crazy. The slightly thin fist brushed Ruuming's cheek, and the impact contained in it turned into an exploding hurricane, suddenly rioted. At this moment, Ruuming felt as if he was in the undercurrent of the deep sea, and his body was being pulled wantonly like plasticine. Unprecedented feeling. Deadly danger seemed to be everywhere. The hurricane landed on the solid ground and exploded with a loud bang. Several hideous cracks were scattered, like a bloody mouth opened, showing cruelty and danger. Cold sweat slid down the bridge of his nose, and Ruuming's nerves were tense to the extreme. Well, it's very good. Yi praised, you are the first freshman who dodged my fist. Since you are so talented, let's increase the difficulty a little bit, and teach other freshmen. As the last reliance of the god of death, Baida must make sure that every student in the school graduates with full marks. So, just think of it as me opening a small fire for you. When the staggering students cast their eyes on the two people in the field, Shifunjayu and Yoruichi moved again. This time, everyone was surprised to find that their eyes could actually follow the girls' movements. Although it was extremely difficult to understand, forcing the words to be remembered was also a trick. On the other hand, Ruuming's eyes were a little dull, like a wooden man, standing in place. Seeing this, Yoruichi shook his head in disappointment. Geniuses are still rare. Otherwise, there would be a batch of students graduating every year, but there would not be so few captain-level strong men. Although this guy is very rude, it would be better to teach him a lesson. Thinking of this, the strength of Ye's fist was restrained a little, and the speed was also slowed down a bit. However, in Ruuming's world, when Ye launched the attack, his posture was instantly decomposed into dozens of parts. The arms, legs, waist, torso, and even the shaking in front of the body were carefully distinguished. At this moment, Ruuming was like a shriveled sponge, eagerly absorbing the key points of this white fighting move. In just a short moment, the advantages and disadvantages of it were fully grasped and digested by him, and turned into his own things. The heart of God. When he completely mastered the rhythm of Ye's moves, he realized the terrifying degree of the exclusive term God's heart. Although this term could not create a strong fighting force for him, it provided him with unlimited potential. With this term alone, he was able to reach the pinnacle of his skills. The bright light flashed in Ruuming's pupils, and his aura suddenly changed dramatically. Aizen, who was supported to the side, watched his friend in the field with great interest, and his slightly raised mouth corners indicated that he was not calm at the moment. Yui also noticed Ruuming's change, but she was on the verge of an arrow and could no longer restrain herself. She could only bite the bullet and rush towards the seemingly defenseless young man with a fist bone burst. Year. Rock, paper, scissors. Snap. With a crisp sound, Ruuming's palm covered Yoruichi's fist. The movement was light and gentle, like a fight between lovers. But when the two closed together, a heart-pounding roar burst out. The surging air waves rolled in all directions. Although it did not cause great damage, it made the students who had been beaten and destroyed by Shifunjayu and Yoruichi dumbfounded and almost dared not believe their eyes. Blocked. No, why did this guy do that? Countless similar thoughts surged in everyone's hearts like a storm. They couldn't believe the scene in front of them, let alone willing to accept that he would lose to a little-known priest of a small shrine. During this period of time, as a classmate, the students have gradually understood Ruuming's identity. Compared to most of the rich and noble people in the Ozrati, Ruuming, who was born in Rukanga, is still not as good as others even if he has the identity of a priest of a shrine. However, such a commoner actually suppressed the big man from the Shifunjayu family in the Hakuda test for a short time. Hey, blocked it! Yui looked up and looked at the tall boy who was close at hand, with a very surprised look on his delicate and pretty face. Unexpected. It turned out to be this way of breaking it, a genius in Hakuda. Yui's voice reached his ears, Ruuming was calm on the surface, but his mental state was almost distorted. There was no other reason, because the power gap between the two sides was so large that it could not be ignored. Even if he took the opponent's punch with his palm, Ruuming's hand bones were almost broken. If it weren't for his good personal qualities, he would have screamed out. "Hold on, hold on! Don't let your reputation be ruined." Yi seemed to have noticed Ruuming's current state. He immediately smiled, turned his slender left wrist, and launched the white fighting technique again. This time it was a close-range capture. The extremely brutal force acted on Ruuming's arms, directly limiting his subsequent performance to the extreme. Fortunately, Ruuming released Yi's right hand in time, winning a chance for himself. Yi was in a dominant position, showing more exquisite white fighting skills one by one, and his movements became more and more swift and fast, like a terrifying hurricane that was growing stronger and stronger, trying to swallow Ruuming completely. However, in the face of such a powerful momentum, Ruuming was like a small boat on the endless ocean, seemingly shaky but always able to survive cleverly when in danger of death. At the same time, under Yoruichi's strong suppression, he can continue to exert the characteristics of the heart of God and learn the true essence from the slowed-down white fighting skills. As the two continued to fight fiercely, Omadake Nashin noticed something was wrong. Wait! How did the two get entangled in the fight? Guuming's right hand was locked in front of his chest by Yoruichi. Yoruichi's legs clamped Guuming's neck in the shape of scissors. If it weren't for his left hand and blocking his thigh, his head would have been crushed. Guuming's legs were also clamped at Yoruichi's waist. Both sides were suppressed by each other, and in terms of posture, Guuming even had a certain advantage. Guuming knew very well that Yoruichi's competitive spirit made her not release her spiritual pressure, and she only fought with simple skills, which gave him an opportunity to take advantage of it. If it was a life-and-death battle, he would be smashed into pieces by the opponent in the first place. Master Yoruichi has locked up Akira Kisaragi. Wrong. In my opinion, it was Akira Kisaragi who locked up Master Yoruichi. The heated debate among the students watching the battle awakened Omadake Nashin. When he finally came to his senses, the two of them were already extremely ambiguous. And Aizen, who was standing by, also had a bit more heat in his eyes. Interesting. Is he a hidden genius like himself? I found some information about Aizen. It's not clear when his ambition began to show, but it's clear that he is the kind of person who is very lonely because he is too talented. This is mentioned in the part where Aizen and Ichigo Mutsuki fought. Chapter 6: The strongest son-in-law of the Shifunji family? When the two locked each other, Yoruichi's cheeks were slightly red. Although it was not obvious due to the color of his skin, his expression was obviously extremely excited. Then there was a pleasant cracking sound. Crack! Yoruichi's face froze, and he subconsciously loosened his scissor kick. Just as she was about to make the next move, Ruuming took a breath and bared his teeth. Don't move! It's broken, call for help! The equal strength and skills made Shifunji and Yoruichi enter an excited state, and then he accidentally failed to restrain his spiritual pressure and strength. The short burst directly caused Ruuming to be ruthlessly crushed. Even if he noticed the abnormality at the critical moment and burst out all his spiritual pressure in time. 17th level of spiritual power. The standard Shinigami team has a 20th level of spiritual power, the vice captain is 4 to 5 levels, and the third level and above are the captain level, the original setting, Yi Ming Ming chapter. And Ruuming's current personal panel has a spiritual pressure level of LV20, which corresponds to the 17th level of spiritual power according to the full level of 100. Perhaps this level is already considered a leader among many students in the academy, but compared with Shifunji and Yoruichi, it is not a little bit worse. When Yoruichi burst out spiritual pressure, Ruuming experienced firsthand what an unbridgeable gap is, what a true natural barrier is. At the moment when the spiritual pressures collided, he seemed to see the towering mountains collapse, and the boundless mudslides rushed over in a mighty manner, destroying his stubborn resistance with a crushing force. Yi also seemed to notice his own loss of composure with a sneer. He loosened the twisted right hand of Rueming. The whole arm was twisted irregularly, and the brutal spiritual pressure and power crushed the bones and muscles, making the skin appear shockingly dark purple. Rueming tried to shake his right hand, but got no response. Xiaohu, you can't die. The exaggerated expression with a hint of pain, although mostly performance, also made Yoruichi feel more guilty, and he didn't even dare to look into Rueming's eyes. The exaggerated style made Aizen's expression stiff. He suddenly realized that it seemed that being friends with this guy was not a glorious thing. Omida Kanoshin appeared in front of Rueming, frowning and picking up the soft and twisted right arm for a detailed inspection. After a while, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's not serious enough to require amputation. It's just that the doctors at the Spiritual Arts Academy probably can't handle such a serious injury. Omida Kanoshin turned around and wrote a certificate on the podium, and explained in detail what happened. Take this certificate and go to the comprehensive first aid station in the 4th Division's barracks. Captain Anohana will treat you personally. Aizen and Akari, you go with him. Aizen nodded helplessly. Shifunji and Yoruichi raised her hand, as if she wanted to go with him. But after seeing Omida Kanoshin's pleading eyes, she pursed her lips and temporarily gave up the idea. After the two left, Nozomi also signaled others to leave. Soon, there were only 2 people left in the classroom. Then he sighed heavily and looked at the dark-skinned girl who had no regrets. Master Yoruichi, you promised me that you wouldn't mess around. This time the boy was lucky, only his arm was broken, but if it was his head that would be a bit troublesome. In response, Yoruichi said, this is not messing around, I'm just excited to see the prey. When we first started fighting, that guy's Hakuto skills were average, but as the fight progressed, the girl frowned and suddenly realized something very scary. If she focused on Hakuto because of her Zanpakuto and achieved outstanding results in this area, even Ziguan Yulia would be much inferior to her. But in the battle just now, the boy's progress can no longer be described as rapid. It's like cheating. All the Hakuto moves she used were transformed into her own in a very short time, and performed in a more perfect posture. Such a genius simply beats all the members of the Shifunji family. Even the captain is inferior to him. Just as he was thinking silently, Omida Nozomi noticed that the atmosphere was wrong and spoke cautiously. Master Yoruichi. The dark-skinned girl looked up suddenly, and there seemed to be light shining in her eyes. Nozomi, you say? How about inviting this guy to marry into the Shifunji family? The jumping way of thinking of Shifunji and Yoruichi made Omida Nozomi widen his eyes and take a breath of cold air. He felt a burst of piercing pain between his teeth. But compared to the toothache, he was more headache at the moment. From the information that Kisaragi often exorcised female classmates, this guy's lust is not inferior to the captain of the 8th Division, Kirako Shunsui, and even more. If Master Yoruichi chooses to feed the tiger with his own body, the other party will definitely agree. Thinking of this, the burly body shuddered suddenly, as if he had anticipated some extremely terrible future. You know, the Omida family is closely related to the Shifunji family. On the path to the 4th Division barracks, 2 young men in spiritual school uniforms walked. A very harmonious scene. If you ignore the embarrassing guy who keeps wailing. Kajiro, do you think my Xiaohu can really recover as before? With Captain Anohana's medical skills, it should be no problem. That's great, Xiaohu is my beloved relative, brother. Even if I die, it can't get into trouble. Seeing this, Aizen sighed helplessly. Shouldn't normal people wail because of the pain of serious injuries? Why does this guy keep worrying about whether his right arm can be restored? Also, what is Xiaohu's strange name? Because the word "you" is in his name, Aizen always feels weird whenever Kisaragi wails Xiao. It was as if Ruuming was not mourning his right hand, but mourning himself. It seemed that the corresponding picture appeared in his mind. Even if he was as mentally stable as Aizen, he couldn't help but shudder and quickened his pace to the 4th Division's barracks. Because the spirit court was too large, even if the two of them moved forward at the fastest speed, it still took nearly a day to reach the 4th Division's barracks. After showing the certificate given by Omadake Nashin, the guarding Shinigami not only let them go, but also assigned one person to lead the way for Ruuming and the others. Soon, the group came to a neat ward. When Ruuming stepped into it, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. Sign-in conditions met. Chapter 7 I don't want any bullshit love at all, I just want to make money. Location Sign-in, Anohanaretsu's exclusive ward. Obtain 1000 Kendo points, Kendo level increased, current level is LV20. Obtain exclusive entry, Miraculous Hands Rejuvenation. Miraculous Hands Rejuvenation, excellent medical skills, restore vitality, firmly believe that as long as you are not dead, there is a glimmer of hope, and the effect of the way of recovery is increased by 100%. An unexpected surprise. Kirajaki's eyes lit up, and he even forgot the piercing pain on his right hand. I thought that only important places like the Mu Spiritual Art Academy would meet the conditions for signing in, but I didn't expect that the so-called exclusive ward could also meet the conditions for signing in. Rejuvenation. As a branch of Kido, although it has no lethality, it is an indispensable existence in the field of logistics. The 4th Division is the largest division in the Godai 13. Unlike Kisaragi, who stared at the black-haired woman sitting in front with an extremely offensive look, Aizen subconsciously tensed his body and instinctively restrained his huge spiritual pressure the moment he noticed the other party's existence. The captain's white and white haori with the word "for" embroidered on it fell down, and her thick black hair was braided and hung in front of her, covering her proud figure. A gentle and kind smile appeared on her delicate and beautiful face, giving people a natural sense of intimacy. From the respectful and admiring eyes of the guarding Shinigami and the 4th Division soldiers next to her, it is not difficult to see that she has a high status in the 4th Division. The captain of the 4th Division, Anohanaretsu. However, in Aizen's eyes, it was a different scene. The overwhelming and heavy sea of blood poured down, and the extreme coldness of icy coldness lingered around. And the endless murderous intent penetrated into the body from every pore, reaching the depths of the internal organs. It's chilling. The beautiful and gentle face was subconsciously ignored by him, as if the person sitting there was not the most popular Captain Anohana, but a cruel evil spirit returning from the depths of hell. Is this the gold content of the captain of the Godai 13? Aizen had never met other captains. Anohanaretsu was the first captain he met after arriving at the Anohanaretsu. The little contempt he had originally had was completely gone at this moment. If all the captains were like Anohanaretsu, perhaps the Anohanaretsu would not be as boring as he imagined. He restrained his inner thoughts and supported Kisaragi Akira to Anohanaretsu. Two strange boys wearing blue and white Mao school uniforms. One looked quite offensive, while the other was wary of everything around him. It was really strange. It seemed that there was not a bit of respect in them. "This student, please come closer," Anohanaretsu said in a gentle voice, "your injury can no longer be delayed." Hearing the reminder, Kisaragi Akira suddenly came to his senses and immediately sat directly opposite, raised his right hand, which had completely lost consciousness, and placed it on Anohanaretsu's thigh. Because of the sitting posture, this was the most convenient place for Kisaragi Akira to touch. Anohanaretsu was slightly startled, but she didn't care too much. Instead, she followed her professional ethics and carefully checked the injury on her right hand and treated it. She stretched out her fair hands, gently moved her 10 fingers, and the emerald green light of widow bloomed at her fingertips, and the strong spiritual pressure acted on the dark purple skin. The numbing touch continued to grow deep in the bones, and with a series of crisp sounds, the twisted bones returned to their original positions. What surprised Anohanaretsu was that during the treatment, Kisaragi Akira seemed to be fine and didn't make a single cry of pain. As the captain of the 4th Division with the best Hwido and medical skills in Seoul society, she has treated countless wounded and patients, and has seen countless people with strong will. But it's the first time she has seen such a contradictory existence as Kisaragi Akira. From his offensive look, it's not difficult to judge that he is essentially the same kind of person as Kurako Shunsui. But the willpower of such people is usually limited. Because lust will blind their souls. It is rare to see a boy who is both lustful and determined. Even Aizen looked at Kisaragi Akira in surprise, as if he was meeting him for the first time. No need to look at me with such admiration. Kisaragi Akira grinned. As a man, a mere injury is nothing to worry about. Even if this pain is 10 times stronger, I won't be moved at all. Before he finished speaking, Kisaragi Akira's face suddenly twisted, his facial features gathered together, showing the limit of his facial expression. Well, sorry, I forgot to remind you. A soft voice sounded in the ears of the two, and Anohanaretsu smiled and said, correcting broken bones requires crushing and then reorganizing, so that there will be no sequelae. Looking at the gentle face so close, Ryuuming had a clear understanding of the devil's smile for the first time. Black-bellied. The treatment process did not last too long. When the light of Hwideo faded, Ryuuming clearly realized that his right hand had regained its former vitality. Subsequent treatment will require the assistance of drugs. Anohanarime took out the external plaster and explained in detail how to use it and how often. In addition, the total cost of treatment is 1,123 rings. Would you like to pay on credit or in cash? Kisaragi Akira's eyes widened, staring at the beautiful woman in front of him in disbelief. He never expected that such a beautiful mouth could say such vicious words. I never said that treatment is free. Anohanaretsu said with a smile. Akira, I have said it in the previous class. Aizen sighed, except for the Shinigami who were injured in the mission, all other injuries and illnesses need to be paid for treatment. You didn't hear it. Kisaragi Akira's face fell. He was not interested in anything other than the Zanquan Zugui. In most classes, he usually passed the time by daydreaming and dozing off. By the way, he was obviously the victim, why did he have to pay for the bill himself? Chiayulo, we should be friends, right? Rise of the Moon rolled his eyes, can I? Before he finished speaking, Aizen stopped him from continuing. No, I don't have any money. As a commoner, Rise of the Moon was also the chief priest of the Nigijin shrine, but he couldn't save much money. Let alone him. He now had a cleaner pocket than his face. Strictly speaking, Aizen didn't have much desire for money, otherwise, with his ability, he could easily achieve financial freedom. Seeing that his good brother had abandoned him, Rise of the Moon could only choose to buy on credit, and promised that if he couldn't repay before joining the team, he would join the 4th Division and start from the bottom. On the street outside the team house, Rise of the Moon folded his arms and frowned. After this incident, he realized the importance of money. Thinking of this, Rise of the Moon suddenly raised his head. Come with me to get money. It's just excessively adding memes, I won't write specifically to make money. Because it's the new book period, I can only do it 4 days a day, and I will update it later when it's on the shelves. In addition, it's very important to read the new book period, which is related to the fate of this book. I beg you guys not to support the book, thank you. Thank you for the reward from Lin Zhong Derek, thank you for the reward from 109,981 book friends, and thank you for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 8 Kill a Dog. My name is Aizen, and I am a freshman in the Spiritual Arts Academy. Because I have decent talent, I was assigned to a class full of elites. I originally wanted to discover more secrets through the platform of the Spiritual Arts Academy, and at the same time find someone who can stand at the same level as me. But why? Things have developed to this point? On the path of the Spiritual Arts Academy, there is a table, a fan, and a ruler. A banner flutters in the wind, and the chief priest of the Nigujin shrine. Ruuming sat behind the table, posing, and Aizen stood behind him, with his hands crossed and expressionless. Don't just stand there stupidly, Kaakari. Ruuming urged in a low voice, I am the priest, and I can't come in person to do such a shameful thing. You can't lose face, but I can, right? Listening to the noisy buzzing sound like flies in his ears, Aizen said he didn't want to express any opinions. He has begun to regret saying hello to this guy when he entered school. Looking back on his decades of life, Ruuming is the guy with the most no bottom line among the people he knows. Aizen never expected that the way to make money mentioned by Ruuming is to develop the business of the Nigu Shen Shrine in the Spirit Art Academy. It's even worse than before. Exorcism, opening, blessing, praying, communicating with gods, selling amulets with various effects talisman. Ruuming has dabbled in all the businesses that the shrine can be involved in. Seemingly omnipotent, but in fact he is good at many things but not good at any one thing. Aizen shook his head and waited for Ruuming to fail in this matter. My name is Kukaki Sojun, the eldest son of the Kukaki family, one of the 5 nobles. Although the family has equipped me with professional teachers, and even my father often takes time to guide me. But I still choose to study in the Spiritual Arts Academy for a while. Because here I can see many things that the family cannot touch. Just like now. Nigu Shrine. Kukaki Sojun stared at the black characters written on the banner and was stunned. If he remembered correctly, this shrine seemed. Hey, don't miss it if you pass by. Future marriage and fortune, young man, who do you think you are? Seeing the guests coming, Ruuming greeted them warmly. Koimu Kangchun was stunned, feeling that something was not right with the other party's words. Fortunately, he was kind and gentle by nature, so he did not care about these details, but asked with a smile. Excuse me, is there an amulet that can protect the wearer from illness and disaster? Hearing this, Ruuming was greatly disappointed, and felt that his talent could not be used. He could only take out a talisman from the amulet on the table and handed it to the other party. Xiumu Kangchun took the amulet and looked at it carefully. As the heir of a great noble, his knowledge is very broad. Because of his natural weakness, Xiumu Yinling did a lot for him, and he had seen no less than 100 styles of amulets. But he had seen many styles of amulets, but this was the first time he had seen one like this. A red rope was wrapped around it, and patterns were painted on the delicate white wood pieces. The luxurious clothes wrapped a huge black right hand, and the anthropomorphic posture gave people a sacred and inviolable feeling. And on the back of the right hand, a single eye was slightly closed, staring at the front with an indifferent gaze. Fang. A bit familiar. Kukaki Sakun fiddled with the amulet, trying to find the source of this familiar feeling from his memory. Sincerely 1,000 rings. Ruuming showed a profiteer's smile, and the lion opened his mouth. Kukaki Sakun frowned slightly, and seemed to realize that the price was inappropriate. Young man, don't hesitate. Ruuming said, the Nigu Shen temple is famous, and the one-eyed god will definitely protect your health. Kukaki Sakun hesitated for a moment, then took out a banknote with a face value of 1,000 rings and handed it to Ruuming. Just then, a burst of angry scolding came from the end of the street in the distance. Ruuming, Aizen, the doctor. Ruuming said inwardly, and lifted the table with a big hand. The wind is strong, hurry. Then, under the stunned eyes of the two, Ruuming moved the table at an amazing speed and disappeared at the end of the site. Young man, Nigu Shenshi provides after-sales service. If you need, you can go to Donglia's Seoul Street 76. Before he finished speaking, Ruuming's figure had completely disappeared. Aizen looked like a doctor, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. After nodding to Kukaki Sojun opposite him, he also chased Rueming away in the direction of his escape. His speed was a few points faster than that of Fen Grun. When Fen Grun also rushed to the original place, only Kukaki Sojun was left standing there. Kang, Lord Kang Chun. Did Rueming tell you something strange? Realizing the identity of the person in front of him, Feng Run also felt a headache. Would that bastard fool the young master of the Kukaki family? You know, Kukaki Kangchun has a very good reputation in the Spiritual Arts Academy. He is gentle and kind, and has no airs of a noble at all. If that guy can even deceive such a good person, then he is really unscrupulous. Kukaki Kangchun laughed and shook his head, no. Hearing this, Feng Run also breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense nerves relaxed a little. That's good. I'll go after those two guys first, Lord Kangchun, please do as you please. Kukaki Kangchun nodded slightly. After Feng Run also went far away, he raised his right hand with 5 fingers spread out. On the white wooden piece with a red rope, the deep single eye stared indifferently at the front. Maybe it's an illusion, or it may really work. When holding the amulet, Kukaki Sojun felt that his body was much more relaxed. It felt as if most of the old dirt had been cleaned up. After a moment of observation, he tightly grasped the amulet and whispered, Kiyamakira. I remember this name. Back to the dormitory. Kiyamakira put down his belongings and lay down on the soft bed without any image. Beside him, Aizen was trying hard to think about a question. Why did he follow this idiot to flee in the Spiritual Arts Academy in such a mess? Could it be that stupidity is contagious? A wave of fat. Soon, Rueming's cheers attracted his attention. Sure enough, it's faster to make money by slaughtering dog owners. Dog owners? Didn't you notice that the guy just now had a star-pulling clamp on his hair, which is a hair accessory only upper-class nobles are allowed to wear? Did you ask for a high price because you found this? Aizom's tone suddenly calmed down, and his scrutinizing eyes fell on Rueming. Narrow-minded. Rueming turned over and looked back at Aizen with contempt. That amulet is genuine, 1,000 rings at least. The spiritual pressure of the one-eyed god is poured in, and it is one of the few fine works in the Nigu Shen shrine. Aizen frowned slightly and asked puzzledly, the god enshrined in the Nigu Shen shrine is called the one-eyed god. Rueming nodded and grinned. The thing to commemorate the right arm of the spirit king, the one-eyed god, Mimi Haji. The official setting of the 76th district of Dongliu Seoul Street, Nigu, is in the 616th chapter of the comics. Thanks to the book Friends 109,981, Shanqian Yinyu, Sha Ruo Zhu Ruo Chi Ruo, and Niqian Shang for their rewards. Chapter 9 Teacher, have you ever lost? Mimi Haji. Aizen looked puzzled, and had never heard of such a name. However, it is not difficult to judge from the words of offering sacrifices to the right arm of the Spirit King. If what Rueming said is true, then this one-eyed god named Mimi Haji may really have a great secret. What, do you believe in God, young man? Rueming turned over from the bed, posing as a charlatan, and his unfathomable meaning came to his face, which actually frightened the other party temporarily. But Aizen quickly came to his senses, put his hand on his forehead, and sighed helplessly. He had a feeling that under the guidance of someone, his path seemed to be falling towards some unpredictable abyss. In the classroom, in the dojo, 2 figures held bamboo swords, confronting each other with fierce momentum, and the brave murderous aura was rampant, as if to cut the floor and walls into hideous deep gullies. Of course, the above is all Rueming's self-imagination. The real picture is that under Fen Grun's ruthless momentum, under the crushing pressure, he already had the idea of admitting his mistake. But considering the persona of a palace official that he had just established with great difficulty in the Spiritual Arts Academy, if he just admitted his mistake, how could he make money from the fools in the future? Stinky boy, it's okay to fool other people normally. Feng Run's forehead was bulging with veins, his face was fierce, and he lowered his voice and said, "This time you actually fooled Lord Kukaki Kangchun, you probably don't know how to write the word death. Fortunately, Lord Kangchun didn't bother with you, otherwise, hum. Ruuming frowned, is that dog rich family from the Kukaki family? Kukaki Kangchun, such a familiar name. Ignoring his muttering, Feng Run also raised the bamboo sword in his hand, and the momentum burst out violently, even forming an invisible wind, stirring around. Preaching is useless. I must teach you a profound lesson so that you can remember your mistakes. Be careful, Ruuming. I, the teacher, will not show mercy this time. Feng Run also suppressed his anger, his body sank slightly, his shoulders dropped, and his originally violent momentum was completely restrained at this moment. The next moment, the restrained momentum suddenly broke out. Feng Run also raised the bamboo sword in his hand, and rushed forward like a tiger coming down the mountain. The sharp sword slash fell straight down, as if to split the air in half. As the designated class teacher of the elite school students, Feng Run's spiritual pressure is average, but he is a master in both kendo and instant step. Or, if it weren't for his slightly poor spiritual pressure, he would at least be a seat official, and he would not teach full-time in the Spiritual Arts Academy. The huge pressure came to his face, and the flat bamboo sword turned into a tiger's bloody mouth, and there seemed to be a deafening roar. Ruuming took a breath of cold air and instinctively responded with a knife. Snap! The loud sound of the blows made the dojo fall into silence, and countless eyes were focused on the two. Originally, the other students were used to seeing Feng Run also beat Ruuming. But surprisingly, Teacher Feng seemed to be particularly serious today. Even more surprising was that Ruuming's performance seemed a bit beyond the standard. Ju actually blocked it. Ruuming's white fighting skills are already like a monster, and his kendo is so strong. No wonder my father reminded me not to underestimate anyone. The Spiritual Art Academy is really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Aizen's expression was calm, but his slightly flickering eyes revealed some interest. The previous white fighting battle between Ruuming and Yoruichi could not determine his talent. But if his kendo is as amazing as white fighting, then he can be sure that Ruuming is a genius like him. Feng Runyi's attack was amazing. His bamboo sword turned into a violent storm, outlining the momentum of a net that trapped Ruuming and could strangle him completely at any time. Ruuming, who was in the attack, had a hard time. Feng Runyi's combat experience was not at the same level as Shi Fengyu and Yoruichi's. The age gap made Feng Runyi experience more battles than Shi Fengyu and Yoruichi ate. The method of learning and breaking moves at the same time was not applicable to the current scene at all, and he could only rely on his own combat level to deal with it. He was now like a small boat on a turbulent sea, and he could collapse completely at any time. If he hadn't completed the check-in at Anohanaretsu's place and his kendo experience had increased greatly, he might have fallen in the first round of the fight. But what he didn't know was that Feng Runyi was even more surprised at this time. As the head teacher, Feng Run also knows the ability of every student in the school very well, even Ruuming, who often makes people angry. Ruuming's white fighting skills have already given him a big surprise. Unexpectedly, in such a short time, this kid's swordsmanship has also improved to a higher level. Is this the so-called genius? Thinking of this, Feng Runyi couldn't help but cherish the talent in his heart, and then he was even more ruthless. If a tree is not pruned, it will not be straight, and if a person is not pruned, he will be idiotic. As an elite teacher, he must bend every genius back to the right path. This is his duty. The sudden increase in pressure made Ruuming miserable. While gritting his teeth, he tried hard to think of a way out. It is impossible to admit defeat. Because even if he admits defeat, he still has to be beaten. Teacher Feng is so straightforward. Wake up, kid. Feng Runyi increased his strength again, and with his footsteps, he forced Ruuming to retreat one after another, less than 3 meters away from the wall. Confess your mistakes to me, and then get on the right path. While roaring, Feng Runyi held the knife with both hands and slashed forward with the posture of splitting Huashan. There was no fancy move, only pure power and speed. And a negligible spiritual pressure. Ruuming held his breath and concentrated, and the heart of the god was exerted to the extreme at this moment, and the max-level talent was instantly maxed out. The world in his eyes seemed to be still at this moment. Feng Runyi's moves were instantly blocked by decomposed into dozens of parts, force techniques, spiritual pressure direction, strengths and weaknesses, everything is mastered in the shortest time. There seems to be a light flashing in Ruuming's eyes, as bright as the stars in the sky. No need to be stronger than the enemy, as long as I am careless for a moment, I can master the rhythm of victory. I saw him clenching his 5 fingers, and the handle of the bamboo sword made a creaking sound. All the strength was applied to it, and the strands of bamboo fibers broke and exploded on it. This knife was blocked. Ruuming bent his legs slightly, crossed his arms, and blocked Mr. Feng's winning blow with a weird posture. Looking at the face of the boy who was close at hand, Feng Runyi's eyes suddenly froze, and his teaching purpose seemed to have failed. Ruuming raised his head and grinned. "Teacher, have you ever lost?" An inexplicable ominous premonition spread in his heart. Before Feng Run could answer, he saw Ruuming approaching, the bamboo sword slid down in a staggered manner, and countless bamboo fibers exploded completely. Feng Run also widened his eyes, revealing an unbelievable look in his eyes, and violent sounds resounded in his ears. The broken bamboo sword fell directly on his chest. The next moment, Feng Run also swept through countless shocked eyes at the end of the dojo, drew a beautiful parabola, and finally fell on the wooden door at the door. Boom! That day, Ruuming became famous in the Spiritual Arts Academy. Thanks to the Big Brother Meng Meng Dong Dong Huang Yu for the reward, I feel the Big Brother's monthly ticket feeding. Chapter 10 Sword Zen, Shallow Fighting, Communication. In the classroom, the Death God teacher on the podium spitted and told the history of the Soul Society. From the glory of the royal family to the history of the rise of the 5 nobles, to the establishment of the 13th Squadron, and even the war between the Shinigami and the Quincy clan hundreds of years ago. Even today, there are still Quincy wandering in the world. Below the podium, there is a very strange scene. More than 99% of the students sat neatly in the front, listening carefully to the teacher's teaching. At the back of the classroom, several rows of seats were vacant, and 2 slightly thin figures sat at separate tables. One of them listened carefully, no different from the other students. The other buried his head in his arms, as if he had entered a hibernation state. The teacher on the podium also noticed this scene, and was hesitant to speak. In the end, he could only vent his anger in the classroom, and the sound of the lecture was even increased by several gears. However, such a movement was like a lullaby to Ruuming. When the sonorous and powerful voice reached his ears, he slept more soundly. Aizen glanced at his friend next to him, and a little helplessness flashed in his eyes. Perhaps, this is the true portrayal of interest being the best teacher. Ever since Kisaragi Akira chopped Feng Runyi off with a sword in the kendo class, his quality of life has been rising sharply. Countless elite students have seen his true strength and have awe of him from the bottom of their hearts. No matter where you are, the strong are always respected. The Spiritual Arts Academy is no exception. The news spread quickly and soon spread throughout the Spiritual Arts Academy. Both teachers and students, as well as the dean, knew that a true genius had emerged in Class 1 of the first year. It has only been a few months since he entered the academy, and he has already been able to beat the teacher, and even his spiritual pressure exceeds that of ordinary death gods. A well-deserved genius, Kisaragi Akira. But this guy just doesn't play by the rules. Although he chooses to listen carefully in the classes of Zhanchuan Zugui and even practical combat. But when it comes to cultural classes, he starts to sleep soundly, without any arrogance and attitude that a genius should have. He was always laughing foolishly, and from time to time he would have unexpected ideas in his mind. Such as night raid on Mao's cafeteria, tampering with the disciplinary notice, exorcising female classmates, etc. The key is that if he did it alone, it would be fine, but every time he was ready to do something bad, he would drag me along. In Ruuming's words, good brothers should share happiness and bear difficulties together. Although I don't know where he heard these heretical ideas, he always strictly enforces them. That's all for today. On the podium, the history teacher had a serious expression. Under the podium, Ruuming was sleepy and unconscious. Is the get out of class over? Our final exam will be in a month. Although practical combat is the most important course for Shinigami, cultural courses cannot be neglected either. If any students fail this exam, they will be given a serious punishment of being kept on probation. After hearing the punishment, Ruuming suddenly woke up, and then looked at Aizen next to him pitifully. Aizen, we are good brothers, right? Aizen remained silent. You must not have the heart to see me fail the exam, you see, during the exam. Ruuming sat next to Aizen without knowing when, and put his hand on his shoulder, as usual, thinking of bad ideas. The next class is Sword Zen. Let's talk about Sword Zen after we have mastered the basics. Aizen stood up from his seat and said calmly, if I remember correctly, until last night, you seem to have not been able to complete the first step of Sword Zen. It's okay to fail the cultural courses, but if you can't have your own Zanpakuto, even if you can graduate successfully, you can't join the Godi I-13. Perhaps, your only choice is the Kidashu. Ruuming was stunned. His good brother's sudden backstab made him heartbroken for a while. But when things came to this now, he can only bite the bullet and go ahead. Although it is not clear what the reason is, it seems that he is not compatible with his Zanpakuto. From the initial choice of shallow fighting to the current understanding of Sword Zen. Even the worst student can vaguely feel the power of Zanpakuto, but he can't complete the most basic Sword Zen. Not to mention the power of Zanpakuto. Isn't it said that Zanpakuto is forged with the soul of the god of death as the prototype, then why is he not compatible with his soul? Could it be that he is a pure stubborn person? With a nervous and questioning mentality, Ruuming and Aizen came to the Sword Zen dojo together. The empty room is full of zen-like tranquility. The faint fragrance lingers in the nose, making people enter a state of intoxication and haziness, and suddenly become ecstatic. This is the spirit particle phantom incense exclusive to the Tazen dojo, which is used to assist the students who have just obtained their Zanpakuto, so that they can enter the state of Tazen more quickly and communicate with their Zanpakuto smoothly. Of course, this spirit particle phantom incense is not very effective for people with strong will. Like Kisaragi Akira and Aizen. The two sat cross-legged on the futon, posed as if they were practicing, and began Tazen. Like other students next to him, Aizen quickly entered the state of Tazen. Only Kisaragi Akira scratched his ears and cheeks, as if he had lice on his body. He was puzzled as to why he had done what the teacher said, and even asked Aizen to teach him the relevant skills, but still could not complete the most basic Tazen. Kisaragi Akira stared at the blade placed flat between his knees in a trance. The shape, ability, and state of the Zanpakuto are all made from the soul of the god of death. The god of death gains power by knowing the name of the Zanpakuto given to him and having a spiritual dialogue with it. To be more precise, the blade in front of him now cannot be called a Zanpakuto, but should be called an Asachi. The god of death needs to sleep and eat with Asachi, and through constant training, he can carve the essence of his soul into Asachi, thus creating his own Zanpakuto. However, Akira Kisaragi just wanted to say that he understood the truth. The question is, how to carve the essence of the soul into the Zanpakuto? It's like, behind the door is the Mao dining hall and Mao women's dormitory, as long as you open the door and walk in, you can enjoy endless happiness. But how to open the door? The conventional sword Zen method is completely ineffective for Akira Kisaragi. He folded his hands, stared at his Asachi with a frown, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Damn, Mimi Haki is not as difficult to communicate with as you. Aki Kisaragi whispered fiercely, but at this moment, a flash of inspiration flashed through his eyes like lightning. Wait. By the way, what will happen if we communicate with Zanpakuto using the method of communicating with gods? Thinking of this, Kiragi Akira looked at the blade between his knees with a fiery look in his eyes. Chapter 11 Breaking Cognition, in the name of Kisaragi Palace. How to communicate with gods. Blessing, prayer, sacrifice. The Nikokotsuo shrine is different from the Ise family, a family of priests. Because the shrine is too small and remote, there are not many ways to communicate with gods. Kiragi Akira only knows these three methods. The most commonly used ones are prayer and sacrifice. The specific method was taught to him by Ise Shizuan. Having made up his mind, Kisaragi Akira immediately stood up, completely ignoring the strange look of the sword Zen teacher, and left the dojo with his Asado. Just as he left the door, Aizen opened his slightly closed eyes. Looking at Kisaragi's disappearing back, doubt flashed in his eyes. What is this guy doing? Considering that Ryueming often does some incredible and unreasonable things, occasionally skipping classes is nothing. This kid is getting more and more undisciplined. Seeing that the man had gone far away, Tazen teacher muttered in dissatisfaction. He wanted to stop him, but considering the difference in strength between the two sides, he swallowed the words on his lips. After all, what Ryueming is holding now is not a bamboo sword. It is a genuine shallow strike. Although it has not yet been injected with the essence of the soul and become a real Zanpakuto, its toughness and sharpness are no longer comparable to bamboo swords. If this reckless guy gets too excited, he, Tazen teacher, will be killed by the sword. For the sake of his own life safety, it is better to be a little timid at critical moments. Teacher, I'll go get him back. After hesitating again and again, Aizen decided to follow to see what Ryueming is going to do. After obtaining the teacher's consent, he quickly left the dojo. Following the traces of Kisaragi's spiritual pressure, Aizen chased him all the way to the dormitory. However, the next scene once again refreshed his three views and his understanding of the world. Kisaragi placed amulets all over the table, candles were burning, and the atmosphere was weird but sacred. A huge black eye was engraved on the banner next to it, and a brass bell swayed and rang, making a crisp sound of metal and iron. Then he carefully placed his own shallow dagger in the place where the gods should be worshipped. Then, in Aizen's puzzled eyes, Ryueming, who was sunny and carefree on weekdays, suddenly seemed to be a different person, becoming serious and solemn. The whole person was full of that kind of strong charlatan temperament, just like a real priest. This guy, Aizen thought, is he going to use the method of sacrifice to complete the sword Zen, so as to communicate with his Zanpakuto? As smart as he was, he knew roughly what Ryueming was going to do just by watching the preparation stage. In addition to being knowledgeable, he also knew more about Ryueming. Because of his style of doing things, Ryueming only had Aizen as a friend in the Spiritual Arts Academy. But wasn't Aizen the same? How many people dared to provoke Ryueming? As a teacher, Feng Jun also got a private room in the infirmary, so others dared not have too much relationship with Ryueming. In the name of the Kisaragi, I will offer sacrifices. Kisaragi Akira's 10 fingers fluttered like butterflies, forming strange and sacred hand seals. While muttering something, he was also meditating on the object of sacrifice in his heart. By the way, what should the image of a Zanpakuto be? A simple sword? Countless images emerged in his heart, but as soon as they were formed, they were shattered by Kisaragi Akira. Although it was not clear whether this method would work, it was definitely not possible to get away with just imagining the appearance of a Zanpakuto in his mind. Suddenly, information about Zanpakuto flashed through his mind. Since it was essentially built with the soul of the god of death, could the object of sacrifice be replaced by himself? Communicate with himself. Kisaragi Akira's eyes became brighter and brighter, reflecting the faint burning candles, as if the bright stars were slowly forming in them. After determining the object of sacrifice, he used the shallow fight as a medium to carry out the subsequent sacrificial ceremony. As the brass bell swung, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the room, and countless objects were swept into the air, making a series of shattering sounds when they collided with each other. Akira poured all his spiritual pressure into the bell, in order to awaken the god he needed to communicate with. Somewhere, it seemed as if there was an invisible thread connecting his soul and Asachi. Seeing this, Aizen widened his eyes, and the slightly immature boy's face changed from the usual calmness to an incredible surprise. Surprisingly, it really worked. Replacing the sword Zen with the sacrifice method to complete the communication between the god of death and the Zanpakuto. What on earth is this guy's brain like? He can actually think of such an outrageous method. Surge, double, surge. At the moment when the soul was connected with Asachi, Akira's spiritual pressure began to rise violently, and even formed a substantial oppression that covered the entire dormitory. If he had any spare time, he would have noticed that the data on his personal panel was also changing rapidly. Spiritual pressure, LV22, LV23, LV24, LV25, LV26. The numbers kept soaring, as if there was no upper limit. Compared to the changes in the panel, the impact of his spiritual pressure on the outside world was even more shocking. The wooden floor cracked layer by layer, and the wallpaper and walls were torn layer by the wind, swept into the chaotic wind, and crushed by the objects that collided in all directions. What was even more puzzling was that the loudest sound in the room was not the whistling of the wind, but the dull collision from Ruuming's body. That was the beating of the heart. It was as if the thunder from the sky fell into the chest, surging and resounding, and leaping as if it was going to burst the chest. Aizen's expression changed again and again. Sure enough, playing cards out of the routine would get completely different results. Ruuming, who did not follow the usual path, came directly to an unfamiliar situation. Even though he had full marks in history, he had never heard of anyone who would experience such a shocking change after communicating with his Zanpakuto. The spiritual pressure was still rising. From the spiritual pressure of a standard Shinigami soldier, it soared all the way to the level of a chief officer. Spiritual pressure, LV45. 12th level spiritual power. On the other hand, Ruuming had only the whites of his eyes, his expression was dazed and stunned, like a wooden man. And his consciousness came to a completely unfamiliar space. To be more precise, it should be world. Sign-in conditions met. Location sign-in, Zanpakuto space. Get spiritual pressure level +1, currently LV46. Get exclusive entry, light as a swallow. Light as a swallow, light body, speed increased by 50%. A familiar voice came to his ears. Looking at the boundless world in front of him, confidence continued to grow in Ruuming's heart. Sure enough, he is a professional in sacrifice. I originally planned to use experience points, but later found that this setting was too troublesome, so I just upgraded the level directly. Thanks to the big guys Meng Meng Dong Dong Huang Yu and Ni Chien Shang for their rewards, and thank you for your monthly votes. Chapter 12 Feng's Bill Statistics. Looking at the scene in front of him, Aizen didn't know what happened to Ruuming. But he knew one thing very well. If this guy doesn't return to normal from the state of sacrifice, if it were normal, the men's dormitory would be completely uprooted by him. The heavy heartbeat like thunder roared in unison with the pulse of the earth, the wind howled, the walls trembled, and all collapsed, as if the earth dragon turned over. The heavy spiritual pressure erupted layer by layer, like lava erupting from the earth's crust, and endless heat waves rolled in the hurricane, engulfing everything around. In just a few seconds, the room where Ruuming was located was completely destroyed, leaving only a few intact wooden boards. And the destructive posture was far from stopping. Just like a hurricane, it continued to expand until it covered the entire men's dormitory area. The violent movement soon attracted the attention of the students and teachers. The death gods stationed in the Spiritual Arts Academy arrived here at the first time, and looked at Ruuming standing in the center of the hurricane with horror. With their shallow knowledge, they didn't understand what was going on at all. However, due to their duties, they tried to approach the area where Ruuming was, trying to wake up the confused boy. But when they walked across the broken floor, another extremely heavy spiritual pressure suddenly covered them. Buzz! The heavy spiritual pressure fell down, and the earth trembled under the heavy load. When they tried to approach again, the resistance became more and more huge, as if the air became more and more sticky. What happened to this kid? One of them gritted his teeth and said, "Such a huge spiritual pressure, even the deputy captain is not as good as it. Damn, it's impossible to get close, let's evacuate the nearby students first." While there are no casualties, the stationed death gods suddenly found that when they were away from Ruuming's location, the pressure on their bodies suddenly lightened, as if it had never appeared. They were nervous and didn't think much, and directly threw all the abnormalities and problems on Ruuming. After all, the culprit who caused this scene was standing there. It is normal to have more blame. In the shadows, Aizen watched the soldiers leave, expressionless, calm and indifferent to the extreme. He had no other intention in taking action just now. He just didn't want this group of reckless people to affect Kisaragi Akari. That's all. His eyes moved and settled on the center of the hurricane again, his eyes deep. Using the ritual method to communicate with the shallow strike. Engrave the essence of the soul, and complete the first Zanpakuto. Your path is unprecedented. Interesting. Aizen suddenly realized that the greeting at the time of enrollment did not seem to be a mistake. In the empty world, Kisaragi Akari looked at everything in front of him blankly. Is this my Zanpakuto space? Based on his understanding of Zanpakuto and his experience of watching anime in his previous life, if nothing unexpected happens, a guy who looks similar to him will soon appear. Then the other party will claim to be his Zanpakuto and talk about topics such as king and mount that are completely incomprehensible. Finally, let me explain the difference between the two. That is instinct. Then, Akira Kisaragi stood there waiting for the character who claimed to be Zanpakuto to appear. But when he squatted there stupidly for a few minutes, he suddenly realized that empiricism kills people. It seems that I can't wait for Zanpakuto. Akira Kisaragi stood up and looked around. By the way, are other people's Zanpakuto spaces as abstract as mine? A familiar scene came into view. He had lived in this place for several years. He was beaten to a bloody pulp for a little water resource, and fought with several ferocious wild dogs for a stinky fried fish. This is the 76th district of East Rukanga, Nigu. Rukane is divided into 4 major districts: Southeast, Northwest, and Northeast. Each major district is divided into 80 small districts, a total of 320 districts. As the number of the area code increases, the environment becomes increasingly harsh. In the 80th district, there is often no grass growing, famine everywhere, and souls kill each other to decide who gets the right to survive. And the Nigu district ahead of it is obviously not much better. Ruuming struggled for a long time before he came to the turning point of his fate. He remembered it very clearly. That day, Ise Shizuan smiled like a flower. Ruuming walked slowly along the familiar road until a familiar building appeared in his sight. A solemn and magnificent shrine. He quickened his pace, wanting to confirm his guess. When he walked into the shrine, what came into view was not the familiar statue of the one-eyed god, but a figure that was unfamiliar but a little familiar. Am I worshipped on the throne? Ruuming looked at the statue that looked exactly like himself in astonishment. With his intelligence, he couldn't understand the scene in front of him. Could it be that when he communicated with Isato through the method of sacrifice, the nature of the Zanpakuto had changed? Ryuuming tried to understand the current scene. But when he tried to touch the statue, the whole world began to collapse. With a trance of consciousness, he returned to the Spiritual Arts Academy again, and what came into view was a pair of eyes filled with countless bloodshot. Ryuuming instinctively stepped back and found that under those eyes was a pale face that was extremely haggard. "Feng, Teacher Feng. Ah, you are still alive, that's great." Feng Run also had no expression on his face, and said this sentence like a dried corpse. "It's time to settle the bill." Ryuuming's heart skipped a beat. The entire men's dormitory was shattered by the noise you made. Not counting the damaged land, the loss of buildings alone is as high as 389,654 rings. For the sake of, I'll round off the amount for you and call it 390,000 rings. Ryuuming's eyes widened, as if he heard something unbelievable. 390,000 rings? You might as well kill me. Also, you're rounding off the amount. You must have been a profiteer in your previous life, weren't you? Feng Run also understood what Ryuuming meant, but he had been tortured by this kid recently to the point of physical and psychological collapse. So much so that he didn't have the heart to explain too much. The loss is just that. If you have any specific questions, you can go to the dean to discuss it. Feng Run also sighed, "I'll tell you one more thing. Because the dean is temporarily out on a mission, the current dean's position will be temporarily taken over by the captain. After all, the Spiritual Art Academy was founded by him. If he just finds someone to manage it, he will be worried. So, that's it. You'd better take care of yourself." Feng Run also sighed again and walked away hunched. Ryuuming took a deep breath and his eyes fell on a shadow somewhere in the ruins. Someone hiding in the shadow suddenly felt a thump in his heart. However, before he could react, the familiar wailing sounded throughout the ruins. "Save me thanks to Lin Zhong Derek, the middle-aged dead fat house, for the reward, and thank you all for your monthly ticket recommendation votes and support." Chapter 13 The Man Who Is Determined to Become the Captain of the God of Death. Walking out of the shadows and being watched by countless eyes, Aizen had a headache. He didn't like this feeling of attracting attention. Otherwise, he wouldn't hide his true strength. But when he met a bad friend like Ryuuming, this insignificant idea was undoubtedly a luxury. Suddenly, he began to regret the greeting he made when he entered school. If there was a chance to choose. "You can't just watch me die." Ryuuming rushed to his side and wailed, 390,000 rings, Feng Runyi, this old guy just wants me to die. You are so smart, there must be a way, right? Aizen's eyes were calm, his expression was indifferent, and he replied softly, "Actually, you already have a suitable way in your mind, right? If the future Aizen has the most penetrating eyes, then now he already has the prototype of the future. Maybe he still can't control people's hearts perfectly, but it's not difficult for him to understand a person. After spending this period of time with Ryuuming, if he can't be sure of what kind of person he is, then he doesn't deserve to be called Aizen." Ryuuming was a little surprised, "You know I'm going to kill a dog owner." Aizen was silent. He suddenly found that he didn't seem to know Ryuuming as well as he thought. Hehe, although 390,000 rings are a lot, there are still some ways. Ryuuming put his arm around Aizen's shoulders quite familiarly, and the way he put his arm around her shoulders reminded people of an idiom. "In cahoots with each other." "I've inquired about it. The dog owner who bought the amulet before is the only heir of the Kukaki family, the dog owner among the dog owners." Ryuuming's mood changes very quickly, which makes Aizen amazed when he sees it. Because of his gentle and kind nature, he is also known as the good old man of the Kukaki family. There are very few nobles who are as humble as him. "You just need to cooperate with me like this. Kiragi Akira kept talking in a sly voice, with an extremely excited expression, just like when he chopped down Feng Runyi with a knife. However, people's joys and sorrows are not the same, and Aizen only felt that Kisaragi Akira was noisy. He knew that if he was discovered by this guy, he would not have a good ending. Now it's good, they are in the same gang. The conversation between the two was not heard by others. The Shinigami who came and went were struggling with how to rebuild the male dormitory of the Mua Spiritual Academy in the shortest time. We can't let the students sleep in the ruins, right? That day, the research and development team of the 12th Division entered the Spiritual Academy, led by a beautiful woman named Shutara Senjimaru. Under her command, a series of house-like buildings woven with colorful cloth rose from the ground in the cleared area, serving as temporary dormitories. The students also avoided the fate of sleeping in the open air. Of course, after learning that the culprit was Ruuming, some courageous students came to challenge him and challenged him to a duel. After discussion, dozens of Elite Six revived who were about to join the team officially started a duel under the supervision of the garrisoned Death God. As the reserve of the Death God, the Spiritual Art Academy has many hot-blooded and reckless men, and even more so young people who fight over a disagreement. In order to avoid serious private fights between students and frequent casualties, the captain set the rules of duels when he founded the Spiritual Art Academy. There are many details. For example, you cannot deliberate lithe students were not allowed to kill at will, and there must be a Shinigami or teacher to supervise the duel. They were not allowed to use despicable means. Elite students were not allowed to refuse the duel application, and ordinary students were not allowed to challenge elite students at will. Considering that Ruuming's swordsmanship level was amazing and Feng Run, the teacher, was also chopped away by him, the students who wanted to vent their anger decisively chose to fight in vain. Naturally, Ruuming would not refuse this. Because when his consciousness returned from the Zanpakuto space, he immediately noticed his own abnormality. First, the spiritual pressure surged. Second, the sense of fullness in the spirit and soul. It was like a balloon that was originally full of air was suddenly filled with water. The strange feeling made Ruuming feel a little at a loss for a while. And at this moment, the sandbag came to his door. How could he refuse the kindness of his classmates? The ghost barrier unfolded and turned into a huge ellipse, covering Ruuming and the students who challenged him. The student who challenged Ruuming was named Matsushita Takeo. He was burly and strong, with a pair of big hands like a palm leaf fan and a face full of flesh. He looked more like a hollow than a death god. As an elite among the 6 rebirths, Matsushita Takeo was well known in the Spiritual Arts Academy for his skill in white fighting. He had already determined his team before graduation. And he had once defeated a rebel with the strength of a formal death god with white fighting when he was performing an internship mission. People must pay the price for their actions. Matsushita Takeo's voice was like thunder, dull and heavy. Just standing there gave people a heavy sense of oppression. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you want to fight, fight. If you don't want to fight, get out. Ruuming grinned, or are you afraid? Matsushita Takeo was furious, his strong muscles trembled, and his already exaggerated figure even swelled several points again. Afraid? How could he be afraid? He was Matsushita Takeo, the strongest man who was determined to become the captain of the Death God. How dare he, a little character like a little mouse, provoke me like this? Very good, you are the first person who dares to provoke me before the duel. Matsushita Takeo raised his steel-like arm and pointed at Ruuming. You will pay a heavy price for this. The pre-match trash talk session ended. With the referee's order, Matsushita Takeo shook his muscles and attacked Ruuming like an angry bull. The ground trembled slightly, countless dust flew up, and the huge palm like a cattail fan grabbed directly below. As the 5 fingers closed, the air made a whine. Unlike Shifunji and Yoruichi's flexible and light white fighting skills with varied postures, Matsushita Takeo's moves seemed to be open and closed, without any fancy at all. He fully utilized the advantage of his huge body, standing still like a mountain and moving like a landslide. The range of the ghost barrier is limited, and there is not enough space even for dodge. The only thing Ruuming can do is to collide with it head-on. The seemingly reckless Matsushita Takeo had actually calculated everything before the battle began. The victory of this duel must belong to him. Foolish kid, pay the price for your behavior. However, when the palm leaf fan hand was about to fall, Matsushita Takeo stared at Ruuming, who had not shown any emotion from beginning to end, and a chill inexplicably emerged in his heart. Why didn't this kid avoid it? Looking at the huge shadow that was so close, Ruuming grinned, and his 5 fingers gently stroked like plucking the strings of a musical instrument, and in an instant he clenched his fists and stepped forward lightly. Soon, the relatively thin fist bones broke through the air with a sharp sound, bursting out a surging air wave, and fell straight forward. Regarding the setting of Senjumaru, 98 once answered in an interview that she and Nirvana were old acquaintances, and before the establishment of the Technology Development Bureau, the 12th Division had a similar scientific research group. Senjumaru was the leader of Nirvana at that time, which can be regarded as filling a hole in the blood battle arc where Senjumaru and Nirvana met. As for the timeline, from the fact that Nirvana Mayuri was imprisoned in the maggot nest 100 years ago, it can be seen that Senjumaru was promoted to the 0 Division not much earlier than Hikifune, so I simply said it here that he has not been promoted yet. As for the problem of the Death Haggard suit, it is actually similar to reality. You have to go through the process to get promoted after you have made achievements. The Death Haggard suit has been available for a long time, but the notice of the 0 Division has not been issued yet. That's probably what it means. Chapter 14 I mean, everyone here is a lot of fun. Boom! The hurricane broke out, whistling and stirring, and the violent impact exploded in front of Ruuming, turning into a chaotic airflow that constantly hit all directions. Matsushita Takeo's punch missed, but the door in front of him was wide open, and Ruuming seized the opportunity and punched directly on his sturdy chest. There was no explosion of spiritual pressure, only pure body strength, which is the so-called spiritual power. The world of death is very strange. The souls of people who died in the real world will leave their bodies and come to the soul society. But if you say that the souls in the soul society are pure souls, it is a big mistake. Most things in the soul society are made up of spirit particles, while most things in the real world are made up of instrument particles. When the soul comes to the soul society, its body is reconstructed by spirit particles. That is to say, whether it is the commoners or nobles in the soul society, their main components are spirit particles and souls. When not using spiritual pressure to fight, the strength of the power contained in the spirit will become the key to determining the outcome of the battle. Matsushita Takeo felt as if it was like a rhino running head-on. The violent power contained in Ruuming's fist bones was not inferior to his, and even exceeded it. In an instant, his eyeballs bulged, and countless bloodshot eyes filled them, adding a different color to the eyeballs. The thick and huge soles pressed firmly against the ground, and under the huge force, 2 deep grooves were plowed out. Hey, it's really powerful. Matsushita Wufa wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, raised his hand and tore the blue and white school uniform on his body, revealing his burly body, and the strong pressure like a huge beast came to his face. But I am a man who wants to be the captain. The roar was like thunder, resounding throughout the entire battlefield, and people couldn't help but be moved by his attitude. On the other hand, Ruuming on the opposite side had a blank expression, looking at his right fist in astonishment, as if it was his first fight, and he couldn't tell the situation at all. This contemptuous attitude immediately angered Matsushita Takeo's friends, and cheers and curses were heard, making the surroundings noisy. Aizen looked at the figure in the ghost barrier calmly, and an emotion called thinking flashed in his eyes. He didn't understand. Why did Ruuming change so much after communicating with Asada? Not only did his spiritual pressure double, but his spirit body seemed to be closer, and the power contained in his body doubled, far exceeding before. What happened? Obviously, Ruuming was also thinking about this question. But with his poor knowledge and slightly empty brain, he couldn't figure out what happened. Even if the change came from himself. Forget it, don't think about it. Ruuming gave up the act of killing brain cells. He clapped his hands, then waved to Matsushita Takeo across from him, saying, "Come on, big guy, let's continue." Matsushita Takeo's breath turned into too thick white gas, and the whole person was like an angry bull. The spiritual pressure of a soldier was wrapped around his body, enhancing his already powerful strength. With the stomping of the huge foot, the burly and strong body turned into a cannonball, smashing directly towards Ruuming. Matsushita Takeo bent his right arm forward and launched a heavy blow like a mountain, pressing down on Ruuming, who was relatively short, with an elbow strike. His momentum was strong and fierce, giving people a feeling of being unstoppable. He exerted his advantages to the extreme, and this attack would be his strongest attack ever. Looking at the huge black shadow rushing over, Ruuming did not meet it head-on as before, but retreated with his legs slightly bent at the moment when Matsushita Takeo was accumulating strength. Then, in the stunned eyes of the crowd, the whole person flew into the air, dodging the opponent's fierce elbow strike in time. Matsushita Takeo raised his head, his eyes were fierce and his face was ferocious, and he immediately tried to attack the figure in the air that could not change direction again. The explosive power contained in his tall body, coupled with the arm length far exceeding that of ordinary people, was enough for him to easily touch a position several meters high. However, Ruuming did not give him this opportunity again. The moment he jumped into the air, an excited voice also sounded. "Eat me! Crows take a plane!" Matsushita Takeo couldn't help but widen his eyes. He didn't hear clearly what Ruuming shouted. But this strong sense of oppression suddenly reminded him of the first time he encountered a hollow. The terrifying body that was several times larger than his, the strong smell of blood, violent, brutal, and suffocating. He instinctively crossed his arms in front of him, trying to resist Ruuming's attack. The next moment, crack! Boom! A meteor fell, a strong wind rose from the ground, countless smoke and dust rolled, like magma erupting from a volcano. In the violent impact, the aftermath surged in all directions. Matsushita Takeo's arms were broken directly at the moment of collision, showing irregular abnormal bruises, and his burly body fell down with a bang, smashing a huge deep pit on the ground. When the dust settled, there was silence all around. Shock, astonishment, unbelievable, incomprehensible. Such looks and expressions kept appearing on the faces of the onlookers. Aizen sighed with his hand on his forehead, with a bit of helplessness in his eyes. Things seemed to be developing in an uncontrollable direction again. Who else? As he gradually became familiar with the surge in power, Ruuming's confidence was unprecedentedly high. Everyone present was happy. At the same time, on the building to the north of the dual barrier, two figures, one tall and one short, stood by the railing and looked over here. He is really full of energy. The speaker was a bald old man with a grey beard hanging down in front of him and long white eyelashes hanging down to both sides of his thin cheekbones. He looked calm and majestic, and he was intimidating without anger. Is this kid the Ruuming who destroyed Mao's men's dormitory? Next to him, a middle-aged man with white hair and golden eyes, like a gentleman, bowed his head and said respectfully, "Yes, Captain General. Ruuming is from the 76th district of Dongliu Seoul Street Nigu, and is the chief priest of the local shrine." The majestic old man lowered his eyes and fell on the figure of the young man in the ghost barrier. His slightly closed eyes made it impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Spiritual Art Academy steaming the prosperity of the society is due to the contribution of Okagegen's hero. Whether it is Matsushita Takeo or Kisaragi Akira, they will become members of the Godai 13 in the near future and defend the justice of Soul Society. Geniuses should be treated differently. Suzukojiro frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled by what the Captain General meant. Just as he was about to ask, he heard the old man next to him speak again. Real geniuses cannot be raised in a greenhouse. Experiencing cruelty in advance may be more helpful for their growth. Thanks to Red Donkey, Green Donkey, and Carp for the reward. Chapter 15. There shouldn't be such a stupid person, right? It was night. The moonlight was like water, and the cold moonlight sprinkled on the colorful houses and buildings, reflecting different beautiful colors. Everyone ended watching the battle with shock and disbelief and returned to their temporary dormitories. However, this was destined to be a sleepless night. I thought that Ruuming's defeat of Feng Run was just a coincidence, but when he showed his extremely violent side under countless gazes, the teachers and students of the Spiritual Arts Academy just realized that this was an absolute monster. Whether it was spiritual pressure or fighting skills. Among the students of the same generation, there is no one who can compete with him head-on. You see, the thick-skinned Matsushita Takeo was kicked in the air by Kisaragi Akira, his arms were broken, his chest collapsed, and he was breathing in more than out. The garrisoned death god immediately stopped the duel and sent Matsushita Takeo to the infirmary as quickly as possible, and then transferred him directly from the infirmary to the comprehensive rescue station of the 4th Division. While the teachers and students of the Spiritual Arts Academy were entangled in why Kisaragi Akira was so strong, they also began to think about another question worth pondering. What is a crow riding an airplane? In the temporary dormitory, Aizen frowned, quite puzzled. From his perspective, the white fighting moves that Kisaragi Akira used in the battle just now were not the same as those taught by the Spiritual Arts Academy. Well, of course I created it myself. Ruuming grinned and boasted without any shame, a genius like me, I learned a lot of skills from Shifunji-Yuan Yoruichi when I fought with him before. Shifunji-Yuan's unique moves can be transformed into your own with just a little improvement. He did not choose to hide it. Or, in front of Aizen, there is no need to hide this little secret. As the two of them spend more time together, Ruuming discovered that Aizen was not as ambitious, cruel, and cold as he thought. Even if he wore tinted glasses to observe the other party, it was the same. Now, Aizen, except for the focus of curiosity, is not much different from other students in the academy. Even in terms of talent, it seems a bit ordinary. Compared to his brilliant performance during this period, Aizen is more like an ordinary follower around him. No talent, no background. Compared to ordinary people, he may be very good, but in the spiritual school full of talents, it seems a bit common. As for her personality, gentle and friendly, cautious and careful, rarely refuse friends' requests. Even if Ruuming exists, he can still get along well with him. Perhaps. Now Aizen is his true face. XXXX. Akira Kisaragi had struggled to survive in the Boneless Zone and had seen countless human natures. If the Shinu Spiritual Academy was the human world, then the Boneless Zone was a naked hell. He did not dare to say that he could see through 100% of human nature. But at least, the instinct of danger would not lie. Because of the lack of time, the temporary dormitory was a 4-person room. As expected, Aizen and Kisaragi were assigned to a dormitory, and there were 2 other roommates. After knowing that there was another person in the dormitory, when Ruuming came to Aizen, he decisively chose to move out. So, there were only 2 boys left in the dormitory. After he explained to Aizen the principle of crows flying, Aizen looked at Ruuming with a little more surprise. When Ruuming and Shifunji-Yuan Yoruichi had a white duel before, Aizen thought that Ruuming was just imitating Shifunji-Yuan Yoruichi's skills in a short time. But now he realized that he still underestimated the other party. Just by experiencing it personally, he can master it in an instant. Such a talent is even better than him. You want to learn, I will teach you. Without waiting for Aizen to speak, Ruuming, as if showing off, began to explain without reservation on the cloth-woven floor. In fact, Shifunjyu and Yoruichi's moves are not too difficult. And she deliberately slowed down the speed, analyzing the movements from the left calf and the right side of the waist, and then the whole move can be completely disassembled. Aizen wanted to refuse, but seeing the enthusiasm of Ruuming, it was difficult to discourage her enthusiasm. However, when he began to listen attentively, he narrowed his eyes slightly. It was exactly the same. Ming, is this your true face? After explaining the white fight, Aizen nodded thoughtfully and said loudly. Actually, I have another question. Ruuming touched his chin and raised his eyebrows and said, there is Don-T, you understand something? No. Aizen shook his head, what I want to ask is about today's turmoil. Because he followed here, he witnessed the whole process of Kisaragi Akira communicating with Asada. But even so, with Aizen's knowledge and thinking, he still didn't understand what happened to Kisaragi Akira. Driven by curiosity, he chose to ask directly. However, the boy sitting on the bed opposite frowned after hearing this question. Is it inconvenient to answer? Aizen lowered his eyes slightly and didn't say his thoughts. In fact, for the god of death, Zanpakuto is related to everything about himself, and it is also a very reasonable thing not to share it with others. Even for him. In this world, there will never be anyone stupid enough to easily reveal the ability of his Zanpakuto to others, right? Aizen was not surprised by Kisaragi Akira's reaction. Although the two were inseparable during this period, they were very good friends in the eyes of outsiders. But when it comes to trust, perhaps it has not reached the point of being open and frank. Tell the truth. Just as he was thinking, Ruuming frowned and suddenly said. I don't know what happened. When I communicated with Isao through the method of sacrifice, my consciousness successfully entered the Zanpakuto space. Then I returned to the most familiar place in my memory, the Nigamo district of East Ryokan Street. And in the shrine where I work. The position of the Mimihachi statue should have been placed in my stone statue. Then, the consciousness returned. Ruuming narrated all this with a calm expression, without hiding anything. In his opinion, this is not a secret at all. Compared to the outrageous things like cheating, the secret of Zanpakuto is somewhat unimpressive. Besides, he really doesn't understand what happened to him. Instead of working hard to find it out himself, it's better to tell Aizen directly. With this guy's curiosity, I think he should be very interested. Aizen looked at the boy in front of him in surprise. It was the first time he felt trust from others. He couldn't tell what he was thinking at the moment, but he always had a subtle feeling. Maybe. Aizen's mouth slightly raised. If we want to know what happened to you, we can choose to start from the Nigamai shrine. Sorry, the update is a bit late today. Regarding the protagonist and Aizen, I want to write a friendship relationship. After all, many Bleach fans treat Aizen as a boss. Occasionally, it may feel different if you change the way you look at it. Of course, if it is not well written, please forgive me. I am just a small loser, but I will try to improve it. Chapter 16 Watching everything with one eye in the dark. Late at night, the two discussed for a long time. Still unable to figure out what happened to Kisaragi Akira. But what is certain is that he is dozens of times stronger than before the completion of the shallow communication. A surge in spiritual pressure alone can allow him to graduate on the spot and even serve as a chief officer in the Godi I-13. And the changes in his spirit body enabled him to exert a combat power far beyond his current spiritual pressure realm. Completely confused for a moment, Ruuming gave up this act of killing brain cells and began to summarize the growth of his strength during this period. He lay flat on the bed, staring at the colorful cloth roof with his eyes, and his personal panel emerged with a thought. Name, Ruuming. Identity, Ni Gujin Shrine Priest, Rukonga Civilian, Shino Spiritual Academy First Resurrection. Spiritual Pressure, LV46, 12th level. Kendo, LV32. White Fighting, LV21. Instant Step, LV20. Kiddo, LV23. Exclusive entries: Spirit Affinity, Dangerous Instinct, Heart of God, Miraculous Rejuvenation, Light as a Swallow. Compared to the simplicity when he entered school, the current personal panel is much more luxurious. Not only has the spiritual pressure skyrocketed, but even the levels of basic combat skills such as slashing fists and walking ghosts have been improved a lot. In addition to the occasional daily and monthly rewards, Ruuming's hard work and practice are the main reasons. In fact, his talent is not too bad, and with the exclusive entry of Heart of God, he can directly max out his talent for practice. In addition, Spirit Affinity is a buff for spiritual pressure practice. As long as Ruuming does not give up on himself, he will at least be a 6-car strongman in the future. Of course, he will never allow himself to stop there. Although Ruuming is not very clear about the direction of the later stage of the Death God world, judging from the performance in the early stage, a 6-car strongman is also pure cannon fodder. At most, he is a stronger cannon fodder. It seems that there is no big shortcoming. Ruuming touched his chin, thinking. I just don't know how to compare with him. Based on his current performance, this kid seems to be just so-so. Zhan Xuanzhou Gui is ranked in the middle of the class, and his spiritual pressure is mediocre. This strength is completely unworthy of his future status. Just as he was summarizing and thinking, Aizen was lying flat on the bed opposite him, with his hands crossed in front of him, looking at the ceiling dimly. Countless thoughts were surging in his mind, analogies, speculations, examples, evidence, many possibilities are compared one after another. Curiosity drives him to find the real answer to the question. However, just when his brain was running at the highest speed, a dull hum broke the silence in the dormitory. Goo, goo goo. Immediately afterwards, someone's mean voice sounded. Hee hee. You said at this time. The chefs in Mao Canteen should have gone to bed, right? The next day, Mao Canteen. Guuming fiddled with the rice ball in front of him weakly, staring at the pickled cucumber in front of the rice ball with sad eyes. Now, he only felt that life was boring, and death was the final destination of all life. Aizen sat opposite Guuming with a plate in his hand. The sweetness of plum soup and the fragrant smell of steak immediately caught someone's attention. Although I owe the Spiritual Arts Academy 390,000 rings, it shouldn't be that serious, right? Looking at Ruuming, who was living a life worse than death, he sighed lightly and found again that his brain circuits were completely incompatible with this guy's. Besides, even if you use this method, you can't save much money. Hearing this, Ruuming raised his head from the plum soup and steak and said expressionlessly. You are right. Although I am still a reborn in the Spiritual Arts Academy, my current assets are enough for me to have food and clothing for the rest of my life. It's incredible, isn't it? I can get to this point at this age, eat whatever I want, buy whatever I want, if I die tomorrow. Aizen shook his head and sighed, then began to eat gracefully, not paying any attention to the increasingly sad eyes of his friend in front of him. He knew very well that Ruuming was just pitiful on the surface. After the two of them finished talking last night, this guy pulled him and sneaked into the Mao cafeteria. After being told to keep watch, Ruuming started to eat like a glutton. His cruel way of eating was unbearable to watch. The reason why this guy only took 2 rice balls and a plate of pickled cucumbers was not to save money, but simply because he was too full to eat. As a high spiritual Shinigami, Aizen, who is still growing at this stage, cannot maintain his life by taking in a small amount of water like ordinary civilians in Rukanga. Because of the high spiritual power of his spirit body, he often needs to take in more food than ordinary Shinigami. Ruuming is a similar example. Resisting the nausea and adhering to the principle of never wasting easily, Ruuming processed the rice balls and pickled cucumbers, and then the two went to today's class together. North Rukonga District 64, Silent Plain. The violent and disordered spiritual pressure collided crazily, the scorching breath continued to spread in the air, and the deafening shouts of killing completely broke the silence of this plain for 100 years. More than 100 death gods were engaged in a fierce melee. Their eyes were red and filled with countless bloodshot, as if they were mad. Although they were just ordinary soldiers in terms of strength, they were better than some lower-ranking officers in terms of fighting. The light of the Ghost Way exploded continuously, the hot flames burned wantonly in the billowing smoke and dust, and the shrill wailing seemed particularly insignificant in this battlefield. In the fighting camp, a figure that was slightly shorter than others was particularly eye-catching. The face that should have been gentle was full of determination, and the black and smooth medium-length hair was stained with dark red blood. Compared to when he was in the Spirit Art Academy, Kokaki Sojun's temperament had changed dramatically at this time. He held the blade in his right hand, and the light of the Ghost Way emerged on his left hand, and he was vigilantly paying attention to the slightest movement on the battlefield. However, even so, an accident still happened. Young Master Kang Chun! A cry of surprise came from behind, and Kokaki Sakun turned around suddenly, his Zanpakuto instinctively slashed towards the back, but it missed. Then, a hideous face appeared in his sight. Puff! As the sound of flesh tearing rang out, a stinging feeling came from his chest. Kokaki Sakun looked down in astonishment, only to find that a blade missed his attack and fell directly on his heart. In an instant, the spiritual pressure burst out, and a huge dazzling light column rushed straight into the sky, lighting up the sky. The entire battlefield seemed to have been paused, and countless eyes looked in the direction of the light column. In the strong light, the deep darkness gradually flowed out like sticky plasma. The darkness slowly condensed into a blurred twisted right arm, standing on the battlefield. Heavy, fearful, painful, the dark ink color outlined and rendered on the sky, until the darkness covered everything. Silence became the main color of the battlefield. The next moment, the indifferent single eye slowly opened on the back of his hand. Thanks to the big boss Shanqian Yiniu for the reward, and thank you all for the monthly votes and data support. Chapter 17 Value for Money, Miraculous Healing. The chaotic battlefield fell into silence. Staring at the black arm standing in the center with horror, something beyond cognition appeared. No one knew what happened, even Kokaki Sojun didn't understand the current situation. He looking at the godlike figure, countless tiny black shadows slithered on its deep body, like black snakes. Countless branches like tree branches greedily absorbed the chaotic and superimposed spiritual pressure in the air, crawling constantly between the charred and bloody, reflecting the frightened faces of the death gods. Calm down! In the rebel army, someone's roar broke the deathly silence. It's just an illusion, nothing to be afraid of. Let me, Morishita Katsuya, break it. Crush him, Jingdiaowen. The leader of the rebel army placed his Zanpakuto horizontally in front of him. At the moment when the spiritual pressure exploded, a large amount of white light burst out. Then countless black thorns covered with spikes shot out from the handle of the knife, directly covering the right arm of the black shadow in the center of the battlefield. Seeing this, Morishita Katsuya smiled grimly, and his arrogant voice echoed on the battlefield. That's it, monster! No one can escape from the restraints of Jingdiaowen, not even the captain. Now, die obediently! As he spoke, his spiritual pressure burst out, and the black thorns flashed with a different light. The countless spikes on it grew and shrank wildly, trying to completely crush the black shadow's right hand. Seeing this scene, the rebels took up their courage again, and excited expressions appeared on their blood-stained faces, and shouting voices rang out one after another. That's right, that's it. You are worthy of being Lord Morishita, invincible. Kill this guy, and the final victory belongs to us. Hearing these shouts, Kokaki Sojun was a little panicked. At this time, he had recognized what the right hand standing in the center of the battlefield was. Some time ago, he spent 1,000 rings in the Spiritual Art Academy to buy an amulet. The pattern on the amulet is exactly the same as that of the huge black shadow's right hand. To be honest, this amulet can help him block a fatal injury, which is already worth more than the money. So, even if the black shadow's right hand is directly crushed, he will not be disappointed at all. But the next scene once again refreshed Kokaki Sojun's understanding of the idiom value for money. The teeth-grinding crunching sound rang out continuously above the black shadow. One by one, the sharp thorns broke, indicating that the balance of victory began to tilt. The black shadows like branches climbed on the bodies of the death gods, pulling the chaotic spiritual pressure floating in the air, and instantly crushed their external protection. The next moment, the mist surging like a tide broke out in an instant, and everything on the battlefield was stagnant for a moment. At this moment, the expressions and movements of the death gods were frozen and petrified, as if the pause button was pressed. Bang, bang, bang. The body of the Grim Reaper wrapped in the shadows made a cracking sound, as if something was broken. There was no gushing blood, nor any sharp and piercing wail. When the mist dissipated, the 37 Grim Reapers became shrunken skeletons. The Grim Reapers on the Kokaki side looked at the hellish scene in front of them and instinctively fell into confusion. All this happened so fast that before they could figure out what was going on, the balance of victory had already tilted. Seeing this, the remaining rebels shuddered and ran away without any unified order. The leader Morishita Katsuya, who had the strength of a senior officer, was dead. Did they have to stay here to be buried with him? Looking at the rebels who were going away in an instant, the Grim Reapers on the Kokaki side also called out and immediately began to chase them with excitement. It was Kokaki-sakan who stood there in a daze, still unable to recover from the shock just now. Soon, he was the only one left on the huge battlefield. Kang Chun walked to the place where the black shadow's right hand stood before, and there was some pure black dust left on the grass. He took off the completely broken amulet from his neck and said blankly, "It seems that this can no longer be described as value for money. 1,000 rings determine the direction of a war. There is no more profitable business than this." Spiritual Art Academy, back to the classroom. In front of the podium, a student stared at the little white mouse in front of him nervously, and a light green light bloomed on his hands. With the injection of spiritual pressure, the injury on the back of the little white mouse, which was deep enough to see the bone, recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Countless granulations grew, expelling the remaining blood stasis and weaving new flesh and blood. The essence of Kaido is actually very similar to the medical ninjutsu of the next village, using spiritual pressure to stimulate cells to achieve the effect of healing the wounded. Well, a perfect demonstration. The teacher of Kaido checked the back of the mouse and nodded with satisfaction. You can follow the process just now, leaving different degrees of injuries on the mouse, and then use the Kaido techniques I taught you to treat it. The more serious the injury, the more difficult it will be to heal. Of course, he will also get a higher score in the course of Kaido. Okay, now you can start trying. I will always pay attention to your movements. Under the podium, Ryuuming touched his chin and nodded thoughtfully. Then he looked at Aizen next to him and asked directly, "I don't know much about the medical treatment. Do you have any tips to improve the efficiency of treatment?" Although in the eyes of everyone, Aizen is mediocre, with average talent and ranks in the middle of the class. But in the eyes of Ryuuming, this guy's genius is not inferior to him at all. Just from the fact that he can easily get full marks in cultural courses, it can be seen. No. Aizen shook his head. The essence of the treatment is the fine control of one's own spiritual pressure, which requires hard work and practice. There is no shortcut. Ryuuming sighed helplessly and turned his eyes to the little white mouse on the table. He lifted its slender neck with his left hand and held the scalpel in his right hand, thinking about where to make a cut. But at this moment, an inexplicable throbbing emerged in his heart. Ryuuming shuddered subconsciously. Then, a snapping sound was heard, and the mouse's neck was directly broken. Seeing this, Aizen shook his head and sighed. Even in the safest Kaido class, this guy can cause you some trouble. Seeing that he had noticed Ruuming's behavior, Kaido teacher frowned immediately, took 2 steps at a time, and walked towards him quickly. Seeing this, Ruuming put the mouse on the table with his backhand, making a final struggle. The emerald green light of Widow then bloomed, covering the corpse that seemed to have lost all vitality. Rejuvenation activated. The next moment, under the stunned eyes of Kaido teacher, the broken neck returned to its place, and the mouse actually regained vitality. At this moment, the dead revived. Chapter 18 Gentle as Water Flower of Mao. Under the expression of Kaido teacher who had seen a ghost, the mouse jumped off the table and fled the crime scene in high spirits. He watched the mouse run away, and then looked at Ruuming with a stiff expression. Dead. Ruuming nodded. Alive again. Ruuming nodded again. Teacher Hwideo was stunned, unable to accept this shocking fact for a while. The other students looked at the 2 people who were having a weird conversation with a blank face. Because they were all concentrating on practicing their own Hwideo just now. They had no idea what was going on. And Aizen, who was next to Ruuming, lowered his eyes slightly, with an inexplicable light in his eyes. Although he was not very interested in Hwideo. But with the blessing of outstanding talent, even if he had a perfunctory learning attitude, he could easily crush a group of students and even teachers. Death, rebirth. The essence of Hwideo is to stimulate cells to achieve a healing effect. The more powerful the individual is, the more difficult it will be to treat. Similarly, for a test subject like the little white mouse, a god of death with strong spiritual pressure and profound Hwideo can indeed bring it back to life at the moment of death. After all, it is extremely weak. But the 2 key points are not related to either of them. Could it be a Hwideo genius that only appears once in 100 years? Thinking of this, the corners of Aizen's mouth slightly raised. It seems that the more he contacts this guy, the more he feels that he hides countless secrets. It's like a thick fog that is so thick that you can't see your hand in front of you. You never know what kind of scene will appear in front of the fog in the next moment. It really makes people full of curiosity. Ming. Damn, how can such a ridiculous thing exist? The eyes of Hwideo teacher were filled with a lot of bloodshot, and he stretched out his hand to grab Aizen's little white mouse and put it in front of Ruuming. Student Ruuming, please demonstrate it again. Ruuming blinked his eyes, flicked his 5 fingers, and easily broke the neck of the little white mouse. Then, the light of Hwideo on his right hand shone, covering the stiff body. Because the spiritual pressure has reached the level of Ziguan, even if the Hwideo is released continuously, it will not cause any burden to Ruuming. The teacher Hwideo held his breath and widened his eyes, unwilling to miss any details. The traces of spiritual pressure operation, deviation, and omissions. The movements are standardized, 3 fingers become 2 fingers, and the distance is too far. A good basic Hwideo was used by Ruuming to be a 3-dimensional thing. However, even so, the little white mouse whose neck was broken and lost its life characteristics still came back to life after 3 seconds. Could it be that Ruuming's Hwideo is the real standard? Impossible. Teacher Hwideo couldn't believe the fact in front of him. He turned around and took the mice from all the students in the class. The roar sounded in the classroom. Come again. Crack, crack, crack. The continuous breaking sound seemed to merge into a symphony, which made the students numb and made teacher Hwideo recognize the facts. It's confirmed. This kid simply didn't remember the details of the basic Hwideo. There was no repeat of the mistakes from beginning to end. Whenever you think this is the upper limit of Ruuming, he can always come up with something new for you. Dozens of mice jumped back and forth on the edge of death. From the initial unfamiliarity, to the subsequent proficiency, and then to the final ease. Watching Ruuming perform Huideo actually gave people an illusion that I can do it too. Just when teacher Huideo put this illusion into practice, the mouse stopped breathing forever and there was no life at all. I suddenly have something to do. Teacher Huideo fell into gloom, holding the dead white mouse in his hand, and staggered out of the classroom. Let's stop here for today's Huideo class. Looking at the figure going away in the corridor, all the students turned around and looked at Ruuming in unison. For a moment, they were as respectful as gods. At night, in a temporary dormitory, the two teenagers gathered together, secretly exploring the abnormal performance of Kaido. Kiragi Akira knew that this was the effect of the exclusive term resurrection. But what is its essence? It is really curious. However, even if the two of them operated on themselves and experienced the magic of Kaido in person, they still could not find the real reason. In the end, Aizen could only attribute this to the difference in personal talents. There will always be some strange geniuses in this world, like him, like Kisaragi Akira, like Anoha Naretsu of the 4th Division. The 4th Division's barracks. Captain's office. Captain, this is the situation. Kawai, who was responsible for teaching Kaido, stood there with a bitter face, reporting to his superiors what he saw and heard today. Resurrection of the dead is impossible no matter how you think about it. But that kid did it, and it was a very non-standard basic Kaido. After listening to Kawaii's narration and complaints, Anoha Naretsu's eyes showed a bit of strong interest. Her impression of Ruuming was still at the level of firmness and lust. Oh, and one more thing, he was very poor. The cost of the last treatment is still on credit. I didn't expect that such a kid would have such a talent in Huideo. How about this, Kawai Jukusai? Anoha Naretsu said softly, the next Huideo class will be taught by me. Hearing this, Kawai immediately looked embarrassed, but... Before he finished speaking, the extremely cold, deep-rooted murderous intent suddenly enveloped him, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop to below freezing. Kawai shivered, his upper and lower teeth collided, and he looked at the captain in front of him with fear, who was smiling gently. Any other opinions? Anoha Naretsu smiled at Kawai and asked softly. Kawaii's head shook like a rattle, and he dared not have any other opinions. At this moment, he deeply realized the terribleness of the captain. No wonder few people dared to make trouble in the 4th Division. If nothing unexpected happened, the troublemakers should have been hacked to death by the captain. The next morning, in the temporary dormitory. I came here specially to thank you this time. Looking at the black-haired boy with a strange look who suddenly appeared in front of him, Ruuming turned over and got out of bed, frowning and looking around. It shouldn't be. How come there is no trace at all? He was not surprised by Kokaki Sojun's visit. What puzzled him was Kokaki Sojun himself. In Ruuming's impression, anyone who used the genuine amulet of the Nigushen temple would have some traces of the spiritual pressure of the one-eyed god. On the other hand, Kokaki Sojun did not have any traces at all. He was still the same. He was even weaker than a normal god of death. Kokaki Sojun, who was hairy all over, was stared at by his gaze. He interrupted Ruuming's behavior with a smile and then stated the second purpose of this trip. Actually, I want to ask, do you still have amulets like the last time? Hearing this, Ruuming's eyes suddenly lit up and grinned. That kind of amulet takes a lot of my time, effort, and energy. Kokaki Sojun was stunned for a moment, and before he could react, he heard Ruuming's sonorous and decisive voice. You have to pay more. Thanks to the book friend 201903050151099981 for the reward. Chapter 19. Sorry, you can do whatever you want if you have money. Money is not a problem. Hearing Ruuming's words, Kokaki Sojun suddenly felt relieved. He thought the other party would make some outrageous demands, such as obtaining noble power, entering the top of Seoul society, and becoming the chief officer of the Godai 13. Unexpectedly, it was just a little money. Ryuuming looked at Kukaki Sojun, who was rich and didn't care about money at all, and vaguely seemed to hear the arrogant words, "Sorry, you can do whatever you want if you have money. For such ugly rich people, you must slaughter them hard." 10,000, oh no, 100,000 rings. Ryuuming opened his mouth and raised the previous price by 100 times. Okay. Kukaki Sojun nodded and agreed, but you have to make sure the amulet is exactly the same as before. In addition, after-sales service also needs to be provided. Seeing that the other party agreed so readily, Ryuuming suddenly wondered if he should lower the price. But after hesitating for a moment, he did not do anything to go back on his word. It was not easy to meet a sucker. If he let the other party run away like this, he would lose a lot. No problem. Ryuuming patted his chest and made a thumping sound. For after-sales service, just contact me directly or go to the local shrine in the 76 Bone Reversal Zone of Dongliahun Street. As for the amulets, there are only 10 left in stock. Dog, oh no, how many are you going to buy? Kukaki Sakun looked at the boy in front of him suspiciously, always feeling that this guy seemed to want to say something very offensive just now. Give them all to me. He pondered, as for the money, I will ask the butler to send it this afternoon. Ryuuming nodded, and then turned over to the bed. Under the stunned eyes of Kukaki Sakun and Aizen, he pulled out 10 amulets from under the mattress, in the pillowcase, a corner of the sheet, in the shoes, and on Aizen's bed. Looking at his turned-over mattress, Aizen's eyes twitched, and he suddenly had the urge to draw his sword. With his vigilance against the external environment and his strength far exceeding that of Ryuuming, he actually failed to discover that he had hidden the amulets in his bed. This guy is really... After taking the crumpled amulet and thinking of where Ryuuming usually hides it, Kukaki Sakun suddenly has the idea of returning it. Wait, there is another question. Ryuuming raised his right hand and pointed his index finger to the sky. How was the last amulet consumed? Hearing this, Kukaki Sakun was slightly startled, and after a moment of silence, he smiled and said, "It's not a secret. You should know that I am the heir of the Kukaki family." Ryuuming nodded, and his curiosity was full. Soul Society is not as peaceful as you see on the surface. There are countless fights and wars in the dark corners. Kukaki Sojun's expression became more serious. In order to gain more say, whether it is the noble faction or the rebel faction outside the nobles, they don't care about the so-called casualties at all, and they will only start wars frantically. In addition to the Shinigami outside the Godei Corps, there are many powerful beings without organization in Soul Society, and they are loyal to this group of factions hiding in the dark. In order to improve my strength as soon as possible and share my father's worries, I stepped into the rebel battlefield not long ago. And just when I was attacked by the enemy and almost pierced my heart with a knife, the amulet was activated. The pattern on it appeared in the center of the battlefield, releasing a thick fog, instantly killing 37 Shinigami rebels, including a high-ranking officer. Ryuuming touched his chin, thinking. No one knows the upper limit of the amulet better than him. It might be possible to protect the wearer from illness and disaster, but it is a fantasy to kill 37 death gods, even Ziguan. Unless... Can you describe the appearance of the dead? Ryuuming suddenly asked. Kukaki Sojun was stunned for a moment, then frowned and recalled, Scarface, medium build. No, not their appearance. But after death, what the body became. Ryuuming interrupted Kukaki Sojun's memories. After death. He was stunned for a moment. Mummy, the blood and spiritual pressure in the body seemed to be sucked away by some kind of power. Hearing this, Ryuuming has completely understood what is going on. The amulet does not have such a powerful power. But this does not mean that the one-eyed god does not have it. When it appears on the battlefield, the cruel and bloody environment becomes a natural place for sacrifice. The dead become sacrifices and dedicate everything to Mimi Haji. Really? Akira shook his head and exclaimed, "This is a path I have never imagined." "Any questions?" Kokaki Sojun asked in confusion. "No, no." Akira was very decisive, "No one is more suitable for these 10 amulets than you. But I need to make one point in advance. Amulets triggered in different environments will show different effects. Be careful, young man." Kokaki Sojun left with doubts. Under his repeated questioning, Akira did not say the true meaning of the last words, but only reminded him to leave an amulet for himself. "I am a business genius." After sending away the dog owner, Akira snapped his fingers arrogantly and boasted, "Let's go, the target is Mao Canteen. Today, I'll treat you." Aizen shook his head helplessly. Some people really can't hide their feelings. Happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy are all shown on their faces. However, this kind of person seems to be very suitable to be friends. After finishing breakfast, the two came to the classroom together. The first class today is still the Kaido class. After a night of settling down, Mr. Kawai should have adjusted his mentality. After all, he is an elite among the Shinigami, a senior officer of the 4th Division. After putting the textbooks he needed on the table, Ruuming began to look around boredly, waiting for Mr. Kawai to come. Although he has a unique talent in the field of Kaido because of the existence of the exclusive entry resurrection. But he also needs to learn Kaido before he can bring out this talent. However, when the class bell rang for a long time, Mr. Kawai still did not come. Arrival. Just when Ruuming suspected that Kawai had not recovered from yesterday's blow, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure slowly walked through the corridor outside the window. Ruuming rubbed his eyes vigorously. When he recognized the other party's identity, he widened his eyes, subconsciously took a breath, and muttered to himself in astonishment. Could it be? The finances of the 4th Division have been so tight. You actually came to the Spiritual Arts Academy to collect debts. Chapter 20 please, Ruu-san. Looking at the figure walking slowly to the podium, the students were stunned and could hardly believe their eyes. The captain's white and white haori, 2 strands of hair intertwined into braids and falling in front of her, a gentle and approachable smile on her beautiful and delicate face, and her overall temperament gave people a gentle feeling of the warm spring sun. Ugu, Captain Ugu no Hana. As soon as she appeared, someone recognized her identity. As the captain of the 4th Division, Anohanaretsu has cured countless Shinigami, and his gentle smile has been selected as the most soothing smile in spiritual newsletter many times. Although the ideal division of most students is not the 4th Division, this does not prevent them from admiring Anohanaretsu. When the object of admiration appears in front of them, it is difficult for these admirers to suppress their excitement. On the other hand, Ruuming buried his head behind the open book, trying to use the ostrich tactics to avoid Anohanaretsu's gaze. His intuition told him that the captain of the 4th Division, Anohanaretsu, was definitely coming for him. Although I don't know why my intuition is so accurate this time. But I always feel that the dangerous gaze has fallen on him. Good morning, everyone. Under the admiring eyes of the students, Anohanaretsu's gentle voice sounded in the classroom. When she spoke, there was only one voice left in the classroom. I am the captain of the 4th Division of the Godii 13, Anohanaretsu. Because your Kaido teacher Kawai is unwell, I happen to be free recently, so I am here to teach you a substitute class. Please rest assured, although I haven't taught for many years, I still have some achievements in Kaido, and it will not affect your learning progress. After these words, the classroom was silent. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a while. It's really funny that the captain of the 4th Division said that he had some achievements in Kaido. Looking at the entire Soul Society, who dares to guarantee that his Kaido level can surpass this intellectual woman in front of him? Seeing that the students had no objections, Anohanaretsu smiled and nodded, and continued. I heard that a rebirth genius appeared in the class yesterday. Excuse me, is he here? As soon as the voice fell, Ruuming's heart skipped a beat, and he cast a look of help to Aizen next to him through the book. The two looked at each other, and Ruuming could clearly distinguish the four words "can't help" from his friend's eyes. "Kairiuul, you kid actually watched someone die without helping." Countless eyes fell on Ruuming accurately. The students were already familiar with this celebrity in the class. He confronted the eldest daughter of the Shifunji Yuan family head-on, chopped off the class teacher Feng Runyi with a knife, and crushed the elite Matsushita Takeo among the 6 rebirths with a single white fighting technique. Opening, exorcism, blessing, relocation of the mansion, groundbreaking. Even the boys of the entire Spiritual Arts Academy lived in the temporary dormitory woven by the 12th Division. Although they have not been in school for a long time, the name Kisaragi Akira has been deeply engraved in their minds. It is hard to forget. Looking back at the 2000 years of history of the Shino Academy of Spiritual Arts, the last guy as explosive as Kisaragi Akira has already served as the captain of the 8th Division. Of course, the degree of his explosiveness was limited to lust. Compared to Kisaragi Akira's exaggerated performance, it would be difficult to find another one in the past 2000 years. When being stared at by countless eyes, Kisaragi Akira knew that he could not escape, so he could only droop his long face and sigh, and put down the book covering his face. "Captain Anohana, do you have any instructions?" Anohana Retsu looked down and looked at the boy again seriously. Although he still couldn't see anything, since Kawai said so, he might as well give it a try. If he is really a once-in-a-century genius in the way of rebirth, it would be a very good choice to attract him to join the 4th Division. If he is well cultivated, he may inherit her position as captain in the future. "For today's class, I need a student to cooperate." Anohana Retsu said softly, "Please rest assured, there will be no danger." Hearing this, Ruuming breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay if he is not here to collect debts. At breakfast today, he relied on a huge sum of money to come in the afternoon, so he spent all his savings. Now he is penniless. Well, it turns out to be such a small matter. You should have said it earlier. Ruuming was relieved and walked up to the podium and came to Anohana Retsu. Seeing that everyone was in place, Anohana Retsu smiled and nodded, and began today's teaching. "I have a general understanding of your learning progress. Everyone has mastered the basic Kaido, and has also tried treatment on mice. So, what we are talking about today is to understand the human body and the performance of the basic Kaido in individuals with different levels of spiritual pressure. Only by mastering this part of the content can you get a qualified score in the Huideo course." Hearing this, Ruuming had an ominous premonition in his heart. When Anohana Retsu's voice fell, a gentle look fell on him. "Ruu, please put your left hand on the test bench." It was obviously an extremely friendly smile, but when Ruuming looked at it, the pores all over his body seemed to be opened instantly, and the extreme cold air rushed into it crazily. At this moment, the dangerous instinct made a sharp explosion. It was as if he didn't do what the other party asked, he would definitely die miserably. "Pa!" Ruuming put his left hand on the test bench neatly. Seeing this, Anohana Retsu smiled and nodded, and then under countless shocked eyes, he also stretched out his flawless white right hand and gently covered the back of Ruuming's hand. "Wait! Is there something wrong with the way it was opened?" Ruuming felt the smoothness on the back of his hand and the faint fragrance in his nose, which always felt unreal. But soon, he returned to reality. When Anohana Retsu raised his right hand, the smooth touch was replaced by a sharp stinging pain, blood flowed, flesh was torn, and hideous wounds appeared on the back of his hand. Please pay attention to the key points of the movements and the release of spiritual pressure. For such a minor injury, the basic Huideo can easily heal it. While Anohana Retsu explained seriously, his right hand released a green Huideo light, which directly covered Ruuming's left hand. Soon, the wound recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the blood was wiped out. While everyone was in an uproar, they couldn't help but marvel at the profound attainments of Anohanaretsu's Huideo. Even the basic Huideo can show the exaggerated effect of resurrecting the dead. That's all the details. Anohanaretsu said gently, when trying Huideo on the human body, the most important thing is to overcome psychological problems. So, next, let Ryu show you again. As he said that, under the stunned eyes of everyone, Anohanaretsu picked up the scalpel on the test bench and left a hideous wound on the back of his hand. Ryu's skin was torn open, and blood kept flowing. A familiar gentle smile appeared in front of him, and Anohanaretsu said softly, "Please, Ryu." Chapter 21. Weak and sick teachers. Looking at this gentle and kind face in front of him, Ryu Ming's expression was a little dazed. For no reason, this debt is not pursued, but comes to give benefits to himself. Is this the legendary good people get good rewards? Ryu, is there anything wrong? An intellectual smile appeared on Anohanaretsu's face. She always showed infinite tolerance to the geniuses in Kaido. Compared to Heido and Fudo, geniuses in Kaido were somewhat scarce. That's not the case. Ryueming shook her head, then stretched out her hands and gestured. Captain Anohana, I'll start then. Anohanaretsu nodded slightly. Then, amid countless eyes that wanted to replace her, Ryueming opened her 10 fingers and directly closed Anohanaretsu's injured left hand. A faint emerald green light appeared, and the injury began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. The snow-white skin and the deep red blood intertwined with each other, reflecting a different kind of beauty. What surprised Ryueming was that Anohanaretsu was the first-generation Kenpachi, one of the most advanced kendo masters in Seoul society. There was not a single callus left on her right hand. Normally, the palms of hands that hold the hilts of swords or knives for years should have thick calluses and various scars on the base of the hands. But Anohanaretsu's gives people a completely different feeling. It is tender and smooth, like a piece of flawless mutton fat jade. Unlike Ryueming's focus, Anohanaretsu's beautiful eyes are slightly frowned, and her puzzled eyes are always lingering on the light of the Kaido. Something unexpected happened. Kawai was right, the boy in front of him was very strange. It was so strange that people couldn't understand how his Kaido was activated. The spiritual pressure was abundant, at least at the level of a high-ranking official. But whether from the movements or the trajectory of the spiritual pressure, there was no standard at all. While there were many mistakes and omissions, it played a stronger effect than the normal basic Kaido. How did this happen? Anohanaretsu fell into deep thought and puzzlement, completely ignoring his healed right hand. And someone's meticulous appreciation. Well, top quality jade, 99%, rare. Does it look good? Ryueming nodded in approval. How does it feel? Excellent. Ryueming's expression suddenly froze, and his neck made a stiff sound like a rusty shaft. When he raised his head, a beautiful face with a smile came into his eyes. What should I do if I'm caught touching someone's hand? Waiting online, it's urgent. Under the calm gaze of Anohanaretsu, Ryueming smiled. He smiled and let go of her right hand. Although the other party didn't say anything, Ryueming always felt sweaty. He stood aside obediently, waiting for the punishment. Fortunately, Anohanaretsu didn't care about this, and turned to look at the students under the podium and continued today's lecture. After waiting for the end of the get out of class, before Ryueming could breathe a sigh of relief. But suddenly he heard Anohanaretsu say, "Ryu classmate, please come over, I still have something to ask." Ryueming's old face fell and drooped for a long time. Considering the difference in strength between the two sides, the rejection on the tip of his tongue was swallowed back. Sure enough, Jingyan didn't lie to me. A gentle woman is the most deadly. One person walked slowly in the corridor, one in front and one behind. When they arrived at the teacher's office, the room was empty. I wanted to ask you directly in the classroom, but I thought that asking this question might have a certain impact on your life. Anohanaretsu smiled gently, not affected by what happened just now. Since there is no one around, I would like to ask you what you think. Are you interested in serving as the 5th officer in the 4th division? Ryueming was stunned for a moment, not expecting Anohanaretsu to ask such a question. On the way here, he was still wondering if it would be something like after class, with a female teacher. Alas, he was happy in vain. Is it too early? Ryueming said in surprise, I have only mastered the most basic knowledge of Kaido so far. Besides, compared to Kaido, Kendo is my strong point. Halfway through his words, Ryueming suddenly realized something. When he looked at Anohanaretsu again, he found that the gentle captain's eyes suddenly became a little more fiery. You are better at Kendo. The corners of Ryueming's mouth twitched, and he suppressed the desire to speak. He spoke too quickly and forgot Anohanaretsu's original identity. It was obvious. Compared to Kaido, Kendo was what attracted the first-generation Kenpachi the most. He was very clear about his level in Kaido. In fact, compared with his Kendo level, Kaido was somewhat not good enough. After all, the level gap was there. Kendo, LV32. Kendo, LV23. Almost a big gap, enough to explain everything. What's more, the level of Kido also includes Fudo and Heido, and these two account for a large proportion. Kendo only accounts for a negligible part. Seeing that Ryueming didn't answer, Anohanaretsu nodded slightly. I understand. Let's stop here for the topic of joining the 4th division. It's almost time for class, go back and prepare for the next class. Ryueming breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately said goodbye to her, turning around and leaving without any regrets. Although Sister Hawa is good, life is more fragrant. Being alone in a room with this dangerous woman, the dangerous instinct made a sharp explosion from time to time, which really made people's nerves tense to the extreme. Fortunately, she didn't hold on. Ryueming stood in the corridor and thought, by the way, what is the next class? Forget it, I don't want to think about it. Find Kaakari first. This guy will definitely remember. No one is more familiar with Aizen's spiritual pressure than him. Even if this guy deliberately hides his spiritual pressure level, Ryueming can accurately capture the traces of his existence in the vast crowd. You're back alive. Aizen was a little surprised to see the intact Ryueming. This guy did such an offensive thing, but he was not hurt at all. What are you talking about? Ryueming was furious. You are just looking forward to my death so that you can inherit the inheritance, right? Aizen was helpless and sighed. Sure enough, it was still a familiar feeling. By the way, what is the next class? Ryueming followed Aizen and walked forward aimlessly. Mr. Feng's Kendo class. Aizen said calmly, let's go to the warehouse to get the bamboo sword first. Today's content should be actual combat. Hearing this answer, Ryueming's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He looked at Aizen blankly and murmured in a low voice. You said, Mr. Feng shouldn't be sick, right? Chapter 22 Backstab from a Good Brother. The invincible Mr. Feng still fell down. In Ryueming's heart, Feng Junyi's mentality is unmatched. Even though he often causes trouble and makes Class 1 of Year 1 selected as the worst class many times, Teacher Feng can still appear in the Kendo dojo regardless of the weather. Although his strength is slightly weaker, Teacher Feng's professionalism has surpassed more than 90% of his colleagues. But now, Ryueming looked at the white figure in front of the dojo with a melancholy look, and his expression showed 3 parts of trance and 7 parts of self-abandonment. He turned his body, looked at Aizen next to him, and whispered. Kaikeroku, you say? Does Teacher Feng still have a chance of survival? Hearing this, Aizen fell into deep thought, and after a moment of silence, he gave an inference. It's hard to say. Although he didn't know Anohanaretsu's true identity, his intuition told him that this woman was far from being as simple as she seemed. When they first met, he seemed to see a sea of blood and corpses on her. Even a genius like Aizen had to admit it. So far, Anohanaretsu of the 4th Division is the strongest existence he has ever seen. No one else. Based on this inference, if Feng Jun also insisted on not giving up this kendo class, Aizen would not dare to guarantee that he would be safe. But what I am more curious about now is what did this kid Kisaragi Akira say to Anohanaretsu? But it is obvious that the other party is coming for Kisaragi Akira. A white figure stood in front of the dojo. Anohanaretsu held a bamboo sword and looked at everyone kindly. I don't know if it was an illusion, but when he held the bamboo sword, his temperament suddenly became sharp, as if there were sharp edges. Dear students, unfortunately, just now I learned that Mr. Feng Junyi also fell ill and was sent to the Comprehensive Rescue Center. So, I will also explain this kendo class to everyone. But please rest assured, my kendo is 10th dan, which is enough to teach you. Besides, I learned from Mr. Feng Junyi that the content of today's kendo class is actual combat. And what I am best at is actual combat. When the words fell, sharp eyes followed, like two sharp swords, instantly piercing through Ruuming hiding in the crowd. When their eyes met, the dangerous instinct made a sharp explosion, and Ruuming instinctively tightened the bamboo sword in his hand, and the whole person instantly entered the combat state. The fierce momentum immediately changed him drastically. Aizen looked at his friends around him in surprise. Ruuming's current appearance made him feel a little strange. However, Ruuming reacted quickly. After a shudder, the whole person returned to his original appearance, as if the scene just now was just an illusion. Everyone, are you ready? Anohanaretsu said gently, show all your strength and start the actual kendo combat now. Let's start with. The student sitting in the front was slightly startled, but soon became excited and rushed forward with a bamboo sword in hand. No matter how good Anohanaretsu's kendo level is, she is one of the captains of the Godai 13. Looking at the entire Soul Society, she is also one of the top figures. Being able to fight with such an existence in kendo, I don't know how many generations of students have surpassed. The student who came forward was extremely excited, and his hands holding the bamboo sword were trembling slightly, blood was rushing up, and his face was ruddy. After bowing, he immediately took a step forward and chopped at Anohanaretsu. As an elite student in the 1st grade, he is still quite capable. However, when Anohanaretsu's posture unfolded, his fate was doomed. After only 3 or 2 parries, the student's bamboo sword was directly knocked away and he failed. The movement is too open and close. Anohanaretsu commented, you are unable to adapt in time. When practicing on weekdays, you should focus on integrating basic kendo into your instincts and complete the hidden changes of various moves at the moment of swinging the sword. Of course, at this stage, your kendo level is still above the passing line. The defeated student had a depressed expression, but when he heard the second half of the words, he regained his previous excitement. Thank you, Captain Anohana. Another student stepped forward and took up his stance. Then, he struck with a sword and killed him instantly. After a few words of explanation, he pointed out the shortcomings and pointed out the way for him to practice in the future. The actual combat of kendo was very fast. The students stepped forward one after another, and within 3 or 2 moves, their bamboo swords were directly knocked away. Under the explanation of Anohanaretsu, everyone's understanding of kendo improved a lot. Kisaragi Akira looked at the classmates around him with sad eyes, and suddenly found that it seemed that this large group of elite students had become fans of Anohanaretsu. Kaikiroku? You are the only comrade in the same camp with me. Aizen slapped Kisaragi's hand on his shoulder with a little disdain, stood up with the bamboo sword beside him, and said without looking back. No, we have never been in the same camp. Being stabbed by his friend again, Ruuming's figure suddenly became more melancholy. Just when he was going crazy, Aizen had already stood straight in front of Anohanaretsu. Looking at the brown-haired boy in front of him, Anohanaretsu's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. She was very interested in this man named Aizen. The last time Ruuming went to the Comprehensive Rescue Center to treat his arm, he was accompanied by him. The friendship between the two boys seemed to be very good. Captain Anohana, please teach me. Aizen bowed slightly, then held the bamboo sword with both hands and made a standard starting posture. Anohanaretsu also raised the bamboo sword and nodded seriously. Let's start. The moment the voice fell, Aizen suddenly burst out with amazing speed and turned into the arrow shot out of the bow, revealing endless sharpness. Seeing this, Anohanaretsu's eyes lit up slightly, as if he had found a hunter with the right prey. The bamboo swords fell like a rainstorm, filling the sight. Instantly, the wind whistled, and the momentum was surging. Compared to the previous actual kendo combat of the students, the battle between Aizen and Anohanaretsu at this moment actually gave people the illusion of being in a real battlefield. The bamboo sword chopped fiercely, but Anohanaretsu dodged it sideways, and a heavy backhand chopped it down from Aizen's hand. The winner was decided. The students looked at the two people standing opposite each other in front of them in shock, and suddenly realized a very terrifying fact. The seemingly transparent follower of Ruuming is also an out-and-out genius. Very solid attainments in kendo. Anohanaretsu praised, sure enough, geniuses are attracted to each other. Kisaragi-san, I hope your performance won't disappoint me. Looking at the two people smiling at the same time in front of him, Kisaragi-Ming felt like he was in an ice cellar, and countless malice swallowed him at this moment. So, the backstab of a good brother is the most hurtful? Chapter 23 The Correct Use of Sister Hwa. You will never inherit my legacy, Kairyu. Kisaragi-Ming stepped forward with a knife with a face full of resentment. Just now he suddenly realized why Aizen changed his usual low-key style. So he was waiting for him here. Mutual sympathy between geniuses? Pa, this kid just wanted to trick him. Feeling the surprised eyes around him, Aizen sighed helplessly. It seemed that his previous actions were not worth the loss. In order to test the true strength of this guy, he had put himself in it. But he couldn't suppress his curiosity. As his only friend in the Spiritual Arts Academy. Ming, let me see your true limit. Standing opposite Anohanaretsu, Ruuming's face drooped long, and he whispered miserably. Captain Anohana, I just said something nonsense. Actually, I don't know anything about kendo. Anohanaretsu smiled and replied, it's okay, the real sword art won't lie. After the voice fell, Ruuming saw Anohanaretsu change from holding the sword with one hand to holding the sword with two hands. The temperament that originally had a hint of gentleness disappeared, and was replaced by an extremely sharp and piercing edge. The gentle smile slowly converged, and Anohanaretsu slightly widened his eyes. His warm face was now as cold as Shura, and the grand murderous aura overflowed from under his clothes. It seemed that endless darkness was spreading under his feet, the dojo turned into hell, the bone-eroding cold swallowed everything, and the extremely terrifying pressure covered the front. When he met Anohanaretsu's calm gaze, Ruuming's dangerous instinct gave an unprecedented warning, and the sharp explosion seemed to break his nerves. In Ruuming's eyes, the bamboo sword, which was originally harmless, was covered with mottled sticky blood. Tick, tick, tick. Anohanaretsu had a smile on his lips, but he was no longer as gentle and approachable as before. Instead, he was filled with a passionate killing intent. Without much hesitation, when Ruuming tightened his grip on the bamboo sword, Anohanaretsu actually took the initiative to attack, tapping his toes lightly, and the whole person turned into an arrow from a string and rushed forward. The bamboo sword whistled out. The air made a wailing sound that was overwhelmed, as if it was cut apart, and the air flow separated to both sides. Without launching a single bit of spiritual pressure, relying only on his understanding of kendo and rich combat experience, Anohanaretsu burst out with amazing slashing techniques at this moment. In a flash, the bamboo sword was within reach. Ruuming's pupils shrank suddenly, and his brain didn't even have time to think. His dangerous instinct erupted like a volcano, prompting him to subconsciously burst out with the strongest power. The bamboo swords collided, making crisp sounds. The two crossed each other, and Anohanaretsu's steps were stuttered. The light toes spun on the floor of the dojo. At the moment of turning around, she relied on the inertia of the rotation to press all her strength on the bamboo sword, and chopped it down diagonally. She didn't burst out too much power, but controlled it to a level that was not much different from Ruuming. Otherwise, she would have crushed him without any suspense in the first wave of bamboo sword collisions. Even so, Anohanaretsu was still surprised by Ruuming's performance. It was completely different from the power that could be erupted at this stage. Even without using spiritual pressure, the boy's slashing technique still gave people a sense of power and heaviness. It was as if what was chopped down was not a bamboo sword, but a stone pillar. Ruuming's pupils shrank suddenly but did not recover. He took on the first move, and the second slash followed, leaving no time for him to breathe. In his eyes, the smooth bamboo sword was like an extremely sharp nail, piercing his throat. Ruuming instinctively held his breath, tilted his neck back, and the bamboo sword finally flew past his skin. When he narrowly avoided this sword move, he realized that he must not apply the performance of the previous students to himself. Otherwise, the end would be miserable. After only a few short moves, the students watching the battle in the back were dumbfounded. With their poor brains, they could not understand what was happening in front of them. Not long ago, the sword duel between Aizen and Anohanaretsu had already exceeded the scope of these elite students. And now, the sword duel between Ruuming and Anohanaretsu is even more thrilling. The spirit reached the extreme. Anohanaretsu changed his attitude of pointing, and the trajectory of the bamboo sword was fierce and fierce. If you are not careful, you may die under the bamboo sword. A strong interest appeared in Aizen's eyes. So, is this your true level? Ryutsu, Kaido, Kendo, Hakutsu, Communication Shallow Strike, Amulet. Ming, how many secrets are hidden in Rose Falling Zone Hanging? At this moment, Aizen's curiosity was raised to the peak. The Kendo duel continued. Anohanaretsu did not give Ruuming time to rest, and tapped her toes lightly, and immediately killed Ruuming. This time, she changed the way of attack. When approaching, the light bamboo sword slowed down instantly. With the first collision sound, the rhythm of Kendo spread here. It seemed to be playing a heavy and simple melody. The interweaving of low and loud, deep and clear texture spread in the dojo. The heavy tone was filled with the real killing intent that was everywhere, spreading slowly like mist. When Ruuming finally got familiar with the attack rhythm of Anohanaretsu, but he saw that the blade of the bamboo sword suddenly changed, and the melody suddenly became extremely high, swift, and fierce. The sound of the bamboo sword turned into a continuous torrential sound wave, impacting the eardrums of the students watching. At this stage, Ruuming felt the pressure doubled. Every time he took Anohanaretsu's sword moves, his arms trembled and his tiger's mouth was numb. Fortunately, the heart of God was always in effect. Although he could not completely learn Anohanaretsu's kendo moves and styles, it was not difficult to absorb billions of knowledge from them. At this moment, Ruuming was like a shriveled sponge. He was eagerly absorbing the kendo knowledge carefully taught by Anohanaretsu. Kendo, LV32, LV43, LV47, LV52, LV56. The level of kendo is soaring rapidly. And Anohanaretsu also noticed this. From the initial barely parrying, to the later smooth flow, Ruuming's kendo has jumped from the upper middle level to the top level. Kendo, LV60. But in just a few minutes, his kendo level has leaped several levels, directly reaching a level that the chief officer and even the vice captain can hardly reach. When the two bamboo swords intertwined with each other, presenting a scene of equal strength. The corners of Anohanaretsu's mouth slightly raised, she suddenly realized that the boy in front of her was a true kendo genius. Thinking of this, the heart that had been silent, at this moment, became hot again. Chapter 24 Gentle women are the most fickle. When the passionate music reaches its climax, the sharp melody cannot be concealed no matter what. As Ruuming's sword attainment is raised to a new level, his slashing skills are much more exquisite than before. Even the elite students watching the game cannot catch the trajectory of his movements. Light and agile, the bamboo sword hits, as if the fingers of invisible hands are intertwined, and the broken notes are forcibly stitched together, allowing the whole melody to gradually come to the most exciting part. Ruuming gave up the posture of holding the bamboo sword with both hands, and instead held it tightly with his right hand, leaning his body slightly, and dodged the bamboo sword chopped down by Anohanaretsu. His head was slightly raised, and his eyes were extremely calm at this moment. The next moment, a roar broke out. The slightly weak right arm twisted, and a crazy scene began to unfold in front of everyone. Ruuming gave up defense and attacked instead of defending. While others were still thinking about how to survive a few more moves from Anohanaretsu, he had already surpassed everyone else. A sharp tone burst out from the bamboo sword. In an instant, the offensive force was like a torrential rain, turning into an endless water curtain, completely covering Anohanaretsu's white body. A frenetic melody burst out to the sky. Bamboo fibers flew and scattered in the dojo. Anohanaretsu turned from offense to defense, and quickly resisted the incoming attack, but the eyes that looked at the boy instinctively had a little more heat. How long has it been? 300 years, or 500 years? It has been a long, long time since a genius like Ruuming appeared in Seoul society. A roar broke out. Ruuming swung with all his strength, and collided with the bamboo sword in Anohanaretsu's hand, causing a deafening sound. The heavy sound wave even tore the floor apart, turning into invisible aftermath that continued to spread in the dojo, causing the nearby floor to vibrate violently. It was as if an invisible storm was violently galloping through here, peeling off the wooden boards layer by layer, and crushing everything like a dead tree or rotten wood. When everything calmed down, the expressions of the students were only stunned, and there was a trace of clear incomprehension. The venue in front was a mess. Wood chips were mixed with dust, and the originally clean floor was full of broken and fractured marks. The broken bamboo fibers were scattered among them, adding a few different colors to the mess. Ruuming stared at the broken bamboo sword in his hand, stunned. This is the end? When he raised his head, a few expressions appeared in his expression. Datsu was in a trance. From the initial strong pressure that Anohanaretsu gave him, he once thought that he might die in this sword duel. However, with the development of the ultimate talent of the Heart of God, Ruuming gradually learned from Anohanaretsu's swordsmanship many sword-cutting moves and sword schools that he could not touch before. When he tried to transform the knowledge he learned into his own things, his understanding of swordsmanship began to show a leap forward. Anohanaretsu saw this and slowly put down the bamboo sword. Compared to Ruuming, who could not perfectly control her own power, she seemed to be at ease. Although there were many broken marks on the bamboo sword in her hand, it was still intact as a whole and still had the strength to fight. On the other hand, Ruuming's bamboo sword was exploded and only the handle was left. After a short silence, Anohanaretsu sighed with regret, should have used a Zanpakuto. Hearing this, Ruuming subconsciously looked at Anohanaretsu opposite him. This woman really wants to kill him? The bamboo sword is so cruel. If he changes to a Zanpakuto, he will probably go to see the previous chief priest of the Nigijin shrine right away. Looking at Anohanaretsu with a slightly red cheek, Ruuming sighed, and the word disappointment was almost written on his face. This woman is still too dangerous. He was thinking that maybe he could learn kendo through Anohanaretsu's teaching. After all, Feng Jun has nothing to teach. Even after this improvement, he is afraid that he will be killed by 2 or 3 swords. Thinking about it, It seems that only Anohanaretsu is suitable to be his kendo teacher. But whenever Ryuuming recalled the sword duel just now, he had a subconscious fear. He took advantage of the fact that Anohanaretsu was not too excited. Once she got excited, he would be killed on the spot. You proved what you said before. Anohanaretsu's cheeks were slightly red, which was caused by excessive excitement. The familiar gentle smile reappeared on him. You are an absolute genius in the way of the sword, but your attainments in the sword are much higher. Although it is a bit reluctant, please consider joining the 4th squad as soon as you graduate. With the help of Mei Nai Mao Chong, it is not impossible for you to inherit my position. After the voice fell, there was a sound of sucking air in the dojo. It was as if the area was to be vacuumed. I have never heard of any student who could get such praise from the captain before graduation, let alone the captain of Anohana, who was the most popular among the death gods. However, the most troublesome person in the class, Ryuuming, did it. But when Ryuuming heard this, she not only did not show the surprise they imagined, but her hair stood on end, like a frightened hedgehog. What a fickle woman! She had said before that she was afraid of any bad influence on herself, so she invited him privately. She changed her tone immediately after turning around. Now, Ryuuming's name is likely to sweep the entire Mu Spiritual Academy again. Well, I'll think about it. To be honest, the 4th division was not his first choice. But due to Anohanaretsu's face, he did not dare to refuse immediately. Hearing this answer, Anohanaretsu was not disappointed but smiled and nodded gently. She turned around, folded her hands in front of her, bowed gently in front of the surprised eyes of the students, and said slowly, "Everyone, today's kendo class ends here. Regarding the suggestions I gave, please do not slack off on weekdays. Also, if any of you are interested in Huido, the 4th division will also be very welcome." After the voice fell, Anohanaretsu's eyes moved, deliberately lingered on Ryuuming for a while, then smiled gently and turned to leave the dojo. And at the moment she stepped out of the door, a familiar voice sounded again in Ryuuming's ears. Anohanaretsu's trust level has reached the standard, and the sign-in conditions have been met. Character sign-in, Anohanaretsu. Chapter 25. How can you slander someone's innocence out of thin air? Character sign-in, Anohanaretsu. Obtained Kendo level +3. Currently LV63. Obtained Spiritual Pressure level +3, currently LV49. Obtained exclusive item, Dead Sword of Mercy. Dead Sword of Mercy, born towards death, seek the remaining mercy in the Dead Sword. Sword speed, Kendo power are increased by 100%. Hidden effect? Ryuuming's expression was slightly distorted, with an exaggerated surprise that could not be concealed. The aching arms and body were miraculously restored. I thought the beating was in vain, but I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. Anohanaretsu's trust level reached the standard, the character sign-in was completed, and the improvement of spiritual pressure and kendo could only be regarded as incidental. After all, with his current talent, even if he was promoted to the corresponding realm, it would not take too much time. But the exclusive item is different. So far, he has signed in countless times, daily, monthly, yearly, location, and character. All these sign-ins add up to only 6 entries. But the effect of each entry is enough to make his strength change dramatically. The only slightly insufficient rejuvenation is to summon Anohanaretsu, making his trust meet the standard, thus obtaining the kindness of the Dead Sword entry. The increase in the speed of sword drawing and the power of swordsmanship alone is worth the price of the beating. This wave, a bloody profit. The only drawback is that this exclusive entry mentions a completely unknown hidden effect. At this stage, he seems unable to know the true content. After the morning kendo class, Ryuuming also waited for the long-awaited housekeeper of the Kukaki family. A young man named Jinjiro. He brought the 1 million rings promised by Kukaki Sojun. Looking at the miserly boy in front of him, Jinjiro frowned deeply, and felt that Master Sojun had no business acumen. Although this amount of money is nothing to the Kokaki family. However, the money of the Kokaki family is not blown by the wind. Giving it to such a person, what's the difference between that and throwing stones into the water? Thinking of this, Jinjiro shook his head and sighed, feeling that he had entrusted the wrong person. Fortunately, Ruuming didn't know what the guy in front of him was thinking, otherwise he would definitely let him know what the dead sword's mercy was. Gong si, the money is now settled. Jinjiro collected his thoughts and hid his emotions perfectly. As a vassal of the Kokaki family, he has learned not to ask about the master's family. Even if this matter is extremely unreasonable. If there is nothing else, then I will leave first. Jinjiro stood up and wanted to leave, but before he could stand up completely, he was pressed down by a palm that suddenly appeared. No hurry. Ruuming came closer, and said seriously, a rich fool like Mr. King, oh no, a rich man, that's not right, a rich young master, there's nothing wrong this time. It is a rare species. Regarding the use of the amulet, please remember to remind him when you go back, and never rely on it too much. The only one who can really protect himself is himself. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Jinjiro's eyes were slightly unfriendly. What is this? Are you scolding the master in front of the lackey? But when he heard the second half of the sentence, his mood eased a little. Although this miser boy in front of him has no advantages, fortunately he still has a little conscience. I know. Jinjiro bowed slightly, I will report this to Master Kang-chun. After sending Jinjiro away, Ruuming said nothing, and immediately pulled Aizen, who was practicing introversion, and left the temporary dormitory. Teacher's office. Feng Runyi looked at the arrogant Ruuming and the pile of banknotes in front of him, and sweated profusely. He thought for a long time, and then whispered, Ming, teacher knows that although you are naughty, you are not a bad person. Escape before anything happens. I am an old acquaintance of Jiichiro Akukansaka who is in charge of guarding the White Gate. You can go to the White Gate first with the mission certificate, and then escape to West Rukonga. In this way, the Godi I-13 will not have the energy to go. Bang! Before Feng Runyi finished speaking, Ruuming slapped the table and interrupted his speech. Teacher Feng, you are so ugly that you slander someone's innocence out of thin air. This money is very clean, that big bastard Kokaki-sa-kun. Hearing this, Feng Run's eyes widened immediately, his lips full of dead skin trembled, his face was full of disbelief, and he whispered hoarsely. You actually robbed Master Sa-kun. Aizen looked at the dramatic scene in front of him and shook his head helplessly. He didn't understand, and couldn't understand. Ruuming was like some kind of virus that could be spread. When people get along with him for a long time, their way of thinking will inevitably change to him. Teacher Feng is a typical example. What are you talking about? Ruuming said angrily, that big bastard can't take out 10,000 rings from his body. This was sent by the butler of the Kokaki family, Jinjiro. Then you kidnapped Master Sa-kun. No. Ruuming was furious, it's just a business deal, these are all legal sources. People always have prejudices against him. Feng Run also looked suspicious. Based on his understanding of Ruuming, this money shouldn't come so easily. But since the other party promised solemnly, he couldn't dwell on it anymore. As long as his students didn't commit any treasonous acts, he was still willing to tolerate them. It's good that they didn't commit any crimes. Feng Run also breathed a sigh of relief, then your account with the Spiritual Arts Academy is written off. It's just right, while you're here, I just happened to tell you something. About the subsequent courses. Ruuming's face showed a puzzled expression. I think you still remember that I told you before. Feng Run also drank a sip of water to moisten his dry throat, and said calmly. Because the former dean, Mr. Okuyagen's hero, is away on a mission, the Spiritual Arts Academy is now served by the Captain General as the acting dean. He took into consideration that some of the elite students' strength has opened up a huge gap with ordinary students, so we are going to use a new teaching method. Conventional teaching can no longer improve geniuses like you. So, it's time for you to see a real battle. At this point, Feng Runyi's expression became a little serious, and his tone was also full of long-lost seriousness. A sensational massacre of civilians occurred in District 32 of Dongliu Seoul Street not long ago. Your mission is to go there, investigate the truth and arrest or kill the murderer. In the name of a student, you are doing the work of the God of Death. Chapter 26 The Moment of Breaking Defense with a Calm Mind. East Ryokan Street, District 32. Zenjoji Temple. On both sides of the road are flat and neat houses, with occasional ups and downs. As the front Ryokan district, the civilians of Zenjoji Temple have ruddy faces and strong bodies. Although their clothes are a little simple, they are also neat and tidy. Compared to the back districts, the life here is already very happy. However, the faces of passers-by are all filled with fear. They shrink their heads, hunch their bodies, walk hurriedly, and look behind them and at the blind spots of their vision from time to time. A slight movement will scare them, and they subconsciously speed up their pace. A strange scene appeared in the civilian residential area of Zenjoji District. Two boys wearing the blue and white Mao school uniforms walked on the street. The density of spirit particles in the air is normal. Aizen's eyes were calm, his hands were hanging down, and his indifferent voice seemed to be narrating something that was normal. The bloody smell lingered for a long time, and the number of deaths should be between 12 and 14. The slightly chaotic scene on the street did not affect his thinking, nor did it cause any form of misjudgment. After arriving at the location provided by Feng Runyi, Aizen immediately determined the current situation. The building is intact, and there is no sign of any violent fight. He looked at the neat house in front of him expressionlessly, and observed the murder scene inside from the window. From this point of analysis, the strength of the murderer. What are you doing? Aizen, who was calm as water, broke down instantly when he noticed the behavior of the people around him. Ji Yueming, who was acting with him, changed into a set of priest's clothes without knowing when. White is the main color, and the ink color embellishes the symbol of the one-eyed god, which is reflected on the collar and hem, looking weird and sacred. The only flaw is that this set of priest's clothes is a little loose, which is a little inconvenient to move. Of course, what made Aizen emotional was not that Ji Yueming changed clothes at the murder scene. It was that he moved a wooden table from somewhere and placed incense, candles and teacups on it. Sacrifice. Rise of the Moon glanced at Aizen, not understanding why such a smart person would ask such a stupid question. Isn't his behavior obvious? Aizen suddenly felt his eyebrows swelling and his blood pressure soaring. Of course he knew that this was a sacrificial ceremony. Even if he didn't know much about it before, he had been with this guy for so long, how could he not know the sacrificial process? What he didn't understand was what this guy was doing. Can you communicate with the dead and find the real murderer by performing a sacrificial ceremony at the murder scene? The Nigamai shrine is different from other shrines. Rise of the Moon said with a smile, the most straightforward point is that the gods in other shrines, even those worshipped by the Ise family, are all fictitious. And the one-eyed god in the Nigamai shrine is real. In our local language, those who dedicate everything except their own eyes to K will be protected. Just like now. Under Aizen's surprised eyes, Yueming snapped his fingers briskly. The next moment, the water in the teacup began to tremble, and circles of ripples slowly spread out, finally reflecting one face after another. It appeared. Yueming smiled, the person who died in vain today. Aizen frowned, becoming more and more puzzled. In his impression, the existence of death in soul society will be decomposed into the basic unit of spirit particles by soul society. The textbook of the Spirit Art Academy even mentioned that death is a reincarnation. People in the world die and are reborn in soul society. The existence of soul society is the same. The reincarnation of spirit particles will be transformed into instrument particles and reborn in the world. But what is going on in the current scene? Are the dead who are decomposed into spirit particles reborn? Countless questions in his heart. When Aizen tried to solve one of them with his knowledge, more problems would arise. Just as he was struggling, Ryueming had already put his finger into the teacup. His expression was slightly serious, and he made words like I see, is that so, what a pity, etc. from time to time, as if he was really talking to the dead. Aizen, who was standing next to him, looked at this scene in surprise and had a new understanding of this bad friend. When Ryueming stretched out his finger, he looked serious. He looked at Aizen solemnly and said seriously, "The murderer has been identified. With our strength, we should not be his opponent. Go back and report to Mr. Feng first. After he reports to the Godai 13, let the death gods deal with it." A subtle fluctuation appeared in Aizen's pupils, and he nodded gently. Just as the two of them were cleaning up the altar and preparing to leave, the density of spirit particles in the air suddenly changed. A heavy pressure came instantly, and the breath of despair broke out from the back. "Go back!" The hoarse and overlapping voices echoed in the empty street, and a figure slowly walked out of the house. The black death suit, the medium build, the ugly face with scars and the zanpakuto slung across the waist, all these conditions have already explained the other party's identity. Defected from the death god. You two little kids who haven't graduated from the Spiritual Arts Academy, since you have discovered my secret, then go to hell. Scarface said viciously. However, to his surprise, the two young men in front of him were not panicked at all when they saw him. One of them even had a playful smile on his face. Just like a hunter who caught his prey. I once heard a reasoning that the murderer who committed a tragedy would often return to the crime scene to admire his masterpiece. Ryueming smiled, and you just helped me confirm this reasoning. Scarface was stunned and immediately realized that he was fooled by the young man in front of him. What the dead resurrected, what the identity of the murderer, all lied. Just now, he hid in the house and heard the conversation between the two clearly. He thought it was a new way of investigation, but he didn't expect it to be a complete deception. Instantly, Scarface became angry and roared. "Humph, then don't even think about escaping, you'll be buried with the idiots here." Hearing this, Ryueming raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. "Escape? Why do you want to escape?" As soon as these words came out, Scarface's heart skipped a beat. Boom! The violent spiritual pressure was released wantonly, and the materialized light exploded on Ryueming's body, resonating with the spirit particles in the air and turning into a turbulent airflow. The incomprehensible pressure made Scarface's pupils shrink suddenly, suffocating instantly, and his face was congested. "Try this!" Ryueming suddenly had an idea, raised his right hand, and made a shooting gesture. The fourth of the broken way, white thunder. As if countless birds were making piercing screams, the dazzling white light exploded at his fingertips, turning into a brilliant lightning that passed through the empty streets. The next moment, the black body in front of him was pierced through the heart, and there was no possibility of making up for the missed heartbeat. Aizen was not very interested in the crushing battle, and the murderer was just an ordinary god of death. He looked at Ryueming, who was posing as a sharpshooter, with a little curiosity, and asked. "You got the information from the dead before. Were you deceiving the murderer or could you really do it?" Hearing this, Ryueming looked sideways, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and replied with a smile. "It's a big deal." Chapter 27 Death is knocking on the door. Don't guess, say it if you want. Aizen had a blank expression on his face, and had no interest in playing word games with someone. Although Ryueming did not answer directly. But based on Aizen's understanding of this guy, he was likely to be able to do it. Gather the spirit of the dead, make it reappear in this world, and then have a conversation. Is this the power of Mimi Hachi? Or is it related to Kisaragi Akira? Countless thoughts swirled in his mind until his attention was attracted by someone again. "Ha, you don't think that you'll be even with each other after you die, do you?" Under Aizen's surprised eyes, Kisaragi Akira directly moved the red altar in front of the body of the god of death. The incense and candles were lit, the bells were shaken lightly, and the teacup was filled with clear water. "In the name of Kisaragi Palace, sacrifice to the one-eyed great god Mimi Hachi." Kisaragi's 10 fingers kept flying like butterflies, pinching out one strange and sacred hand seal after another. While muttering something in his mouth, he also meditated on the object of sacrifice in his heart. Aizen watched calmly, trying to understand this unique way of sacrifice in his own way. His spiritual pressure was released, covering the entire area. At this moment, Aizen's spiritual pressure perception was magnified to the limit, capturing any possible changes in the air. The spirit particles were flowing, like water, like breeze, like the bright moon. Wait! Aizen widened his eyes slightly, noticing something strange. As the sacrificial ceremony progressed, it seemed as if there was some invisible force that kept the decomposed spirits of the dead still in their current state, and finally gathered them in the clear water of the teacup. He tried to capture the source of this power. When he traced the source along the weak fluctuations, he was shocked to find that with his current spiritual pressure, he could not trace it to the end. The power was like a thread, endless, reaching the distant east. Aizen narrowed his eyes slightly, looking in the direction where the power disappeared, and he had an idea in his mind. Reverse Bone Zone, One-Eyed Shrine. Just as he tried to trace the source, Ruuming had already dealt with the spirits who had defected from the god of death. A face with fear and disbelief appeared on the surface of the teacup, like a headless fly, bumping around everywhere, trying to escape from this cage-like bondage. However, no matter how he tried, he could not escape from it. "I'm curious, what is your motive for committing such a serious crime?" I saw Ruuming put his finger into the teacup. It took a moment, and his brows were frowning, and they were frowning more and more, and his 2 eyebrows were almost connected. "Really? He is so crazy." Ruuming shattered the cup casually, dispersing the spirits gathered in it, and completely destroyed Scarface's life. Just because of a quarrel, he killed the whole family. Aizen raised his eyebrows slightly, but there was no expression of surprise. In his cognition, there are many evil deeds in this world. In the records of Soul Society, people like Scarface, who killed the whole family because of a disagreement, are not too rare. When a person has a power that does not match his will, his mentality often changes subtly. Good or evil, it's only a thought away. Okay, now that we know the crime scene and the murderer has been arrested. Ruuming clapped his hands and began to pack up his crime tools. From incense and candles to rattles, all of them were rewards obtained from daily lottery. Although they are not very useful, they are definitely high-quality products compared to similar products on the market. It is worth mentioning that rewards like this can be placed in the exclusive space of the system. Of course, it is limited to dead objects. Like the hair he drew a few days ago, there is no way to store it. In desperation, he could only slaughter it and then eat a few bowls of rice with tears. Aizen was no longer surprised by Ruuming's actions. Putting incense, candles and rattles in his pocket without any movement in his pocket was just child's play. He had seen Ruuming take out a brand new bed from his crotch before. Although he didn't understand how he stuffed it in, Aizen had made up his mind not to touch Ruuming's things easily. Who knows where this crazy guy would put those things before? After taking back Scarface's Zanpakuto, the two cleaned up the scene and prepared to return the same way. This mission was not difficult. Even if other elite students were to handle it, they could complete it. It would be a little troublesome at most. The gap between ordinary Shinigami and elite students is not that big. Of course, the gap between them and Kisaragi Akira and Aizen is a bit exaggerated. The burst of spiritual pressure alone is not something that ordinary Shinigami can contend with. I'm leaving. Kisaragi Akira glanced at Aizen, who was still observing the surroundings, and urged, time waits for no one. If you go back earlier, you can still catch up with the dinner in Mao's cafeteria. There is a special tofu dish tonight. Aizen glanced at Kisaragi Akira, didn't say much, and turned around to follow. This guy can't remember the class schedule or theoretical knowledge, but he remembers the menu released by Mao Canteen every week. Maybe, this is talent. I don't know if it's my illusion. Aizen and Kisaragi Akira walked side by side on the empty street, and said calmly, this mission doesn't seem as simple as it seems. Kisaragi Akira waved his hand and slapped Aizen on the shoulder, saying, there are so many twists and turns. The death of civilians is not uncommon in Rukanga. Only the top 10 blocks can maintain a stable life. Speaking of this, Kisaragi Akira's mouth corners slightly raised, and this is what civilians yearn for most. Hearing this, Aizen nodded. Like Kisaragi Akira, he is also a civilian born and raised in Rukanga, and naturally knows the rules here. Compared to the area where the nobles live, the Rukanga at the back is more like hell. However, when the two figures disappeared at the end of the street one after another, a faint glow appeared on the empty ground, and the place where there should be nothing was hazy and blurred. It was as if the picture was painted with a layer of white mosaic. The two were not moving slowly. It was even faster than when they came. Aizen was a little puzzled, but he could only attribute the reason to the guy next to him and wanted to hurry back to eat. After leaving the Zenjoji area, Ryuuming's pace slowed down instantly. He clenched his hands slightly, looked at Aizen next to him with lingering fear, and whispered, you should have noticed it too. Is it abnormal in the spirit? Looking at the strange expression in front of him that he had never seen before, Aizen frowned and said puzzledly. Ryuuming shook her head, looked back at the direction of Zenjoji temple behind her, and whispered, no. It's the smell of death. Chapter 28 Humanoid Self-Propelled Minesweeper. From the moment she stepped into the Zenjoji area, the danger instinct began to frantically warn, and endless malice attacked from all directions. It seemed that the next step would be to step into the abyss of death. It was different from the sword duel between Anoha and Aretsu. Her danger came from pure murderous intent, and her instinctive desire to fight. And the danger in the Zenjoji area was more like a mixture of malice and murderous intent, as well as a kind of indifference to life. Although she could not detect the other party, but Ryuuming knew very well that the malicious master might be silently observing the two of them in a corner. Therefore, he did not dare to make any unusual movements. Everything went on as usual. Until they successfully left the Zenjoji area, the instinctive warning of danger disappeared, and the tense nerves gradually calmed down. The smell of death. Aizen frowned slightly, trying to recall all the abnormalities in the Zenjoji area just now. He knew about Ryuuming's inexplicable intuition, so he did not doubt the truth of these words. But no matter how he recalled, he could not find any clues. Well, don't worry too much. Akira Yuki smiled heartlessly, let Mr. Feng and the others worry about it. We just need to hand over the murderers Zanpakuto and report the truth, and this matter will have nothing to do with us. And we can get a good reward. Tonight's tofu dishes will be paid by Hanmaya Tsukasa. Aizen nodded slightly. Although what Akira Yuki said made sense. But for some reason, he always felt uncomfortable after listening to what he said just now. With his current spiritual pressure level, he could avoid being sensed without being discovered by him. At least he must be a captain, right? This incident actually involves a captain-level figure? What role did the defected Shinigami play in this? What is the truth of the matter? Aizen drooped his eyelids slightly, and the flame of curiosity burned in his deliberately concealed pupils. Mao Spiritual Arts Academy. Teacher's Office. Feng Run also stared at the distinctive Zanpakuto on the table and fell into deep thought. How long has it been? In less than a day, the incident was investigated and the murderer was killed. This kid's current strength is no worse than that of a high-ranking official, right? Thinking of this, Feng Run also narrowed his eyes and began to look at Rueming, who was sitting in the seat of other teachers with a lazy look. I can't see through it. I can't see through it at all. This is the reward you deserve. Feng Run also took out a stack of banknotes very quickly and put it on the table. I will also report to the Captain General the information that you said that there may be greater dangers in the 32nd district of Toriakyu Seoul Street. What happens after this has nothing to do with you. Rueming took the money and left very casually, and dragged Aizen, who was thinking, on the side. However, before leaving, Aizen stopped and turned back to say seriously, if possible, try to let the captain investigate this matter. Feng Run was also stunned, with a puzzled expression on his face, but when he saw Aizen's serious look, he nodded involuntarily. Although he didn't know much about Aizen's medical doctor, it might be a skill to play with Kisaragi Akira. Let's report to the Captain General as soon as possible. Feng Run also picked up the Zanpakuto on the table and hurried out of the office. At night, Kisaragi Akira ate the special tofu dishes of Mao Canteen as he wished. Although Aizen was a little absent-minded when eating, he ate a lot. Tofu is his favorite ingredient. It has a fresh taste, smooth texture, and delicate taste. As long as the chef's level is not too bad, he will basically not make tofu dishes that are too unpalatable. What's more, the chefs of Mao Canteen are still online. After dinner, the two of them went back to the temporary dormitory. It will take some time to rebuild Mao's male dormitory. During this period, the two of them can only live in the temporary dormitory built by the research team of the 12th Division. Apart from anything else, the quality of this temporary dormitory is still very good. The only flaw is that it is a little crowded. Of course, there are only 2 people living here like Rueming, so there is no problem. Other temporary dormitories are all 4-person dormitories. There is even an unlucky dormitory that has 6 people crammed in. Enough tea and food, a comfortable life. Rueming lay on the bed like a salted fish, with a satisfied look on his face. Compared with his previous life struggling to survive in the bone zone, he is now in heaven. Of course, it would be even better if he could lean on Shizun's knee pillow. Thinking back then, when he was at the shrine, after a full meal, he would lie directly on Ise Shizun's knee pillow and quietly enjoy the massage of 10 green jade fingers. Whether it is strength, touch, or technique, it is unparalleled. A glance at the slacking Kisaragi Akira, Aizen didn't care, returned to his bed, and started practicing spiritual pressure directly. What supports his strong curiosity is his strong strength. No matter how good his talent is, if he doesn't practice hard, he will sooner or later be forgotten by everyone. Although it is unclear what Kisaragi Akira's talent is, judging from his performance during this period, he is definitely not worse than himself. If he continues to improve at this speed, sooner or later he will be surpassed by him. Thinking of this, Aizen couldn't help but feel a little more, a sense of inexplicable urgency. Roll up, roll up, roll up a little. Akira noticed Aizen's behavior, sat up straight, and sighed helplessly. This is the only bad thing about being friends with someone like Aizen. When he is studying and practicing, if he is unwilling to go out to have fun, he will have a heavy sense of guilt in his heart. When the guilt surges in his heart, he can't eat or sleep well, and the whole thing is mental torture. Fortunately, his current talent is not bad. He can't say that he has a photographic memory, but he has a little understanding. Akira straightened his posture and immediately prepared to open the book together. Spirit affinity is maxed out, let me see your limit. When his spiritual pressure was completely released, the long-lost accident still happened. The spirits in the air flowed in irregular trajectories and gradually gathered. A faint white light appeared in the dormitory, reflecting the colorful cloth above, below, left and right. Aizen slowly opened his eyes and sighed helplessly. He knew that this incident was not as simple as it seemed. This guy, Ruuming, was like a human-shaped self-propelled minesweeper. It was hard for him to avoid accidents wherever he stepped on. Naturally, Ruuming also noticed something unusual. When he saw the changes in the dormitory, he widened his eyes. The white light was hazy, and the spirit particles gathered and gradually became clear, reflecting a white and simple figure. What is this? Mosaic Spirit. Chapter 29. A request from Kenpachi. Pure white feather cloth, lined with black death suit. The long black hair was combed into a ponytail, and 2 strands of hair fell down like catfish whiskers. There was no expression on the slightly pale face. A pair of dark eyes revealed endless depth, as if he had no interest in anything in the world. This was Ruuming's first feeling about the mosaic spirit that suddenly appeared in their dormitory. Although he didn't know the person in front of him, but he could tell his identity from the characteristics of his clothing. On the back of the Haori, 11 was embroidered in a flamboyant style. Captain of the 11th Division, Kenpachi Yashiro, Suya Zaraki. You and he are the 2 with better qualities among the students of this year's Academy of Spiritual Arts. The man in front of him said calmly, as if he was stating a very ordinary fact. Leave the Academy of Spiritual Arts as soon as possible. Staying here will only waste your talents. If you want to become a true god of death, do your duty. Kill all the hollows in the world. Hearing this, Ruuming scratched his head and said in confusion. But I never said I wanted to become a god of death. Although he didn't know why the captain of the 11th Division appeared here. But when he appeared, the sense of danger he had sensed in the Zenjoji area came to his mind again. Ruuming could conclude that the man in front of him had a great relationship with the massacre in Rukonga. Therefore, his first impression of the 8th generation Kenpachi was not good. It was even worse than when he first met Aizen. Zaraki Fuya paused, and didn't know how to say the words on his lips. It was also the first time he saw a student who didn't aim to be a god of death. What's good about being a god of death? Kiiri curled his lips in disdain. You have to be disciplined by your superiors, be responsible for your subordinates, and be commanded by some simple-minded guys who are idle and do nothing when necessary. Unless you are given a captain position, maybe it's okay. After these words, Zaraki Fuya was silent. It turned out that he was not uninterested in the god of death, but in ordinary soldiers. Aizen next to him had a glimmer in his eyes, and a faint spiritual pressure wave lingered on his body, which looked quite weird. He had entered the combat state the moment Zaraki Fuya appeared. Like Kiiri, although he didn't know the purpose of this guy, judging from the way he appeared, he probably had no good intentions. Otherwise, the captain of the Shinigami wouldn't have broken into the men's dormitory at night. However, just when he was about to take action, a calm voice suddenly sounded. Put away your spiritual pressure, Aizen. Zero City Shuanja turned his back to him and said calmly, I admit that you are not very good at this, but you haven't grown to your limit yet. With your current ability, you can't stop me from doing anything. Aizen's heart sank immediately and his brows furrowed. This man seemed to know him very well. So, Captain Zero City, you broke into the men's dormitory at night just to tell us about the duties of the Shinigami. Ruuming said tangledly. If that's all. No. Zero City Shuanja was worried that the topic would be diverted by Ruuming again, so he decisively interrupted him. Everyone has different ideas, and I have no right to interfere with other people's life trajectories. I came to you with a request. As soon as these words came out, both Ruuming and Aizen showed surprised and puzzled expressions on their faces. As a captain, he actually asked a student from the same school for help? And, about this matter. The eyes suddenly turned cold, the temperature in the dormitory dropped suddenly, and even the active spirits in the air became quiet. I hope you two can keep it a secret for me. At this moment, Ruuming heard the high-pitched voice of the dangerous instinct again, piercing the sky, as if it was a high note that could directly destroy the entire world. Of course. Ruuming answered very decisively. Between his life and breaking the law, he chose the former without hesitation. Aizen frowned, and he couldn't understand the development of the matter more and more. When he was about to say something, he saw Ruuming winking at him frantically. Aizen thought again and chose to keep silent. Because according to his understanding of Ruuming, if there was a possibility of struggle, this guy would directly blow a crow flying on the plane to the face of Zaraki Fuya. Such a sincere performance can already explain a lot of things. In that case, I will take my leave first. From beginning to end, Zaraki Fuya's emotions did not fluctuate too much, just like a precision instrument. Only when he was talking to Kisaragi Akira did his expression change slightly. Tomorrow at 1 a.m. Zaraki Fuya threw down the last sentence, I'll wait for you at the north gate of the Spiritual Arts Academy. Of course, Kisaragi Akira can come alone. After the words fell, the white figure began to blur again, and as the spirit particles disintegrated from his body, his spiritual pressure gradually disappeared from the spot. With the departure of Zaraki Fuya, the dormant spirit particles in the dormitory became active again. The suddenly cold temperature also slowly rose. Kisaragi Akira and Aizen looked at each other, and for the first time felt their own powerlessness. What are you going to do? Aizen was the first to break the silence and asked in a deep voice. Ruuming moved his legs that were numb from being pressed, and said with gritted teeth. What else can I do? This old guy kills without blinking an eye. If you don't go, you will die. By the way, I can go alone when the time comes. As soon as these words came out, Aizen's face suddenly showed a puzzled expression. Ruuming grinned and said frankly, although I don't know what he is going to let me do, if I can't do it, I may not be able to come back. If you go with him, you will only add another soul to the death. In this way, neither your ideal nor my ideal can be realized. Aizen was silent. After a moment, he slowly said, Don't you have any fear of death? What nonsense are you talking about? Ruuming looked at Aizen with a look of mental retardation. Do you think I am the kind of person who is not afraid of death? If there is a choice, it will not be me lying here, but the old guy with catfish whiskers. Don't talk too much nonsense. If I can't come back, just remember to help me take care of the Nigu shrine. Okay, good night. After the voice fell, the dormitory returned to silence again. Soon, the rhythmic and gentle breathing sound came, and Ruuming fell asleep. Under the moonlight, Aizen leaned against the wall. And the moonlight sprinkled on his face through the window, reflecting the eyes called contemplation. Chapter 30 Silences Cambridge tonight. The next day, everything was normal. At least, in Aizen's eyes, Ruuming is no different from usual, still so heartless. He even took time to steal his grilled fish. Today's class is Keto. The biggest shortcoming of Ruuming. During class, he was extremely serious and clearly wrote down every key point the teacher talked about, and he almost took a notebook to take notes. Fortunately, he didn't have a pen. Abnormality in normality, this is the normal state that Ruuming should have. Aizen observed for a long time and didn't find that this guy was worried at all. He didn't take what happened last night to heart at all. The spiritual pressure of the 4th and 11th broken ways is different, which leads to different forms of release. In essence, there is not much difference in the power of the two. Of course, this is based on the same level of spiritual pressure. To be able to serve as a Keto teacher in the first class is also a leader among the Shinigami. Ruuming has a little impression of the Keto teacher on the stage with a firm face, tendons all over his body, and more like a berserker than a mage. The future great ghost Taoist priest, Wu Ling Taizai. It is worth mentioning that among many teachers, Wu Ling Taizai is the only one who can suppress Ru Ming in terms of force. Teacher Tesai, judging from the number arrangement, there are less than 300 kinds of ghost ways. If all these ghost ways are cracked by the enemy, can we just sit there and wait for death? The question of the curious student made Wu Ling Tesai stunned for a moment, and then he laughed heartily. Haha, almost every class of students will ask similar questions. But when they try to learn the knowledge of ghost ways in depth, they will find that it is a fantasy to want to master all the ghost ways. Of course, the Soul Society has a long history and is not short of so-called geniuses. There was once a genius who mastered all the ghost ways, and what he did next was to create his own ghost ways based on the original ghost ways. And because the numbers were used up, the ghost ways he created were not included in our textbooks. If you are interested, you can go to the library to study in your spare time. On weekdays, it is still you should focus on your studies. Wu Ling Taizai's expression was slightly serious, and his pectoral muscles were jumping like a mouse. Otherwise, I won't let you off the hook in the exam. It's time to say it. His attitude was more intimidating than that of the ghost. Sure enough. A mage should max out his life and endurance, and add all the skills of skull cracking, blocking, critical strike, charge, decapitation, and armor breaking. Then a spell of illumination is enough. After a class of the ghost, Ru Ming agreed with this conclusion. What do you think, Akaru? Aizen sighed helplessly, as long as you are happy. He was almost immune to similar questions raised by Ru Ming. If you don't ask him and discuss it seriously, this guy will bring your IQ to the same level as his in a few words, and then use his rich experience to make you feel inferior. So, the best choice is to shut up. It was night. It was dark and windy. A young man leaned against the wall, looked around, and found that there were no patrolling death gods around, so he jumped over the high wall of the Spiritual Art Academy. When he was complacent that he had not been discovered, he saw the door next to him slowly opened, and a familiar figure stepped out from it. The door is not locked. Aizen said expressionlessly. Ru Ming was stunned and slightly widened his eyes. Aren't you not coming? Who said that? No, wait. Gu Ming suddenly came to his senses, and it seemed that Aizen had never said that he would not come with him. You are too weak. Aizen said calmly, if Zaraki Xuanja took action, you would not even have a chance to escape. But it would be different if I were here. Hearing this, Gu Ming suddenly became energetic and asked with a little excitement. Could it be that you can beat him? Aizen stared at the boy in front of him with a look of idiot. I can make both of us die with more dignity. Kisaragi Akira. In silence, a mosaic-like white light fluctuated in the empty space. As a large number of spirit particles gathered, a white figure gradually emerged clearly. Zaraki Futaba's extremely expressionless face appeared in front of the two again. When he noticed that Kisaragi Akira and Aizen arrived at the same time as scheduled, Zaraki Futaba was a little surprised. After a moment of silence, the corners of his mouth outlined a little imperceptible arc, and he said in a calm voice. Since you are here, follow me. Where to? Mao Execution Ground. Hearing this, Ru Ming and Aizen looked at each other at the same time, and both saw the confusion in each other's eyes. But as the figure of Zaraki Fuya gradually walked away, the two of them didn't want to discuss anything on this, and followed with heavy steps. The huge deep pit was located in an empty area, with solid stone slabs inside, and dark red color that had not yet dried was attached to it. There was not even a death god guard nearby, and even the sealed iron door was rusty, as if it had not been used for a long time. Ru Ming didn't even see Zaraki Fuya's movements clearly, and the iron door blocking the way was twisted into a knot. Thrown aside like trash. As they got closer to the pit, the smell in the air became heavier. It was as if there was a bloody hell with corpses all over the ground ahead. The scattered deaths lingered on Ru Ming's heart, as if invisible hands were holding his heart tightly. Even though he had seen hell in the Nigu district, he was still not used to the heavy atmosphere. The three of them came to the huge pit. The blue stone slab had been stained black and red by the mottled blood. The pungent smell stimulated the nerves, as if telling the visitors about the tragedy in the execution ground here. 100 years ago, the Zaraki family suffered a change. Zaraki Shuang also narrated calmly, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Other nobles coveted the wealth of the Zaraki family and framed most of them to death. The remaining family members were also thrown into the Mua execution ground, which is the big pit in front of them. What they have to do is to fight the executioner. Those who survived by chance will be exiled to the broken world without the guidance of the hell butterfly. The nobles who framed the Zaraki family sat in the stands, admiring the painful appearance of the prisoners below. My sister and I were the last two people to be thrown into the execution ground together. It was not until then that Zaraki Futaba's tone had a slight fluctuation. In order to protect me, my sister forcibly activated the unusable 73rd broken path, Shuanglian Kang Huzui. Hence, her life came to an end. At this point, Zaraki Futaba turned his head and looked at the silent Ruuming next to him, and whispered, "If possible, I want to see my sister again." Chapter 31. What happened later? Money will disappear sooner or later, but glory will not. Xiao Shuang, you have better talent than your sister, so you will definitely be able to become a god of death that is strong enough to support everything. Just like our ancestors. She smiled gently, like the warmest sunshine in the spring breeze. In a family full of the smell of money, she is like a lotus growing in the mud, fresh and noble. Although the boy from the Zaraki family cannot be like his sister, he likes to see his sister's smile, which is the only comfort in his long life. For him, as long as he can see his sister's smile, it doesn't matter even if he has to work hard. There is really no way, then I will try to become a god of death. But, sister, don't be a stumbling block for me. With a not so straightforward thought, the boy from the Zaraki family began to study. Hearing such stubborn words, the sister smiled gently. Xiao Shuang will definitely become a greater god of death than our ancestors and a role model for the Zaraki family. The soothing smile was deeply engraved in the boy's heart, and became his greatest motivation to keep getting stronger and learning, even though he couldn't even hold a bamboo sword properly now. However, the peaceful life was broken in an instant. Several upper nobles colluded to frame the Zaraki family because they coveted the property of the Zaraki family, and fabricated evidence that the Zaraki family intended to overthrow the rule of the 5 nobles and the royal family. Soon, all members of the Zaraki family were arrested. When the verdict was issued, the Zaraki family came to an end, and everyone was sent to the execution ground. In the huge pit, they had to fight a life and death battle with the Hollow. Here, if you look up, you can see the nobles who framed the Zaraki family sneer. They sat in the stands and admired the painful appearance of the prisoners below. The interweaving of blood and corpses drew a whole picture. Scroll of Hell. Because the Zaraki family has been engaged in business for many years, they have neglected the family heritage and ignored the importance of strength, so even if there is only one executioner, they still cannot win. The boy of the Zaraki family was the last one to be sent to the execution ground. He was locked in a cell next to the pit, witnessing the horrific scene of his relatives being slaughtered, and his thin body trembled constantly in fear. When only the boy and his sister were left in the Zaraki family, the execution method suddenly changed for some reason, and the brother and sister were sent to the pit at the same time. The jailer helped to unlock their handcuffs and anklets, and then gave each of them a shallow beating. The executioner sneered disdainfully on the high platform. The next battle will prove one thing: the Zaraki family, which was regarded as a hero in the past, no longer has the strength worthy of our respect. This bloodline has no value to continue. Now this brother and sister are the entire bloodline of the Zaraki family, and even if they join forces, they can't kill a Hollow. This is the evidence of the decline of the power of the Zaraki family. The boy didn't understand what the other party was saying, but when he heard the dirty nobles cursing his sister, he couldn't help but feel an uncontrollable anger in his heart. It was like a ball of hot flame, burning violently. The execution began. A huge hollow appeared in the sight of the two, and his eyes filled with countless bloodshot were full of desire for fresh flesh and blood. The powerful spiritual pressure fell on the thin body, and the boy's face was shrouded in endless despair, trembling involuntarily. Just when he was shrouded in fear, his sister turned around and showed a familiar gentle smile. "It's okay, Xiao Shuang. I will definitely make you a better person." The boy couldn't remember what happened next. I only remembered that the blood splashed on his face was particularly hot. The huge hollow was covered with hideous scars, and sticky blood flowed down its huge body, forming a stream on the ground. And its ugly lower jaw was holding the girl's body at this time. The boy held the shallow stick in his hand and wanted to rush up to rescue his sister, but the fear in his heart spread all over his body, making him unable to move. At this time, the dying girl looked back at him. There was no blame in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, revealing her last gentle smile. "Xiao Shuang, you have to become a powerful god of death." A low murmur fell, followed by a complicated ghost spell. The next moment, the hot blue flame burned on the hideous face of the hollow, swallowing everything. The boy's wailing collapsed in his throat, unable to condense a complete cry, only a hoarse wail. Like a beast. What happened later? Rueming wanted to ask, but thought that doing so would be like rubbing salt into the wound. Considering the difference in strength between the two sides, he suppressed the urge to commit suicide. Zaraki Xuanja calmly looked at the two people beside him, as if he saw through someone's thoughts. The story continued, when the boy just regained his sanity. The executive on the high platform laughed ugly. "The last boy of the Zaraki family has put away his tears and seems to be ready to fight. Let's praise him." The boy couldn't understand the meaning of these words, and then if he said that, it would undoubtedly crush all hopes and reveal the ugliness and bottom line of the nobles. "Okay, put the next hollow in the execution ground. The story after that is meaningless." Zaraki Suya interrupted the two and urged them to explain. "Because of the special nature of my Zanpakuto, the spirits that were decomposed by soul society that day were retained in the execution ground. So, the calm eyes fell on Rueming. "I'll try my best." The boy patted his chest, but he didn't dare to say anything too confident. The sacrifices he had performed before were all spirits of people who had died not long ago. For an existence that had been gone for 100 years, it was a fantasy to collect spirits and make it reappear in the world. Under the puzzled eyes of the two, Rueming took out the altar from the sleeves of his school uniform, took out incense, bells, imperial coins, and a teacup filled with clear water from his chest. Then he took out a neat and clean set of priest uniforms from his crotch. In a few seconds, the student of the Spiritual Arts Academy transformed himself into the chief priest of the Nigu shrine. The incense and candles were lit, and the lingering fragrance lingered in the execution ground. The bells rang lightly, and the crisp sound resounded in the empty space. "In the name of the priest of the moon, sacrifice to the one-eyed god Mimi Haki." Rueming's 10 fingers flew skillfully, countless hand seals kept changing, and while muttering, he also released the strongest spiritual pressure at the current stage. "Since it is to summon the dead from 100 years ago, it should not be a problem for me to use a little more spiritual pressure, right?" With this idea in mind, Rueming completed the last step of the sacrifice. The next moment, a huge roar broke out in the execution ground, resounding through the dome. In the two surprised eyes, a huge and sacred black shadow stood on Rueming's body, twisting the spiritual children around him. The dark ink color continued to outline until the darkness covered everything. "Sorry, the update is a bit late. Chapter 32 The dead should look like dead people." Silence swallowed up the blood and death. When the single eye opened, the indifferent gaze stared at the entire Mao execution ground. Everything solidified at this moment. Fragmented black shadows spread over its deep body, and countless branches like branches fell around the moon, as if the stars surrounded the moon, surrounding it in the center. The weird scene he had never seen before made him a little afraid to act rashly for a while. The spirit particles in the air gradually emerged and solidified, condensing in front of the altar, forming a slender and thin figure. Seeing this, Zaraki Shuang also widened his eyes slightly, and his calm expression was instantly broken. He subconsciously raised his right hand and trembled as he wanted to touch the figure. But when the figure's shape and face became clear, Zaraki Suya's expression froze. "Not my sister." A strange face with a hint of familiarity, as if I had seen it somewhere before. As the inky black shadow continued to spread, one after another blurry body emerged like bamboo shoots after rain under the condensation of spirit particles. Cold sweat slid down Ruuming's forehead. He probably understood what was going on. Because of the excessive release of spiritual pressure, the sacrifice received too many responses from the one-eyed god. Then, all the spirit particles of the dead stranded in the execution ground were resurrected. If he remembered correctly, not long ago, Zaraki Suya had just said that almost all of his family died in this execution ground. The figures gradually became clearer, and the breath became heavier. Noisy sounds continued to sound. And the originally gloomy execution ground gradually turned into a vegetable market. What happened? Didn't I die? That guy in the white Haori looks so cocky. Why is my body a little blurry? As countless doubts and questions echoed, the shadows surging in the execution ground began to boil, as if to drown everything. Ruuming, what happened? Zakan Chuang also frowned, feeling that the changes in things were beyond his control. These illusory existences in front of him were actually his former family. The gathering of more than 300 figures made this huge and deep pit seem crowded. What is this? Zakan family held a meeting. Zakan Chuang also had no nostalgia for his former family. The corrupt family full of the smell of money completely forgot the honor of their ancestors, thus bringing disaster to the family. It can be said that the extinction of the Zakan family is inseparable from these people. It is precisely because of the existence of this group of people that he has brought him decades of pain that he cannot fully accept. Captain Zaraki, why don't you talk to your father? Ruuming said cautiously, if I heard correctly, the middle-aged Mediterranean guy on your left should be, Rose. Zaraki Xuanjai looked uneasy, and his blood pressure soared. Although he already knew how unreliable this kid was, he still felt a little upset when he really got in touch with him. The guy named Aizen was also a young genius. It was amazing that he could get along with this kid for so long without any harm, and he didn't kill him. It was admirable. Well, don't you like your dad? Ruuming pointed, that means you like your mom more. 3 meters behind the left. You're welcome. Aizen whispered to the side, say less, or I'll have to collect your body tonight. Feeling the murderous look of Zaraki Suya, Ruuming sneered and decisively chose to follow his heart. Facing such a ruthless captain, it's better to be careful. Who knows if this thing will be a killer like Anohanaretsu? Zaraki Suya's eyes moved, scanning the familiar faces, looking for the one he cared about the most. Back then, he awakened his Zanpakuto at the moment he was swallowed by the executioner's hollow. Rain and dew. Then, the moment of repentance for the nobles came. Extreme pain covered the stands, and Zaraki Suya used the cruelest way he could think of to slaughter the group of nobles. The stench of viscera and blood filled the execution ground, not even a complete body could be found. Compared to the members of the Zaraki family who died in the mouth of the executioner, the pain of these nobles was several times, even dozens or hundreds of times greater. But after the revenge, Zaraki Shuang did not get spiritual redemption. On the contrary, his heart was unprecedentedly empty. He lost everything he cherished and could only move forward in a daze, walking on a road with no end. In the days that followed, he temporarily figured it out and decided to take his sister's words before her death as his life goal and become a powerful god of death. Decades later, he became the 8th generation Kenpachi. Zaraki Shuang also strictly required himself with the code of conduct of the god of death, and perfectly executed his sister's last words. Northwest direction, in the prison on the wall. Just as Zaraki Futaba was searching, Aizen, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up to remind him. As soon as he finished speaking, Zaraki Futaba in front of him suddenly turned into countless white light spots and shattered in an instant, disappearing directly in front of the two. Is your observation so sharp? Rueming was surprised. I didn't expect that you could find his sister's trace at such a distance. No. Aizen shook his head and corrected, I didn't find her trace, but guessed that she should be there. There is only that one prison in the entire execution ground. According to the story that Zaraki Futaba told before, when the Zaraki family was executed, he was imprisoned in the prison and witnessed his relatives die one by one. If his sister really cares about him as much as in the story, she will definitely appear in the prison. After hearing this, Rueming hissed. He is calm in the face of danger, thinks calmly, and has a quick mind. Such a person can achieve success no matter what he does. Compared with those good-for-nothings in Seoul society, Aizen is a complete all-round crusher. With such a friend, why worry about not accomplishing great things? Just when Kisaragi was thinking about what great things to do, a discordant voice came from the resurrected crowd. Damn it, that kid from the Zaraki family actually dared to do this to me. Sure enough, the punishment is still too light. It was our fault that we failed to torture that kid to death. By the way, what is going on with us now? Why are we mixed up with these low-class people? Where are the death gods? Where are those idiots? The unbearable curses mixed with angry shouts continued to ring out in the crowded execution ground. Just as this group of resurrected nobles were wantonly venting the fear and anger left over from their lives, a figure suddenly pushed aside the illusory figures on both sides and appeared in front of them. Rueming looked at these ugly faces, and inexplicably felt an unconcealable disgust in his heart. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and with his spiritual pressure driven, the huge black shadow behind him surged and exploded, covering everything in front like a tide. Since you are already dead, then disappear completely. May the one-eyed god bless you forever. Thanks to the reward from the lazy cat El Boss, and thank you all for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 33 Resurrection, My Sister. Death is not the end, but forgetfulness is. When the resurrected spirits were decomposed again, this group of high-ranking nobles finally remembered the fear of being dominated. The familiar faces were wiped out one by one, swallowed and decomposed by the branch-like black shadows, until there was no trace left. Everyone was terrified, and the curses turned into pleas. Some even tried to squeeze out 2 non-existent tears, trying to make the boy in front of them change his mind. But their actions not only did not win any sympathy, but instead accelerated their own death again. Ming, do you hate these nobles? Aizen stood aside and asked calmly, they don't seem to have any hatred against you. Hearing this, Rueming paused slightly, sighed lightly, and said truthfully. It's not that I hate nobles. There are good and bad in any group, and nobles are no exception. I have seen villains who enjoy killing in the bone reversal zone, and I have also seen nobles with compassion. I just simply hate people with despicable personalities. While speaking, Rueming's hands did not slow down, manipulating the branch-like ink-black shadows to decompose these dead people at the slowest speed. Spirit. Different from the first death. Akira Yuki thought that letting these inferior guys die just once would be too easy for them. Therefore, he chose to sacrifice all of them to the one-eyed god Mimi Haji. Completely deprive these people of the qualification of reincarnation and fall into the eternal darkness of death. As for the members of the Zaraki family who were holding a meeting next to them, there was no need to manage them. When the power gained from the sacrifice disappeared, they would disappear together. Gathering the spirits of the dead and making them reappear in the world is not a true resurrection after all. Looking at the aggressive and bullying Akira Yuki, Aizen lowered his eyes slightly, and his tense expression relaxed a little. Although he was heartless on weekdays, in essence, this guy didn't seem to be too bad. Perhaps only in this way can Fang live with the greatest happiness. In the dark prison, mottled bloodstains dotted the dark walls, and on the floor paved with boulders, there were several pieces of dried meat. Since the nobles sitting on the high platform were all killed in a brutal manner, this execution ground was abolished by the resolution of the 46th chamber. For decades, no one else has come here. However, now, two white figures appeared in the prison. The former, the white captain's Hayori. The latter, the slightly embarrassed prison uniform. But the attitudes of both parties formed a sharp contrast with their respective clothes. Wearing a white captain's Hayori, Zaraki Fudia looked nervously at the familiar yet unfamiliar face in front of him, wanting to say something but stopping. His palms were full of sweat. Back then, he was not so nervous when he faced the first generation of Kenhakuri Yashiki. Is it, Xiao Shuang? The girl's eyes flashed with doubt, as if she didn't understand her current state, nor did she understand the inexplicable familiarity of the man in front of her. She walked in front of the man without any hesitation, and her slender and scarred hands tightly grasped the other's big hands. The next moment, the girl smiled, and the familiar tenderness appeared on her thin face, like a ray of bright light, dispelling all the darkness in the prison. It is Xiao Shuang indeed. Although your hands have become much bigger and a little calloused, you really fulfilled the promise with your sister. Shirosuya looked at the girl's face and opened her mouth to say something, but her throat seemed to be blocked, and she couldn't say a word. It seems that many years have passed. The girl's right hand gently stroked Shirosuya's face. You must be very tired in these years. Sister shouldn't have said that at the time. What is gone will eventually go away, and forcing it to stay will only cause pain. It doesn't matter if it's glory or hope. But since you are still alive, it means that those people really kept their promise. I am really happy to see you again. I don't know how long it has been. When Zaraki Suya said the first sentence in a hoarse voice, he opened the conversation box and told the girl in front of him about his experiences over the years. Until the girl's figure once again produced ripples. Seeing this, the expressions of the two froze at the same time, and the prison suddenly fell into silence. After a moment of silence, the girl's mouth curled up and smiled. It seems that the time has come. It's a pity that I haven't heard the story after you became the captain. A faint light appeared on the thin body, and fragments flew like snowflakes, turning into countless spirits, gradually disappearing in front of her eyes. Don't be sad, Xiao Shuang. I have no regrets to see you when you grow up. The girl smiled gently. This time, let's leave a promise. Xiao Shuang, live well. After the voice fell, a faint light appeared, and the hazy figure suddenly broke, disintegrated, and disappeared in front of Zaraki Suya. At this moment, the emotions in his heart could no longer be suppressed, and they vented out like a volcanic eruption. The beast-like wailing echoed in the prison, and the extreme pain broke out wantonly, tearing the heart into pieces. In the execution ground, Rueming's expression was a little dull, and he looked in the direction of the sound in surprise. This guy seems to be very stimulated. Is it a bit too much for us to do this? Hearing this, Aizen was helpless and said with a slight headache, please change we to I. You made the plan and you are the executor. You didn't listen to my advice at all. Sometimes, this guy is so stubborn that he can't be pulled back at all. Okay? While Rueming was speaking, his hands were still moving smoothly without any stagnation. You are really going too far. Just this time, not next time. Aizen was silent. In the name of Kisaragi, I will offer sacrifice to the one-eyed god Mimi Haji. Kisaragi Akira looked slightly serious, chanting the sacrificial spell in a low voice. The materialized spiritual pressure kept flowing in front of the altar, outlining Mimihachi's indifferent single eye. Sacrifice the dead and release the power of the eye hidden deep in the bone-defying zone. The black shadow condensed into a right hand with an eye growing in the palm, and countless glimmers condensed in the palm. In an instant, terrible pressure swept over Kisaragi Akira's face flushed red, and he tried his best to control the black shadow. Trying to pour it into the bell on the altar. The huge spiritual pressure came with a bang, like a mountain torrent collapsing, wantonly venting in the execution ground. The black shadow was restrained by this terrifying spiritual pressure, completed the last step, and completely sank into the bell. The dark single eye slowly emerged on the bell. To be honest, I am really not good at writing tragedies. In the official novel, although Zaraki is very extreme, he is also quite pitiful. He watched his family being killed with his own eyes, and his closest sister also died in front of him. Looking at the entire Bleach, there is no character more miserable than him, so I arranged a better ending for him with a little selfishness. P.S. Let me explain, Mimihachi is the right hand of the Spirit King, and his authority is stillness. As for the interaction with Yukatake, it will be arranged in the later text. Chapter 34, If you disagree, I will stab you in the ribs. The person who completed all this lay on the ground like a dead fish. Seeing that he was breathing in more than breathing out, he looked like he was going to die soon. This time, I lost a lot. After finally recovering, Ryuuming said with a pained look. Before in the Nigu district, I could earn at least 80,000 rings by doing such a high-level sacrifice. Not only did I do it for nothing this time, I also lost a bell, 2 incense sticks, and an imperial coin. It's a bloody loss. Aizen glanced at this guy expressionlessly and said calmly. You are the one who acted on your own, and you are the one who regrets and feels sad. If I hadn't been there just now, the sacrificial ceremony would not have been completed, and even you would have been affected. Mei Sun Xian Tu Hui Xiat? Hearing this, Ryuuming frowned, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Just when Aizen thought that this guy had turned back, he heard a decisive and sonorous answer. No. Aizen. Resisting the urge to chop someone's head with a knife, he cast his eyes into the distance. The wailing continued, and it was not difficult to hear the extreme grief from the voice. In the eyes of Zaraki Futaba, from now on, he is really alone. The pain he experienced in his childhood is now replayed in front of him. The powerlessness in his childhood has not changed at all. Now he has become one of the strongest dozen Shinigami in Soul Society, and he still cannot save his sister's life. No matter how strong or not, it is useless in the face of such life and death. Even as strong as Captain Genryusai Shigakuni Yamamoto, he cannot change this reality. Zaraki Futaba is immersed in pain and cannot extricate himself. In the execution ground, Aizen's eyes twitched as he watched Kisaragi Akira stuff the altar into his crotch. Even though he has seen it many times, he still can't understand why this guy has such a bad taste. Are you going to give the bell directly to Zaraki Futaba? How is it possible? Ryuuming widened his eyes and shook the bell to show off. This is a sacred thing that I spent a lot of effort and countless power to win. With my devout belief in Master Mimihachi. Do I have to pay more? Aizen was helpless. Ryuuming grinned, those who know me will help me cure my illness. After an unknown amount of time, the voices of grief gradually subsided, and Zaraki Shuang also appeared in the execution ground again. The execution ground at this time has returned to its former tranquility. When he came to Ryuuming and Aizen again, the 8th generation Kenpachi had taken back the cold mask of the past, and it was even colder. It was like a piece of iceberg that never melted. Although there was a little accident, thank you very much, Ryuuming. Zaraki Shuang is also a very principled person. He knew very well that his behavior this time was very offensive. Neither Ryuuming nor Aizen should be involved in such things. But in the Zenjoji area, Ryueming's sacrifice method directly revived the dead, which made his originally calm state of mind ripple again. If possible, even if he saw each other again. With this idea in mind, he activated the ability of Yulo Jalayu, created a clone to appear in the temporary dormitory, and made his request. Although he did not have much hope, he still brought them to this execution ground where the pain was buried. Fortunately, Ryueming did not disappoint his expectations. But since he was already involved, he might as well tell the original plan to the two of them, and just listen to their opinions. About Zenjoji, Zaraki Fuya said calmly, "It's actually a pilot of mine." "What do you mean?" Ryueming looked up in confusion. I saw Zaraki Futaba coldly narrating his ideas. Reform all the residents of Rukanga, give them the ability to annihilate the hollows, and finally kill into the Hueco Mundo. The incident in Zenjoji Temple is just the beginning. Next, I will report this plan to the 46th room, and then implement it. Before he finished speaking, Zaraki Futaba suddenly found that the expression of Kisaragi Akira, whom he called his benefactor, had changed subtly. "The Rukanga you mentioned will not including the boneless district, right?" Zaraki Fuya nodded calmly and admitted. "Of course. It takes a lot to annihilate the hollows." Swish! The sound of the blade being unsheathed interrupted Zaraki Fuya's narration. Aizen was shocked to find that Kisaragi Akira showed a strange look that he had never seen before. The wild spiritual pressure flowed freely, entwined on the silver-white blade. There was no trace of emotion on the extremely calm face. The boy's transformation from laughter to extremes took only a moment. "You should know. I come from the local shrine in the boneless district." The blade in Kisaragi Akira's hand glowed with a dangerous light. "That's my home." Zaraki Fuya nodded slightly. "I know. But sacrificing the self for the sake of the whole, isn't that what a true god of death should do?" The gorgeous sword light and the invisible spiritual pressure guard collided in the air, splashing sparks, illuminating two expressionless and extremely calm faces in the darkness. "Fuck you, the god of death." The extremely violent sword attack was launched instantly, like a storm, rushing towards the face. The invisible spirit particles in the air gathered in large quantities, turning into blade lights one after another, resisting the extremely swift slash. The solution is rain and dew. Merge your own spirit particles with the spirit particles contained in other living or non-living things, and then you can manipulate them at will. Make them. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of Zaraki Futaba. Although his understanding has been integrated with the spirit particles of the entire Osling court, he can monitor everything that happens in this space. But the brain's processing has an upper limit. Therefore, Zaraki Futaba will only observe the part he cares about. A place like the Spiritual Art Academy is not worth his attention. So, when he saw Ryueming's outburst, he was still very surprised. "I didn't expect that under that heartless skin, there is such a fierce side hidden." Facing an existence that is countless times stronger than himself, he still dares to draw his sword to protect everything he cherishes. "Kiragi-kun, you have far surpassed me." The corners of Zaraki Futaba's mouth slightly raised, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Kiragi Akira tightly grasped his zanpakuto, his eyes cold, falling on the figure in front of him like a sharp blade. He didn't care about the difference in strength. He only knew one thing: if he didn't stand up to protect, then no one would really care. However, just as the battle became more and more intense, a familiar voice sounded again. Zaraki Futaba's trust level has reached the standard, and the sign-in conditions have been met. Character sign-in, Zaraki Futaba. Thanks to Lin Zhong Derek for the reward. This paragraph is a bit entangled. If it is too detailed, it will feel a bit watery, and if it is too rough, it will feel inadequate. Chapter 35 on the self-cultivation of actors. Character sign-in, Zaraki Futaba. Obtained Kendo level +1, currently LV64. Obtained Spiritual Pressure level +3, Currently LV52. Obtained exclusive entry, Ghost Path Expertise. Ghost Path Expertise. A qualified god of death should not only hold a broken sword and slash at the enemy. A true god of death should be elegant. Extreme elegance, firepower coverage while chatting and laughing, drowning your enemies with endless ghost path. Ghost path consumption is reduced by 50%, and power is increased by 100%. Boom! The breakthrough of spiritual pressure makes Ruuming's offensive even more powerful. The flamboyant spiritual pressure light is like a tentacle, lingering around the body, and the sharp blades are scattered in all directions, and each blade goes straight to the opponent's vitals. The body moves freely like flowing water between the spiritual blades, like a light swallow. The fierce and cold aura burst out wantonly, as if venting the anger in his heart. Zashiro Futaba frowned slightly, noticing the abnormality of Ruuming, and a sense of regret emerged in his heart. Maybe using the bone reversing zone to stimulate this young man was a bit too much. The gap cannot be made up by skills. Zashiro Futaba said calmly, there is an unbridgeable gap between you and me in the realm of spiritual pressure. Ryu-kun, you can't stop me from doing anything. In response to him, there was only an extremely fierce slash, as if to cut off the air in front of him. The moment the blade fell, a sharp breaking sound rang out. The kindness of the dead sword. The sword art that was secretly learned from Mao's Hiwalai shone brightly in Ruuming's hands. The tricky blade trajectory change even made Zashiro Futaba, who controlled the entire execution ground spirit, make a momentary mistake. The spirit particles and blade lights intersected, turning into a net that covered the sky and the earth. Covering it, the air trembled, and it made a wail that could not bear the heavy weight. Death sword style, cloud clearing. The sword lights intersected, reflecting the cold face. The night turned into a huge curtain. Under the moonlight, the sword style belonging to the first generation Kenpachi emerged from the execution ground filled with a strong smell of blood. Splendid appearance. The Zanpakuto fell, as if an invisible big hand had moved everything in front of it. The broken blade lights turned into countless spirit particles and scattered, and the bone-eroding coldness went straight to the face of Zaraki Fuya. Dang! The sound of metal clashing echoed in the execution ground. An invisible barrier was firmly pressed in front of him, and no matter how strong the power and spiritual pressure of Ruuming was, it remained unmoved. The gap was clear at a glance. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ruuming raised his head slightly, his eyes were extremely cold. And his dry lips slightly opened. The 33rd broken way, the blue fire falling. Zi Changshuang was also stunned, and his pupils shrank slightly. It was not that he was surprised at Ruuming's understanding of the ghost way, but at such a close distance, if the 33rd broken way was released, its power would be exerted to the extreme. But at the same time, it would directly engulf both of them. A brilliant blue flame appeared on the blade, lighting up the moment of the execution ground, and the scorching high temperature immediately broke out. The flames licked lightly, and a strand of hair fell and melted instantly. When he realized that the boy in front of him had no intention of stopping, Zaraki Fuya activated his ability. The turbulent flow of spirit particles turned into an extreme storm, venting and raging in the execution ground until the burning blue flame was completely extinguished. The hard ground collapsed and turned into surging waves, surging layer by layer, and instantly climbed to a height of dozens of meters, imprisoning and sealing the boy like a living thing. Although it is a bit offensive. But please forgive me for using such a rude method. Zaraki Fuya, who ended the battle in an instant, seemed to have just done something insignificant. He walked slowly to Ruuming and explained apologetically. When I met my sister, I changed my mind. It is the duty of the Shinigami to annihilate the hollows, not the residents of Rukanga. When I imposed a burden that did not exist on them, I might have become the one I hated the most. Those nobles who were high above us and looked down upon us. Ruuming's expression changed slightly, as if he had never expected things to unfold in this way. And the reason why I said that before. Shiro Shuanjai sighed, I just wanted to know more about. Oh? Rueming frowned, his violent aura eased a little, and he asked in a suspicious tone. So, you were just provoking me. Then, you were eager to get a beating. Hearing this, Zaraki Suya hesitated to speak. That's the truth, but why does this sound weird? Please forgive me. Zaraki Suya sighed and lowered his posture. He is a very principled person. The other party let him meet his sister, but he tried in such an offensive way. This has violated his principles to a certain extent. But for the future of Soul Society and the future of Death God, Zaraki Suya would rather bear the misunderstanding of others. Although the contact time is not long. But Ueming's various performances have surpassed any genius in the past 100 years. Such a person, if he goes astray, if he did, the damage he would cause would be even greater than his. But after such a test, Zaraki Suya believes that with such a steadfast existence, even if the road ahead is crooked, it will not go too far. Perhaps, in the near future, the name of Kisaragi will spread throughout the Soul Society. Zaraki Suya looked at the boy imprisoned by the raised ground, and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. After I was promoted to the captain of the 11th Division, all the property of the Zaraki family that was divided was returned, even more than before. To thank you for everything you did tonight. If you don't mind, please accept these things. Hearing this, Rueming's eyes lit up. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. Zaraki is a good guy. First give trust, then give property. After such an operation, it is not in vain for his hard work tonight. It's getting late, it's time to go back. Zaraki Shuanja looked at the slightly bright sky, raised his hand and released Rueming's restraint. Someone will go to the Spiritual Arts Academy to discuss this with you. Goodbye, both of you. As soon as the voice fell, his figure shattered directly, turning into countless spirit particles and dissipating in the air. Just when Rueming was complacent and thought he had deceived everyone, a calm and familiar voice sounded in his ears. Ming, you have worked so hard. Aizen walked slowly to him, with a playful smile on his slightly raised mouth. Such superb acting skills, you must have worked hard on it every day, right? Then let's guess. The person who often deceives with this acting skill, it won't be me, right? As soon as these words came out, Rueming's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Looking at the gentle smile in front of him, he felt sweaty for a moment. Chapter 36 limited to the 6 cars. What are you going to do with this rattle? After slightly threatening Rueming, Aizen took out the rattle that had been handed to him before. The rattle was no longer the original brass color. The inky black lines were like the lines on branches, entwined around the bell, and finally a single dark eye fell in the center. Seeing Aizen return to his usual serious look, Rueming coughed a few times, took over the conversation and continued. Of course it was returned to Zaraki Suya. Will it stay with me? There is no hope of resurrection. He has been dead for dozens or hundreds of years. Even if it is the Soul King. Well, I should be able to do it. Rueming suddenly remembered that the gods enshrined in the Nigu Shen shrine belonged to the same origin as the Soul King. Wait until Zaraki Suya's men come, and then let him hand it over. He waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Aizen nodded, but he didn't have any other ideas. The power to maintain the current state of the deceased in the bell comes from the local shrine in the Nigu district. With his current knowledge and ability, he cannot analyze the essence of this power for the time being. However, based on the current situation, it is roughly guessed that it may have a great relationship with the Soul King's ability to open up the 3 realms. Soul King, it is really a distant name. The textbooks mentioned the power of the Soul King more than once. With the help of the 5 great noble ancestors, he single-handedly opened up the Soul Society, the living world, and the Hueco Mundo. According to the records, after completing all this, the Soul King retired to the Soul King Palace and silently watched the development of the three realms. However, after meeting his bad friend Kisaragi Akira, Aizen gradually became suspicious of this statement. According to this guy, the one-eyed god enshrined in the Nakukotsuya shrine is a thing dedicated to the Soul King's right arm, also known as Mimi Haji. How could the high and mighty Soul King be related to a local shrine in Rukanga? Is there some unknown secret in this? Is the Soul King, K, really high and mighty? Aizen looked up at the sky, the breeze blew, the light coolness was refreshing, a crescent moon hung high in the hazy clouds, looming. Unfortunately, the only response he got was the daily diary. Kanpieto, tea eggs, Yamamoto Shigakuni's special beard comb, calligraphy works. The first two were barely acceptable. At least the taste was good. But why did he need a beard comb? He was still a teenager. What's more, when Kisaragi Akira took the calligraphy work, he was shocked to find that the handwriting on it was inexplicably familiar. After taking his homework book and making a careful comparison, he concluded that this was Aizen's handwriting. Kisaragi Akira was furious. Did he lack Aizen's calligraphy works? All he needed was enough tofu dishes to exploit this guy to complete his homework with all his heart. In this regard, even capitalists have to learn from him. On the third day after the execution ceremony, the person mentioned by Zaraki Fuya also came to the Spiritual Art Institute. Still a familiar face. The butler of the Kukaki family, Jin Jinjiro. Why is it you again? Ryueming was surprised. Is this the legendary 1 meal, 2 meals a day? Before he could finish a word, Jin Jinjiro felt his blood pressure soar, and there was a tendency to surpass his spiritual pressure. This kid's mouth is getting more and more hurtful. Last time they met, he knew to cover up, but this time he didn't avoid suspicion at all and just mocked him nakedly. He really doesn't take people seriously. Captain Zaraki asked me to come here. Jin Jinjiro finally suppressed his anger and faced the boy in front of him with the best professional qualities. Regarding the transfer of Zaraki's property, you only need to sign your name on this paper. Leave the rest to me. Ryueming didn't doubt him and wrote his name carelessly. Should I say it or not? Under the influence of his surroundings, his calligraphy skills have a tendency to approach Aizen, at least it is no longer the same as before. Everything he writes seems to be drawing talismans. Looking at the almost indistinguishable handwriting, Jin Jinjiro's mouth twitched. I wanted to ask this kid to write again, but considering that the other party might say something challenging his worldview, he decisively gave up the idea. Since the delivery has been completed, I will take my leave first. Jin Jinjiro stood up. As for the mansion of the Zaraki family, it has been abandoned for many years, so if you need to live there, please find someone to clean it up first. The specific location is Northwest 6072 in the 6th district. Kisaragi Akira nodded. It is reasonable that the Zaraki family mansion is abandoned, and Zaraki Shuang is unwilling to face the memories of the past. And those nobles were frightened by his killing, and they dared not covet the property of the Zaraki family. Now it's all his, and it can be said that good people get good rewards. Pass the bell to after Jin Jinjiro, he left in a hurry. Such a scene made Ryueming feel sorry. He was such a good man who was dedicated to his job, but he didn't even drink a cup of tea. What a pity, this was the only low-quality tea he got by signing in. It's time to go to class. Aizen, who was sitting at the desk, suddenly put away his textbook and said, "This class is the Kido class, and it's still Mr. Willing to say. He is the teacher who gets sick the least." Ryueming nodded in agreement. Willing to say is as strong as an ox, and it's no problem for him to kill a Killian with one punch. Kido is somewhat redundant for him. It is worth mentioning that his current panel has reached a very biased state. Name, Kisaragi Akira. Identity, priest of Nigamai Shrine, commoner of Rukanga, first-time revived student of Shino Spiritual Arts Academy. Spiritual pressure, LV52. Kendo, LV64. Hakutsu, LV22. Instant Step, LV21. Kido, LV24. Exclusive items, Affinity with Spirits, Dangerous Instinct, Heart of God, Miraculous Resurrection, Light as a Swallow, Kindness of the Dead Sword, Expertise in Kido. Spiritual Pressure soared to the 11th level, and Kendo even reached LV64. With the blessing of Kindness of the Dead Sword, Kisaragi Akira even dared to fight some captains in terms of slashing techniques. Of course, this was limited to Rokukaran and below. On the other hand, Hakutsu, Instant Step, and Kido seemed a bit unsightly. Although compared with his peers, he was already a genius among geniuses, but there was a more genius monster around him. Even though Ruuming's strength is already very impressive, he still dares not relax too much, for fear of being thrown to a place where he can't even see the tail gas. Fortunately, the person who was quietly invaded by the medical Linden Emperor. Just a while ago, he kindly prepared a way for himself to become stronger quickly. It seems to be a little bit linked to this ghost course. Chapter 37 Don't Be a God of Death Ruuming. Special Dojo for Ghost Course. The 31st Broken Way Red Fire Cannon is one of the most commonly used broken ways. Wuling Taize opened his 5 fingers like iron rods, and a ball of red flame burned slowly in his palm, emitting rolling heat waves. Not only is it amazingly powerful, but it can also play different roles in different occasions under the condition of controlling the frequency of spiritual pressure transmission. For example, lighting. The curtains in the dojo fell, the lights went out, and it fell into darkness. What followed was a bright but not dazzling light that directly lit up the entire dojo. The surprised faces of the students were reflected. Of course, this requires exquisite control and understanding of the ghost way itself. Wuling Taisei extinguished the red fire cannon in his palm. His movements were so rough that there was even a sound of gas explosion, which made people's eyelids jump. Although all these are true. But your look is not convincing at all. Not only Ruuming thinks so, other students have similar ideas. Even the 11th Division, which is known for its bravery and ferocity, rarely can be compared with the ghost teacher of the Spiritual Art Academy in terms of physique. And it is rumored that in a short time, Wuling Taisei will be promoted to the Great Ghost Master of the Ghost Way group. This is on the same level as the captain of the Godi I-13. Although when they learned the news, 99% of the students were in a state of confusion. After gradually accepting this fact, they suddenly began to worry about the future of the Ghost Way group. As the long-range attack of the Osrei Ting, they will not become a reckless squad like the 11th Squadron in the future, right? If you want to understand the way of ghosts, the first thing you need to do is to know its essence. From spells to hand seals, to the way of releasing spiritual pressure and the trajectory of the flow of spirit particles. For spells alone, the same broken way has different contents. Generally speaking, we only need to master one of them. But if you want to be like me and have a precise control of the way of ghosts, you need to have a certain understanding of other spells of the way of ghosts, and the same applies to hand seals. If nothing else, in terms of teaching the way of ghosts, Wuling Taisei is second to none. Even if Ruuming, a student who often dozes off in theoretical classes, is listening with great interest at this time. Of course, there are other reasons why he didn't fall asleep. Wuling Taisei's teaching is still continuing. After the main concepts are explained, the next step is to have a more detailed understanding in batches and levels. Analyze everything about the way of ghosts from the most essential point. During the intermission, Wuling Taisei asked the students to try the power of the red fire cannon in the air. He would supervise them to prevent accidents. So, what is the method of becoming stronger quickly that you mentioned before? Kiragi Akira asked excitedly, didn't you say it was related to the ghost way? Can you briefly talk about it now? Aizen nodded slightly and said calmly. Do you remember that you used the sacrifice method to communicate with Asachi some time ago, injected the essence of the soul, and transformed it into a dedicated Zanpakuto? Kiragi Akira nodded. Although until now, he still doesn't understand what his Zanpakuto is capable of, and he doesn't even know its real name. But in his spare time, he will also try to communicate with Zanpakuto again through the ritual method and enter the consciousness space. The result is still the same as last time. When entering the Nikokotsuo shrine and about to touch the statue, the Zanpakuto space will be shattered. In Aizen's words, that is, the spiritual pressure level is not enough to support the next stage of liberation of Zanpakuto. Although Kisaragi is already a genius compared to other students, it will take some time to reach the level of mastering the real name. In addition to the uninterrupted daily check-in, more efforts must be made to rely on the extreme hard practice of involution. In addition, Kisaragi's spirit body has also undergone great changes. The bodies of the gods of death are all made up of spirit particles. Aizen explained, countless spirit particles use a subtle structure to build a perfect spirit body that cannot find any flaws. Finally, the soul is the main force to form an individual called the god of death. Don't look at me like that. This is the original text in the textbook. This. Kisaragi suddenly realized that compared with Aizen, he seemed to be just a little better than an illiterate. However, the theoretical knowledge was not as interesting as the sacrifice, and he really couldn't get interested at all. Fortunately, he still had an omnipotent friend. If he encountered troubles that could not be solved in the future, he only needed to use the invincible Aizen's magic. What I want to say is that the essence of the spirit body has changed when you are born. Aizen continued to analyze, to put it simply, you are evolving. Kisaragi frowned. Aizen was very pleased to see his friend trying to think for himself. If this guy doesn't use his brain, that thing will rust. Since it is impossible to achieve a rapid improvement in the spiritual pressure realm in a short period of time. Aizen said his thoughts, why not try to explore the potential hidden in the spirit body directly? Because to some extent, the ghost way and the spirit body have certain similarities, and the degree of compatibility with each other is extremely high. You can try to engrave the ghost way in the spirit body, and then release it in a white way. To put it simply, it is further strengthen the spirit body. Of course, this method has certain risks. So, it's best to try the experiment when you have fully mastered a certain ghost way. Ming, you should understand, right? Seeing that this guy was a little dazed, Aizen frowned and asked. I understand, I understand. Ming grinned, isn't this the conclusion I said before? As a qualified mage, you should first max out your life and endurance, and choose skills such as skull cracking, blocking, critical strike, charge, decapitation, and armor breaking. Finally, just choose the spell of illumination. Hearing this, Aizen was stunned. It seems that he really guessed it right this time. I just don't understand one question. Ming said puzzledly. Tell me. You just said that the essence of my spirit has changed. Ming's expression became more serious. Does that mean that I am no longer a species of death god? And in the same spiritual pressure realm, excluding all external factors, if we only talk about pure combat quality, even you may not be able to beat me. Aizen frowned, and for a moment he didn't understand this guy's brain circuit. After this deduction, Kisaragi Akira punched hard, and came to the conclusion with a little excitement, one of the ways to become stronger is. I don't want to be a god of death anymore. Chapter 38 I think of an old friend. What else can you do if you don't become a god of death? Does Kisaragi want to enter the maggot nest? A huge head with horns on its hair suddenly appeared in front of Kisaragi Akira, with a firm expression and a face that was more powerful. The square lens reflected the light and almost blinded him. Teacher Tessai. Aizen nodded slightly, with a respectful attitude, as usual. As a good student in the class, although his strength is at a medium level, he can get full marks in every theoretical course, and his main character is a god of learning. Even teachers of various subjects have begun to fight for Aizen for their own teams. Talents like this who are good at writing and theory are very rare. Please make some noise when you walk next time. If I hadn't noticed you in time, I would have punched you. Ruuming's mouth twitched, and he said with a gloomy expression. To be honest, he really didn't notice Wu Ling Taizai approaching just now. This future great ghost Taoist priest seems to be an extremely powerful existence in any field. However, it is also related to his simple lack of malice. Otherwise, the dangerous instinct would issue a kind reminder. Your idea is very dangerous. Wu Ling Taizai looks rough, but his personality is very gentle, especially when dealing with the students. He has never scolded any student. Of course, Wu Ling Taizai's appearance is also no brave guy dared to make trouble in his class. I was just joking with. Just now. Ruuming's face changed, and he explained in a sonorous and powerful voice. Becoming a qualified Shinigami is my lifelong goal, and I will make every effort for it. Carry out the name of the Godai to the end. Seeing this, Wu Ling Taizai nodded with satisfaction, patted his shoulder, and praised with great satisfaction. Very good, very energetic. You are worthy of being the pillar of talent mentioned by the captain. Ruuming, O_O. Work hard. Wu Ling Taizai patted his shoulder again, and the huge force hit him, and his shoulder bone immediately responded with a bang. The only person who was hit was Ruuming. If it was another student, he would have entered the infirmary by now. Before he opened his mouth to ask questions, a huge explosion roared in the empty dojo, and red flames rose up and rushed straight to the ceiling. The air was immediately filled with blazing heat. Ruuming looked in the direction of the rising flames, and murmured in amazement. What a talent! He can blow himself up by playing with a red fire cannon. This reminds me of an old friend. Without time to continue chatting with Ruuming, Wu Ling Taizai hurried to deal with the emergency. The old friend you are talking about should not be Miyomikuro. Aizen said calmly, I will not conduct experiments if I cannot fully master the way of ghosts. He noticed Wu Ling Taizai approaching in time, but the other party did not hear his previous remarks. Some things, the fewer people know, the better. The Soul Society is not as calm as it seems. Ruuming nodded, and his expression became more serious. I know. The Kido class ended in an accident. The student who used the self-destructing red cannon was sent directly to the General Rescue Center of the 4th Division after emergency treatment by Wu Ling Taizai. The burn area was as high as 74.3%, and the whole person was almost charred, and it was completely unrecognizable. Many people were glad to be able to finish the get out of class early, and there were also many introverts who stayed in the dojo to learn Kido on their own. Ruuming and Aizen were among them. The dojo was vast, and the two of them hid in a corner and began to learn Kido. There were many students like them, so they didn't worry about attracting other people's attention. Which one of the Kido are you most familiar with? Aizen asked. Ruuming thought for a while and answered decisively, the 4th Broken Way, by Lei. Before I became a student, I had already mastered this broken way. Hearing this, Aizen subconsciously recalled the way that Akira Kisara released White Thunder in Zenjoji Temple. Completely different from the White Thunder taught by the Spiritual Arts Academy. It was more like some half-baked method learned from a wild way, but the power was surprisingly great. Even if the opponent was a defected Shinigami, he was still pierced through the heart by a lightning bolt. From this performance, it is not difficult to see how well Akira Kisara has mastered this broken way. Well, it's okay. Aizen nodded, try to reduce the output of spiritual pressure first, so that the White Thunder can be released in the weakest state. Just like this. In the eyes of Ruuming, Aizen opened his 5 fingers, and the white arcs danced happily on his fingertips, like countless notes, composing a moving piece of music. He held his breath, and his attitude instantly became more serious. The max talent began to work, the traces of the flow of spirit particles, the trajectory of the spiritual pressure, the changes in the hand seals, the chanting of the spell. At this moment, Aizen was surprised to find that Ryueming's temperament had changed again. Calm, natural, serious, and dedicated. To some extent, he was somewhat similar to himself. This guy. When the lightning disappeared, Ryueming regained his heartless appearance in the past. Have you understood anything? A little bit. Very good, show me. Aizen was a little curious about how much Ryueming could master in such a short period of demonstration and learning. However, when Ryueming slowly opened his 5 fingers in the same posture, Aizen's surprise suddenly reached an extreme. The arc leaped, reflecting the brilliant glow. It was like a grand fireworks show blooming at the fingertips. The spiritual pressure was controlled at an extremely low state, which could only maintain the arc glow, and there was no destructive power at all, even if it was touched by hand. How can a mere white thunder be difficult for me? The arrogant face shattered Aizen's surprise and made his emotions return to calmness in an instant. He raised his head and glanced at Ryueming. The talent is indeed good, and he also knows how to use this talent. He is definitely a first-class genius. It's a pity that he has a mouth. The first step is completed. Aizen glanced at Ryueming, who was having fun with Bailey, and continued with a slight smile. The next step is the second step, which is also very simple. With your talent, you should be able to master it quickly. Kido usually exists in the form of a barrier, and the way to construct this form is to combine spells and hand seals to form specific patterns. What you have to do is learn the patterns of the ghost. This is Bailey. In Ryueming's stunned eyes, Aizen's fingertips showed a faint arc of electricity, wandering and writing in the air. Soon, a brand new pattern of the ghost that had never been seen before appeared in front of him. Wait! Ryueming asked in confusion. If I remember correctly, it seems that only some ghost ways have barrier forms, right? Bailey is not among them. Where did you get this ghost way pattern? Aizen finished the last stroke and replied. Of course I studied it. When? Why don't I know? Ryueming was puzzled. He and Aizen hang out together every day, just wearing the same pants, and he has never seen this guy delve into any ghost way. Hearing this, Aizen smiled, and the temperament of a genius was self-contained. Just now. Thanks to 201903050151099881 for the reward. Chapter 39 Talents are always attracted to each other. Okay, so you play it this way, right? Ryueming laughed in anger. You are pretending this time, I give you full marks. You were pretended by Aizen invisibly, but you can't say anything. If someone else had said this, he would have sneered at it. But the person who said this was Aizen. Aizen ignored the crazy Ryueming, and began to explain the details of the ghost path pattern. Because of his high attainments in calligraphy, even if he just sketched it casually, he could still show the unique charm of the strokes. The arc jumped, making a crackling sound in the air. The noisy screams and the arc of the pattern complemented each other, highlighting the essence of Bailey. Because it was only the 4th broken way, its ghost path pattern was not too complicated. With Ryueming's talent, he could master it quickly. After a while, Aizen asked, do you remember it? Ryueming nodded. Write it in the way of Bailey. Just in case, Aizen decided to let this guy demonstrate it first. Having suffered too many similar losses from him, it is better to be cautious. Ryueming had no doubts, and immediately his fingertips flashed with lightning, and in an instant he drew the ghost pattern. It was slightly different from the previous one, but there was no mistake in the overall and details. Seeing this, Aizen was relieved and prepared to proceed to the 3rd step. The next step is crucial. Although the power of White Thunder is limited, when the output spiritual pressure reaches the threshold, it will still burst out with extremely strong destructive power. Therefore, you must be careful. After repeated instructions, Aizen began to teach Ruuming the results of his research during this period. Since he discovered that this guy's spirit body had undergone abnormal changes, he began to analyze it in depth, occasionally drawing a little blood, pulling some hair, etc. What surprised Aizen was that when he made a similar request to Ruuming, this guy didn't even ask, but directly stretched out his arm and let him do it. When he asked the reason, Ruuming just grinned and said frankly, "We are friends. Although we can't say we are friends of life and death, we are close friends." At that time, Aizen looked at the boy in front of him very seriously, trying to find any possible acting skills in his eyes. Unfortunately, he failed. Ruuming is a very pure guy, so pure that it is unbelievable. The engraving of the ghost line is not just about drawing the corresponding marks on the body. Aizen's voice was slightly deep, and his attitude was serious. Similar research has been tried by others, but they all failed without exception. The spirits of ordinary death gods have a carrying limit. If you abandon the spiritual pressure defense, even ordinary slashes can cause damage to them. Not to mention the ghost way. To engrave the ghost line, the first thing to do is that the spirit can withstand its destructive power. He tried his best to abandon those professional terms and described the essence of this method of becoming stronger in the simplest words. However, Aizen still overestimated Ruuming's patience. Or, he underestimated the other party's trust in him. None of this matters. Ruuming waved his hand and said, "You just need to tell me what to do." Hearing this, Aizen sighed helplessly. He knew that things would develop like this. Does this guy have a grudge against his brain? Why is he too lazy to even move? The method is very simple. It is to engrave the ghost path pattern in the flesh and blood. Let the spirit in the spirit body flow and operate according to the trajectory of the pattern. Aizen said the specific method. In this process, you must be cautious and careful, because... However, before he finished speaking, Ruuming next to him began to try. The active and flashing arcs shuttled through the surface of his body, and the stinging pain in the flesh and blood instantly spread all over his body, causing his body to curl up and twist as a conditioned reflex. But soon, Ruuming overcame this process with a firm will. Although he had no advantages, his early struggles for survival in the boneless zone had already honed his tenacious will comparable to that of fine steel. After a moment, Ruuming's face lit up with joy. "Ah, I did it!" The moment the words fell, the shining electric light converged and gradually merged into his body, finally leaving a lightning-like mark on the little finger of his left hand. This is exactly the ghost pattern of ballet. Are there any changes? There seems to be a trace of undetectable tension in Aizen's tone. Ruuming moved his body and made a detailed perception. Soon, he skillfully demonstrated a set of eagle takeoff. The overall quality has improved a little. Then, this. He opened his 5 fingers, and white arcs flashed instantly, interlacing one after another, arranging each other, outlining different patterns. Under the control of Ruuming's thoughts, these electric lights were sometimes arranged into a young man wearing suspenders, and sometimes into a little chicken with his head held high. When he tried to combine the two together, he was suddenly interrupted by Aizen. Perfect control of ballet, even evolved into instinct. Ruuming was stunned, and then nodded. What about consumption? Same as usual. Hearing this answer, Aizen fell into deep thought. Ruuming's success was within expectations. The power of the White Thunder was limited, and he could easily withstand it with his current spiritual body quality. Even if he was hit directly by other people's White Thunder, he would not be seriously injured. However, the results obtained were still somewhat surprising. You know, the White Thunder is only a 4th level broken way. In terms of power alone, it is not on the same level as the double-digit ghost ways, not to mention those high-level ghost ways. Just imprinting the White Thunder can achieve such outstanding results, so what if the red fire cannon is also imprinted? There are even thunder roar cannons, double lotus blue fire pendants, flying dragons that hit thieves and thunder cannons, black coffins. Soon, Aizen returned to his former calm. He looked at Ryueming, who was trying to integrate the characteristics of White Thunder into Kendo, White Fighting and even Instant Step, and reminded him with a slight smile. White Thunder is just the beginning, and the next is our highlight today. Recently, Teacher Tessai talked about the Red Fire Cannon, and the Red Fire Cannon is the Red Fire Cannon. Ryueming nodded in response. Then there was a skilled demonstration. This is the ghost pattern of the Red Fire Cannon. Aizen once again used his fingers to draw a new mark in front of him. When is this? Ryueming just opened his mouth, but seemed to suddenly remember something and closed his mouth in time. Forget it, just pretend I didn't ask. He chose not to give Aizen another chance to charge. Soon. After mastering the ghost pattern of the Red Fire Cannon, Ryueming began to try again. However, both he and Aizen underestimated the difficulty of engraving the Red Fire Cannon. Just at the beginning, Ryueming's face changed slightly, a lot of blood rushed to his head, and his whole face turned red in an instant. Seeing this, Aizen's expression suddenly changed, and he was about to help. The surging heat wave exploded on Ryueming's body, and the red flame bloomed again in the dojo, which immediately attracted countless eyes. Guriiro Tessai, who had just returned to the dojo, had a dull expression, looked in the direction of the high temperature, and murmured in amazement. Talent. Chapter 40. Want both money and people? When Ryueming woke up, the venue had already changed. It was no longer the unchanging ceiling of the dojo, but a white wall dotted with elegant wall paintings. The air was filled with a faint fragrance and the lingering smell of disinfectant. The burning pain spread all over the body, and just a slight movement gave people a sharp pain as if the skin and flesh were torn apart. Ryueming tried to raise his right hand, but found that his hand was being pressed down by something unknown. It's the doctor who came to take care of me? You are really a good brother. When Jingyan was not around, there was only. When he turned his head, what caught his eye was a big guy with muscles swollen to the extreme. Expression, instantly stiffened. Cold sweat slid down his forehead. Ryueming's body trembled, his face twisted, and he tried to pull his arm out from Wu Ling Taizai's big hand. Are you awake? Wu Ling Taizai reacted and subconsciously loosened his big hand, and then someone used too much force and flipped the whole person off the bed. The huge movement immediately attracted the patrolling soldiers. Soon, another familiar white figure walked slowly into the ward, with a gentle smile on his delicate face. It's been less than half a year since you enrolled, and this is your fourth visit to the Comprehensive Rescue Center. Anohanaretsu walked to the bedside, skillfully placed Ryueming neatly, and tidied up the bandages and messy bed. Seeing that someone was taking care of him, Wu Ling Taizai also left politely. There was another student waiting for him to take care of him. Today was a bad day. The soon-to-be appointed great ghost Taoist priest could actually teach two ghost Taoist idiots. One of them made a mistake and the red fire cannon instantly blew up his face. The other one was even scarier, he directly detonated the red fire cannon inside his body. Geniuses often have the same ideas, but idiots have their own stupid ways. Even if Wu Ling Taizai racked his brains, he couldn't figure it out. Why would someone dare to detonate a ghost of the level of red fire cannon inside his body? No, I was almost led astray by this guy. It should be said, why would someone detonate the ghost path in the body? When he suddenly realized that his way of thinking was moving closer to someone, Wu Ling Taizai broke out in a cold sweat, and immediately quickened his pace and left the ward where Ryueming was. Captain Mao's Hiwa. Ryueming, who couldn't escape the ward, behaved very well. With your talent, you shouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Mao's Hiwalai sat beside the bed, pressing his hands on Ryueming's chest, releasing a higher-level Huideo. The piercing itchy and sour feeling instantly spread throughout his body, instantly distorting Ryueming's facial features to the extreme. It was as if the whole person rolled in a honey jar, and then countless ants crawled on his body. It's just an accident. While Rueming was patient, he still did not forget to defend himself. I didn't do this before. Anohanaretsu said softly with a smile on her face. Her white jade hands gently pressed the most seriously injured chest under the light of Hwideo. Although the behavior of the young man in front of him was somewhat unreliable, to some extent, this was also a genius's eccentricity. Because of his different physical fitness and strong will, his recovery speed was also extremely fast. It had only been less than half a day, and the injury had healed almost completely. After this Hwideo treatment, he should be able to be discharged from the hospital. The treatment lasted for nearly half an hour. When the light of Hwideo faded, Rueming found that the previous severe pain had disappeared completely. Except for a little burning sensation, there was no discomfort at all. But he was not happy about it. Instead, his brows were furrowed, with an expression of being at a disadvantage. During the half-hour Hwideo treatment, the pair of white hands almost touched the whole body. Although the strength and touch were excellent, there was always a feeling of being taken advantage of by the female gangster. The treatment is completed, Chinjui 36,897 rings. Anohanalai smiled, Ryu, do you want credit or cash? Rueming sucked in a breath of cold air. From the initial 1,000 rings, to several thousand rings later, and this time for the treatment of injuries, this black-bellied woman actually raised his rings to 30,000 rings. Although this number is nothing to him now. But he has always been frugal, and it is inevitable that he will feel heartbroken to take out tens of thousands of rings from his pocket at once. If you can't afford it, you can choose to join the 4th Division. Anohanaretsu smiled gently, my previous promise has always been valid, and the 4th Division will always open its doors for you. Rueming looked at the gentle woman in front of him, and his mind subconsciously recalled the scene of the previous kendo duel with her. Nerves were stretched to the limit, dangerous instincts were in a high-frequency triggering state, and death was around him, as if he was in hell. He shuddered subconsciously and said hurriedly, buy on credit, buy on credit. Wait for me to go back and get the money, I'll be back soon. After saying that, he didn't care about the slight discomfort anymore. Rueming turned over and got up. He disappeared in the ward in a flash. Female gangsters are too scary. This Anohana not only wants my money, she also wants me. Looking at the disappearing back of the boy, the smile on Anohanaretsu's face gradually subsided, replaced by deep thinking. After a moment of silence, a soft self-talk sounded in the ward. The strength of the spirit is a bit too high. And why is there electricity in the spirit, the ability of the Zanpakuto? Or, other reasons? Anohanaretsu lowered his eyes slightly, and the corners of his mouth outlined a beautiful arc again. Too many secrets can easily arouse people's curiosity, Ruu classmate. Rueming rushed out of the 4th Division's barracks in a hurry, but saw Aizen waiting on the street. Since you have recovered, let's go back first. Before Rueming could speak, Aizen said calmly. It was my mistake this time. I misjudged the difficulty of engraving the ghost pattern. I'll try again after I improve it. He turned around and was about to return to the Spiritual Arts Academy, but heard someone's smug voice from behind. Actually. Aizen turned around and looked at Rueming with a little confusion. He showed a show-off look on his face, raised his left hand, and then raised his middle finger. Aizen's face suddenly turned black. Although he didn't understand what this meant, he always felt mentally polluted. The previous engraving of the ghost pattern was half successful. Rueming showed an expression of I am a genius and pointed to the incomplete fireball mark on his middle finger and said, no need to change, your idea is definitely feasible.